Chapter 2252. The ripples fused with the heavenly Tao and spread out, causing the world to change. On the continent under Zichen's feet, all the creatures raised their heads to look at the sky. That golden ripple of light was like an expanding circle, spreading out into the distance. Then, the second continent, the third continent. Until the entire Zhonwu continent, all the creatures saw this golden ripple of light with the aura of the heavenly Tao. This golden ripple quickly swept across the Zhonwu continent, but it didn't disappear. Instead, it reached the void and continued to spread, covering the entire life star. In the distant Zhonwu continent, the creatures here also saw this ripple of light. After this ripple of light passed by, their senses became sharper, as if their souls had been upgraded. They also had a clearer perception of the heavenly Tao. When the golden ripple swept across the life star, shadows appeared out of nowhere in the void. Their line of sight followed the movement of the golden ripple. When the golden ripple completely disappeared, a hoarse voice resounded, "The heaven-defying one has become a saint. He has returned to the life star and caused the heavenly Tao to change. A new era is coming." The other shadows were silent. One couldn't tell whether they were happy or angry from their faces. Then, they disappeared into the void. The change happened so suddenly that the saints couldn't react. They looked at Zichen blankly. The heavenly Tao's rules changed at this moment. This change was like a promotion, making the heavenly Tao's rules more complete and stronger. If a saint of a foreign race were to invade, the heavenly Tao's rules would automatically search for the enemy and kill them. Under this change, all the cultivators on the Zhonwu continent and even the entire life star had a deeper understanding. It was like the heavenly Tao was taking pity on them, giving them the possibility to advance further. As for the foreign invaders, after this change, they felt a kind of restriction and suppression from the heavenly Tao. Their auras became incompatible with this world, and they were strongly repelled. Their battle prowess was reduced by 10%. At this moment, the existences standing next to Zichen were all saints. Moreover, they weren't ordinary saints. In their glory days, they were almost all great saints. Although for some reason, his realm had yet to recover to its peak, his knowledge and experience were still there. After a brief moment of confusion, they sensed the change in the world at this moment. Their eyes were filled with shock. To be able to shock them, this was clearly a very impressive matter. They looked at each other in shock and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Soon, this shock turned into ecstasy. This is truly timely rain. The Azure Dragon Saint, or Great Sage Azure Dragon, raised his head to look at the sky and sighed. "That's right, this is timely rain." The other saints nodded, their faces full of surprise. Only Zichen was still at a loss, but he could tell from the saints' expressions that this was not a bad thing. "How many years has it been? How many years has it been since we last saw such a scene? Seeing it all of a sudden, we couldn't even react in time," the lightning saint beast exclaimed. The other saints started to laugh. Their laughter was loud and clear, spreading along with the heavenly Tao. The heaven-defying saint from the life star had the fate of the entire life star. Every step he took had a special meaning to the life star. When he became a saint, the heavenly Tao on the entire life star became clearer. Those who were stuck at the pseudo-heaven realm all broke through to the heaven realm. After that, the heaven realm, which was once unreachable, appeared like bamboo shoots after the rain. It was to the point where they could be seen everywhere. Today, Zichen had returned as a saint. The heavenly Tao and Zichen had become one. After sensing Zichen's realm, the heavenly Tao leveled up again. This time, the realm that people didn't even dare to dream of would slowly open a mysterious door to the world. Saints would no longer be legends in the future. This was the life star, the place that would create miracles. This world leveled up again, and the door to the saint realm opened to everyone in the world. In the endless starry sky, the saint realm was predetermined. According to the level of the world, the number of saints would be fixed. Besides, if people wanted to enter the saint realm, they had to rely on the opportunities on the star passages. At this moment, most of the cultivators on the life star didn't need to rely on the opportunities on the star passages. As long as they had enough understanding, they could enter the saint realm. There was no limit to the number of cultivators. It was the unique advantage of the Life Star. It was also the reason why the alien tribes couldn't destroy the Life Star even though they had attacked it again and again. A new era had arrived because of Zichen's return. The battle on the 9th mainland was still ongoing. Hu Ping City had become the symbol of this area. The strong existences there had given the alien tribes an unerasable blow. Kill. On the battlefield, Fortune Teller was soaked in blood. While he was fighting, he was also commanding the others. A thick book floated above his head. The book emitted a strong light, and as the pages opened, rays of light appeared from within. After the silhouettes landed, they turned into experts. There were human experts, and there were also beast experts. From time to time, true dragons would fly out one after another. Among them, the most eye-catching one was a figure whose entire body was emitting golden light. No one could see his face, but he was very powerful. The battle against the alien tribes was a life-and-death struggle. Thus, Fortune Teller was also taking action. More than 10 Heaven Realm experts of the alien tribes glided over the crowd, attacking Fortune Teller. They were all experts, and the two leaders were the heaven-defying warriors. They had just arrived here not long ago. After they had a certain understanding of Fortune Teller, they led their men to kill him. Danger. Lifting his eyelids slightly, Fortune Teller's figure retreated. At the same time, the experts from Hu Ping City arrived one after another. So what if you're a heaven-defying warrior? Wu Xie, who had 3 eyes, flew over from afar with a blood-red saber. Blood dripped from the tip of the saber. Wherever he passed, the saber flashed, and the experts of the alien tribes fell down and died. Wu Xie stopped one of the heaven-defying warriors. Fortune Teller continued to retreat. His combat power was relatively weak. His strongest skill was the book above his head and the fortune art that could calculate everything. Long Fei followed and stopped the second heaven-defying warrior. Without the heaven-defying warriors, the other alien tribes were nothing to Fortune Teller. However, at this moment, he saw a hint of mockery on the face of that heaven-defying being. Before he could count with his fingers, he felt a sense of danger behind him. He dodged sideways, and at the same time, a light of energy descended from the sky. Bang! The descending beam of energy was shattered. Fortune Teller was hit. He flew backward and started coughing up blood. Another heaven-defying warrior appeared where he had been standing. Not one, but 2. Heaven's Fortune Teller's figure flashed again, leaving behind a section of his sleeve. A deep wound appeared on his arm, so deep that the bone could be seen. What's going on? Heaven's Fortune Teller, who was constantly retreating, revealed a puzzled expression. His eyes flashed with the light of divination, but at this moment, his successful divination seemed to be disturbed by some kind of aura. This caused his divination to slow down, so he wasn't able to sense the assassination attempt aimed at him. The 2 heaven-defying warriors continued to attack. The others came to help, but it was too late. Fortune Teller, who was retreating, was about to die under the joint attack of the 2 heaven-defying warriors. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in heaven and earth. A golden ripple came from the horizon and extended to the other side of the sky. The ripple carried the aura of the heavenly path. It was very powerful, and it caused this ordinary but tragic battle to pause for a moment. All the cultivators, including the foreign races, looked up at the sky and watched the spreading ripple. After the ripple passed over their heads, all the native creatures of the Zhonwu continent suddenly felt refreshed. It was as if they had swallowed a treasure pill. Their essence, qi, and spirit became very abundant. Even their injuries seemed to have improved a lot. As for the foreign race cultivators, their expressions changed drastically. They felt as if they were carrying a heavy weight on their backs. Their speed and the speed of energy circulation were suppressed. Fortune Teller looked up at the sky and looked at the golden ripple. The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. In his sea of consciousness, the door that he had tried many times but couldn't open, but at this moment, a gap appeared. A strong ray of light passed through the gap and illuminated Fortune Teller's sea of consciousness. I am the Fortune Teller. I can calculate all things in the world and the heavenly path. He muttered to himself, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter. The golden ripple in the distance made the two heaven-defying cultivators feel very uncomfortable. They felt the pressure from the spiritual world. After the ripple dissipated, the pressure didn't dissipate. Instead, it became even stronger. The source of the pressure was no longer the ripple. It came from fortune teller. Sensing the abnormality, the two heaven-defying cultivators rushed toward fortune teller without hesitation. They held the heaven-defying weapons in their hands and slashed at fortune teller. Fortune teller didn't dodge in the face of their attacks. The light in his eyes became more and more intense, and his expression became more and more excited. He lowered his head and looked at the two heaven-defying cultivators. His bright eyes were filled with ruthless light. Boom! Energy surged around his body. A majesty and aura unique to a saint emanated from fortune teller's body. This aura was very powerful and terrifying. It was the difference between heaven and saint. Where the aura shrouded, all the foreign races were afraid and looked at fortune teller in horror. Saint. Sensing this aura, the two heaven-defying cultivators' expressions changed drastically. The heaven-defying weapons in their hands actually trembled in the face of this aura. They trembled slightly, feeling fear. The aura surged like a physical attack. The two heaven-defying cultivators were sent flying. Fortune teller stood in the air. Saintly might surged around him. Today, the heavenly path had taken pity on him. The holy road had opened for him. Chapter 22:53. Divine might surged around the fortune teller in the sky. The light was blinding, and his robes flapped in the wind. All around, the foreign race cultivators were shocked. They had never thought that the fortune teller would suddenly become a saint. The cultivators from Hupping City were also shocked. In the distance, Shangguan Hong and some other leaders also looked at the fortune teller in shock. The fortune teller looked at the two heavenly deities who had been sent flying. His expression was indifferent, as if he was the heavenly path. Everything in the world, including the heavenly fate, is within my calculations, let alone you puny heavenly deities. He raised his finger slowly and pointed at the heavenly deity. Today, you will die. Above his head, the book of destiny that had just disappeared reappeared, hovering in the air. As a page opened, the book of destiny shone with blinding light. A strong and oppressive aura appeared, sweeping through the sky. The heavenly deity who was pointed at by the fortune teller paled. He felt a strong pressure fall on him, as if he was carrying a heavy mountain. A beam of light fell from the opened page, landing on the heavenly deity. Then, the heavenly deity closed his eyes. His soul dissipated, and he died. The defense around him did not show any signs of breaking, but he died strangely. Bang! His body fell and hit the ground. The defensive light barrier shattered, bringing with it a cloud of dust. The surroundings were completely silent. Everyone was shocked to the point of being speechless. Today, you will die. The fortune teller pointed at the second heavenly deity. His cold words rang through the sky, as if the heavenly path was shaking. The book of destiny flipped another page. A second beam of light fell on the heavenly deity. Another heavenly deity died. Today, you will die. Today, you will die. The book of destiny flipped 2 pages. Another 2 beams of light fell. The last 2 heavenly deities died. The fortune teller stood in the sky and pointed 4 times. 4 heavenly deities died. The surroundings were completely silent. This scene brought too much shock to the crowd. Under the mercy of the heavens, the fortune teller opened the door to the holy road. He was the first in the Zhanwu continent to do so, but he would not be the last. In the entire Zhanwu continent, some very special beings had seen the gate of the holy road immediately. Given some time, they would be able to enter the Saint Plain. The ripple of light arrived at the Sky Marshal continent and swept past the world. LV Peng, who had just experienced a great battle, looked up at the rippling light and said in confusion, "What the hell is this?" His words did not receive a response from the person beside him. When he turned around, he happened to see Evil Good Monk putting his palms together and looking at the dissipating ripples of light as he chanted the name of Buddha. At this moment, the monk shone with a golden light and looked solemn. LV Peng was even more puzzled by the monk who suddenly became serious. He thought to himself, "You're covered in blood and there's a good quality heavenly blade that you just snatched on your back. What kind of eminent monk are you?" But in the next moment, a powerful aura burst out from the monk's body. Under the contrast of this aura, he appeared even more sacred, solemn, and dignified, like a real senior monk. It was as if even the bloodstains on his body and the saber on his back had become sacred. LV Peng, who was confused, exclaimed in hindsight, "The aura of a saint. You've entered the saint plane." In the sacred golden light, the monk sitting cross-legged spoke. The aura of an eminent monk disappeared instantly. "Of course, I'm a true genius. I'm many times more talented than those heaven-defying cultivators. Today, I've been enlightened and enlightened. I'll become the number one in the Sky Martial continent and the only saint." Just as Tyrant's complacent words fell, a powerful fiendish aura surged out from another place. This aura surpassed the heaven plane and touched the edge of the saint plane. The roar shook the soul, like a demon god. This aura came from the demon ape. The demon ape has also broken through. LV Peng was shocked. Wasn't it difficult to break through to the saint plane? Wasn't it impossible? Why did two appear at once? He was too shocked. Fortunately, he didn't care about the monk's boasting. In the Wuji sect, as the ripples passed, two powerful auras also appeared. One of the auras was filled with an ethereal feeling, giving people a mysterious feeling. Naturally, it came from Su Mengyaro. Her Dao technique was almost complete. There was also another qi that was filled with an explosive and destructive qi. It was as if there was a myriad of thunderbolts revolving around it. It was extremely terrifying. Thunderous rumbles unceasingly resounded, like the roars of dragons from the 9 heavens. This qi came from Lei Ling, Zichen's second disciple. On another battlefield, a loud and resonant dragon roar could be heard. An azure celestial dragon turned into a divine dragon and danced in the air. In the Sky Martial continent, there were also some special existences that opened the door to the Saint Road. As the ripples spread out, Zichen regained control of his body. He didn't feel any discomfort. He sensed the changes in the world, but he didn't understand what these changes meant. However, from the eyes of the older generation saints, he could see that these changes were good things. Other than excitement, they also looked at him with shock and admiration. Not bad. It's been many generations of heaven-defying cultivators who haven't reached this step. The Azure Dragon Saint looked at Zichen with admiration. "Senior, what's going on?" Zichen asked curiously. "Because of you, the Heavenly Ways rules have changed again. The cultivators here are no longer restricted by their cultivation level. If their potential is high enough, they can enter the saint plane. It's not like before, where they had to enter the star path. Now, we don't have to worry about foreign saints invading. After the Heavenly Ways rules have advanced, they won't be able to enter for 100 years. However, after 100 years, the Heavenly Ways rules won't restrict them anymore. They can enter and leave freely. There's a trade-off." Hearing this, Zichen's heart jumped. He said, "Doesn't that mean that we only have 100 years to prepare? After 100 years, the foreign saints will invade." "Indeed." The Azure Dragon Saint nodded. 100 years sounded long, but in the eyes of people at their level, it was too short. Moreover, no one knew how many saints would appear on this life star in 100 years. Would they be able to resist the invasion of the foreign saints? The Azure Dragon Saint and the others had a special residence. This place was far away from the mortal world and the chaos of war. When they had a mission, they would go out to fix the loopholes in the rules. When they had nothing to do, they would stay here to heal their wounds. It had been dozens of years, but there was still no saint among them. Sitting on the stone bench, the other saints either sat or stood to the side, listening to Zichen's explanation of what he had seen and heard on the star path. After hearing this bizarre story and learning that the 4 great royal ancestors had all died, they sighed endlessly. They were also extremely shocked by the matter of the heavenly gods. The incident of killing a heavenly god back then had shaken the entire life star. That was the strongest existence that had been killed on the life star since the war with the foreign saints. However, it was obviously not easy to kill a heavenly god as they had to pay a huge price to do so. That year, the scheme was controlled by the old ancestors. Moreover, everyone was at a different location on the battlefield. Therefore, the Azure Dragon Saint and the others didn't know some details. Even the Thunder Saint Beast didn't know about it. Hearing about Zichen's development in the star path, all the saints were shocked. Especially when Zichen said that he could easily transfer dozens of saints, they were even more shocked. By the way, what's up with your harmonious spirit master's chi? Is it used to deceive people? Saint Rosefinch asked. Zichen was very grateful to Saint Rosefinch. In his life, the saint burial ground had a great impact on him. It's not a deceit. I'm a real harmonious spirit master, Zichen said, looking proud. Zichen indeed had the right to be proud of the fact that a cultivator from the Life Star had become a unique harmonious spirit master in the star path. Looking at the doubtful expression on everyone's face, Zichen explained in detail the reason why he became a harmonious spirit master. He also told them about his success rate and condensing speed, which seemed to be much faster than other harmonious spirit masters. This thing that was widely known to be inconceivable became so easy when it came from Zichen's mouth. The saints looked at each other in dismay. But soon, they looked at each other again and their expressions became much more serious. Azure Dragon Saint sighed and said, "If that's the case, 100 years is too short for us. It's as short as a snap of a finger. I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with the foreign saints after 100 years. That's true. The foreign saints are very strong," Black Tortoise Saint said in a deep voice. Zichen was a little stunned. The change of topic was too fast. They were just talking about the harmonious spirit masters and now they were talking about the invasion of the foreign saints after 100 years. "You said that you've prepared a lot of Saint Force crystal chips this time?" Saint Rosefinch asked again. "Yes." Zichen nodded. Azure Dragon Saint suddenly patted Zichen's shoulder and said sincerely, "It's a great fortune for the Life Star to have a heaven-defying expert like you." Zichen was a little embarrassed to be praised in such a straightforward manner. "It's rare for you to have such thoughts, so how can we just sit back and do nothing? How about this, you come with us to the Martial Heaven continent. After we arrive there, we'll refine a time castle where you can refine Saint crystals. I believe that with the acceleration of time, we should be able to reap a great harvest within 100 years. Zichen was dumbfounded. No wonder these saints suddenly showed a depressed expression. It turned out that they were hoping that he could refine more saint crystals. Moreover, it seemed like he wouldn't be able to come out until the Saint Force crystal chips were used up. Seeing that Zichen didn't respond for a long time, Azure Dragon Saint asked, "What's wrong? Do you have a different opinion?" The other saints all looked at Zichen, imperceptibly giving Zichen great pressure. He immediately shook his head and said, "No, no." Azure Dragon Saint smiled with satisfaction. "That's good. Good, very good." The other saints also smiled, but Zichen couldn't smile at this moment and for a long time to come. Chapter 2254. In the past, these saints had been truly lofty figures in his eyes. Back then, he had acted like a junior and occasionally acted shamelessly, feeling pleased with himself. For example, when he had obtained the 4 holy burial grounds, although his intentions had been good, there had always been some shameless acts in the process, even some moral blackmail. But now, perhaps because he had temporarily stood on the same level as these saint seniors, he found that these people did not have the airs of a senior. Instead, they were more like old scoundrels, scheming against him. For example, this time, he had brought over a dozen saints and a saint king. In any case, he had killed them and taken their things, but they had not done anything. Although Zichen did not care about this, they should at least give him a chance to refuse and perform. However, not only did they not do that, they even prepared to treat him as a laborer. Zichen immediately refused their request to refine saint crystals, but as the price, Zichen had no choice but to take out the resources of the saints he had killed on the star passage. Who asked him to be so preoccupied with showing off that he had let it slip? Fortunately, Zichen did not mention anything about the Rainbow Holy Tree. Otherwise, these saints would probably take the Rainbow Holy Tree away. Zichen still had friends on the Zhanwu continent. It was not easy for him to come back, so how could he leave without saying goodbye? And so, the Azure Dragon Saint and the others returned to the Jianwu continent to refine the time castle. Zichen stayed here to see his friends, but he could not stay for too long. Zichen's first stop was naturally the 9th continent. That was equivalent to his foundation on the Jianwu continent. After returning to the Life Star, Zichen's world could expand. Adding on the fact that he had become a saint, the distance between continents that had once been unreachable was now nothing. After arriving at the 9th continent, Zichen went straight to Hupping City. Along the way, he did not encounter any battles. During this time, he also saw many cities occupied by foreign races. Zichen, who could destroy them with a wave of his hand, did not kill them. No matter the situation, there were rules. If a saint went to slaughter these Heaven Realm experts, it would be very demeaning. The Great Formation above Hupping City had already been activated, but within a radius of 1,000 miles, there was no trace of the alien race. Along the way, Zichen saw that the ground here had turned brown, as if it had been watered with blood. The ground was full of potholes, and there were too many traces of battle. After passing through the battlefield, Zichen arrived in front of Hupping City. He landed and looked at the city in front of him. Thinking back to the first time he came here and the excitement in his heart, Zichen couldn't help but shake his head. Although all of this seemed to have happened yesterday, things had changed. Back then, Hupping City was the weakest city and the place that was looked down upon the most. There wasn't a single 6-stage domain. But now, Hupping City had become one of the few cities that had not fallen. It had also become the symbol of the entire Shuntian prefecture, the gathering place of all the powerhouses in the 9th mainland. On the tall city walls of Hupping City, there were guards guarding day and night. Zichen did not deliberately conceal himself, so his arrival naturally could not escape the eyes of those guards. That is, looking at the black-robed figure walking over slowly, the guards' eyes widened in disbelief. This person's appearance was too similar to the tall statue behind them. They were almost identical, but there were some slight differences. The statue's temperament was cold, while this person's temperament was very gentle. "That's Lord Zichen," the guard exclaimed in disbelief. On the city walls, the other guards all looked over. When they saw Zichen, they were all stunned. "It's Lord Zichen. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and open the city gates." One of the guards shouted, "Oh, hurry up and inform Lord Wuxie that Lord Zichen has returned." "Are we opening the gates now? What if? Some of the guards were very cautious, worried that the person who had come was an imposter. "Are you an idiot? Even if Lord Tianming has already become a saint, who would dare to behave atrociously here? When Lord Wuxie comes out, we'll know everything," the guard said. In fact, he had seen Zichen before and believed that this must be Zichen himself. Zichen was a well-known existence in the entire Jianwu continent. Even if someone were to impersonate him, they would never dare to impersonate Zichen. The city gates opened and figures flew out. The one in the lead was Wuxie. Following closely behind Wuxie were Tianming, Jin Qingcheng, Shangguan Hong, and the others. Seeing these familiar figures, Zichen, who was reminiscing, smiled. It was good that these people were still here. Zichen. With just a glance, they recognized Zichen. Wuxie and the others quickly came over and shouted. Zichen stretched out his arms and walked forward. Wuxie smiled excitedly and also stretched out his arms. Then, his smile froze. Zichen walked past him and hugged Jin Qingcheng. Then, he hugged Shangguan Hong, followed by Tianming and the others, leaving Wuxie in a mess. When did this guy learn to do this? Wuxie couldn't help but shake his head and smile. After many years of fighting, he was less impulsive and more calm. After greeting everyone he was familiar with, Zichen came in front of Wuxie. The two of them gave each other a bear hug. They were very emotional. These people were all alive and were still here. This was already a very good thing for Zichen. "When did you come back?" Looking at Zichen, everyone asked one after another. "Let's go back to the city first." "Well, Tianming, you've become a saint." Zichen looked at Tianming with some surprise. "Yesterday, there was a change in the world. I saw the sacred gate by chance. There's still some time before I break through, Tianming said with a smile. At first, he had some doubts in his heart. He didn't understand why there would be a change in the world. However, after seeing Zichen, he finally understood. It's already very good to be able to open the door and enter. Zichen nodded and said. The group returned to Huping City. After hearing the news of Zichen's return, the whole city was in a state of cheering. Tianming had broken through to Saint yesterday and Zichen had returned today. It seemed to be a double blessing. Zichen had only come this time to see his friends and see if they were well. He couldn't stay for too long. Staying for one day was also the limit of what he could do here. Everyone was very disappointed. However, after knowing that Zichen had become a saint, they were also happy for Zichen from the bottom of their hearts. Was the change yesterday because of you? Tianming asked the question in his heart. Although he had already calculated the answer, he still hadn't received confirmation. Zichen nodded and didn't hide anything. I knew it. You'll always be one step ahead of us, Tianming said. I saw Man Shi and Shuntian Dao on the Star Road. Both of them are fine, Zichen said. Everyone's anxious hearts also relaxed. This was obviously another piece of good news. Tianming is about to become a saint. When I leave, I'll take him with me. You guys make arrangements for the rest. Now that there are more opportunities, don't always fight and kill when you have time. Spend more time comprehending the heavenly Tao. Who knows, you might become a saint one day. After giving some instructions to everyone and hinting for them to be careful, Zichen left with Tianming. Everyone could see that Zichen was in a hurry, so they didn't ask him to stay. After sending Zichen out of the city, Zichen waved at everyone and teleported away with Tianming. Everyone turned and left. Jin Qingcheng and Shong Guanhong didn't stay either. In such a chaotic situation, it was a luxury to talk about love. Zichen's second stop was the first mainland. He still had a friend there. Without stopping at other mainlands, Zichen brought Tianming to the first mainland. During this period, Tianming also witnessed the speed of a saint. He yearned for this realm even more. Bringing Tianming along was a last-minute decision made by Zichen. When they arrived at the first mainland, Zichen saw Qing Feng on the fiercest battlefield. Back then, when the whole world stood against Zichen, it was this young man who stood by Zichen's side without hesitation. They fought side by side and almost died. The aura of a saint surged and swept towards the battlefield. Like a storm, it blew out of nowhere. Sensing this powerful saint aura, the cultivators on both sides of the battlefield were shocked. They all looked up into the distance. Under normal circumstances, saints wouldn't participate in this kind of battle. For example, as the commander-in-chief, Great Saint Yin Zhong had the strength of a saint, but he never participated in the battle. He would only occasionally save a few talented disciples with great potential at critical moments. At this moment, the aura of a saint was deliberately released. It had a deep meaning. No one could ignore a saint. Such an existence was not something that could be dealt with by numbers alone. However, when they saw the saint's glory, their expressions changed drastically. How could they not know this saint? Not to mention those who had stayed in this world for decades, even the cultivators who had just entered this world not long ago knew this person or had seen a portrait of this person before. This was a heaven-defying saint on a life star. He could fight a group of heaven-defying saints alone. When he was in the heaven realm, heaven-defying saints of the same level couldn't beat him. It's Zichen. He's become a saint. A heaven-defying saint. It's such a big thing, but no one announced it. These foreign races were very shocked. Then, they very sensibly began to retreat. Back then, if Zichen hadn't left this world, they wouldn't have had the guts to continue the battle. Zichen, it's you. A surprised voice rang out. Qing Feng walked over from afar, covered in blood. A light breeze blew past, and the blood on his body was blown away. He quickly went forward. Even further away, Great Saint Yin Zhong looked at Zichen in the sky with a smile. Chapter 2255. After meeting Qing Feng and Great Sage Yinzhong, Zichen brought Tianming to Tianwu continent. Tianming had always been very curious about the place where Zichen grew up, so he wanted to go to Tianwu continent to take a look. In Tianwu continent, Su Mengyaro and the others waited outside Wuji sect happily after receiving the news of Zichen's return. However, after waiting for 2 days, Zichen didn't appear. I say, what is that guy doing? Why didn't he come here first? Could it be that he's hooking up with other women outside? Tyrant said at an inappropriate time. As soon as his voice fell, it naturally attracted many gazes filled with anger that were as sharp as blades. Hihi, this Lord Zeng is an existence who has entered the Saint Realm. I'm not afraid of you. Tyrant chuckled as he looked at those murderous gazes. As one of the few existences who had broken through to the Saint Realm, Tyrant was very proud of it. Intentionally or unintentionally, he would mock those around him, especially LV Peng. In Tyrant's eyes, this guy who only knew how to play with formations was really stupid. The Heavenly Dao's rules were so obvious, but he still asked what was going on. Although there were a few people in Wuji sect who had broken through to the Saint Realm with him, in Tyrant's heart, they were all incomparable. Take Su Mengyaro for example. The reason she could break through was that her ethereal inaction Dao art was the closest to the Heavenly Dao. It had nothing to do with comprehension, it was just that she had an advantage. Was that really the truth? But in Tyrant's eyes, that was the truth. As for Manlong, Demon Ape, and Lei Ling's breakthroughs, in Tyrant's eyes, there was a reason for it. The 3 of them had extraordinary origins. Although their comprehension was average and they weren't born as big as him, they were still slightly weaker than him. It was reasonable for them to break through. Say, this Zichen came back after going to the Star Path for dozens of years. Could it be that he couldn't survive there and was beaten back? That's good. This Lord Zeng has already entered the Saint Realm. When I become a saint in the future, I'll be able to make the alien race tremble. At that time, this Lord Zeng will be able to protect you and make the whole world tremble. Seeing that Zichen hadn't returned yet, the idle monk said with self-respect. Su Mengyaro and the others ignored Tyrant's words. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she looked in a certain direction. You're still as sharp-tongued as ever. When you become a saint, there will be saints everywhere in the world. A familiar voice sounded from the sky, followed by 2 figures descending from the sky. It was Zichen and Tian Ming. Zichen. Seeing Zichen, everyone's faces immediately showed surprise and joy, and they all went forward. On the other hand, the Tyrant's expression was the complete opposite of everyone else's. His eyes were shining brightly, and his fighting spirit was rising around him. It was obvious that he had just entered the Saint Plane, and he felt lonely and wanted to lose. He wanted to find Zichen to fight. Of course, his biggest wish was to beat up Zichen. Speaking of which, other than the first time they met, he had the upper hand, and the rest of the time, he had been at a disadvantage. But in the next moment, his eyes narrowed and the battle intent surging around him disappeared in an instant. He revealed a very compassionate look and said with a smile like the Maitreya Buddha, "Not bad, you've also entered the Saint Realm." How could Zichen not know what Tyrant was thinking? He sneered and said, "I've just entered the Saint Realm. I'm afraid you won't take me seriously. If you're willing, we can exchange pointers." Amitabha. Monks are compassionate. Tyrant put his palms together and spouted nonsense in a serious manner, causing the people around him to snicker. Tyrant was quite smart. He could tell that Zichen had broken through, so he knew that if he challenged him now, Zichen would not show him any mercy at all. In the years that Zichen had been away, his name as the good and evil monk had finally spread like thunder. It had not been easy for him to accumulate this reputation over the years, so how could he lose it so easily? Let's return to the sect first. Because there were too many people who had come this time, it was impossible to hug them all. Zichen could only gesture for them to return to the Boundless sect first. Because the Azure Dragon Saint and the others had arrived first and were already condensing the Castle of Time, the entire Boundless sect had received the news. They had already prepared a welcoming party for Zichen. When they returned to the Boundless Hall, the Thunder Spirit also respectfully bowed towards Zichen and called him Master. His origins were special. Otherwise, he would not have been able to break through the sacred gate this time. His senses were extremely sharp, and he could sense a strong sense of danger from Zichen. He guessed that even now, he was still not a match for Zichen. Looking at the hall, Zi Chen was very surprised that 5 of them had become saints. This was especially so for Su Mengyao. Apart from being surprised, Zi Chen was also very happy. After all, the 2 of them came from the Nimbus martial ancestor, a sect that had been destroyed for thousands of years. Back then, who would have thought that the 2 people in the sect would become saints that only appeared in legends many years later? The group chatted in the hall for half a day before the entire Boundless sect began to celebrate. They had not received the Azure Dragon Saint's message yet, so Zi Chen had nothing to do for the time being, so they had a good time for the night. The next day, Zi Chen called over the 5 people who had become saints and the fortune teller. When the 6 of them arrived at the hall, they discovered that LV Peng was actually there. Tyrant could not help but ask curiously, "Why are you here?" Clearly, Zi Chen had found a way to become a saint. Moreover, when they were drinking last night, Zi Chen had also mentioned that there was a great opportunity waiting for them. "Didn't you say there was an opportunity?" "I'm here to try my luck," LV Peng said with a smile. "You haven't become a saint yet, and with your level of comprehension, even if there was an opportunity, it would be a waste." Tyrant curled his lips. The opportunity this time was prepared for LV Peng. "Everyone is just passing by. We have to ensure that LV Peng can become a saint," Zi Chen said in a deep voice. His tone was firm. "What?" Tyrant was stunned. He clearly did not understand. LV Peng smiled mockingly at Tyrant. "LV Peng must become a saint. When you distribute the resources, give him more. Remember, after entering the place of opportunity, do not use energy to fight. You can only use the power of space to refine the opportunity bit by bit." After briefly explaining about the planet, Zi Chen took out the only planet he had. This planet was still very useful to the current Zi Chen. However, after careful consideration, Zi Chen decided to take it out and let them use it. It would be more useful to them. Hearing that this planet was the biggest secret of the star path, the few of them could not wait. LV Peng, in particular, had been regretting that he had not been able to comprehend the Saint realm. He did not expect that Zi Chen would bring him an opportunity. "Tyrant, this is not a joke. LV Peng must become a saint." After taking out the planet, Zi Chen was worried that Tyrant would not be reliable, so he reminded him again. "Is Lord Zeng an unreliable person?" Tyrant said unhappily. The others nodded tacitly at the same time. Tyrant was so angry that he kept shouting Amitabha. He took out the planet and placed it in a space in the hall. He broke the layers of seals on it. After the planet was completely unfolded and filled the entire space, Zi Chen said, "LV Peng, you go first." LV Peng nodded and withdrew all the energy around him. He entered the space and stepped into the planet. The first person to enter had an unexpected gain. After about 10 breaths, Zi Chen nodded and the others followed. Tyrant was naturally very dissatisfied. However, he knew his limits when it came to important matters. He withdrew all his energy and used the power of space to enter. Seeing that everyone had entered, Zi Chen used his own energy to completely seal the space. At a glance, it was as if there was a golden ball of light floating in the hall. Zi Chen sat on a chair and began to think about what to do next. This time, the change in the heavenly Tao had bought Zi Chen nearly 100 years of time. This was an unexpected surprise. However, he had to decide how to maximize the number of saints in this 100 years. In addition to condensing saint crystals, obtaining more planets was another way. However, for the planets in the star path, unless it was an overlord force like the Jiatu family that dominated a starfield, the planets that appeared in other starfields would have too many cultivators forcibly rushing in. There was no way to guard against it. He had to go to the star path. Furthermore, he had to bring LV Peng, who had become a saint. Although he had an alliance with the Jiatu family, it was better to leave some things to himself. The passage from the Sky Martial continent to the star path had to be opened. In the next 100 years, he hoped that LV Peng could do this well. For the current Zi Chen, the use of the rainbow sacred tree had begun to decrease. Although it was still useful, it was much less useful than letting others become saints. Zi Chen decided to contribute it. "Chen Feng." Zi Chen, who had already made up his mind, called out. Chen Feng, who had been guarding outside the hall for a long time, immediately entered the hall. He respectfully said, "Master, what are your orders?" "Go inform those forces that I've returned. I want to discuss matters in the everlasting sect." "Yes." "Wait, there's no need to keep this a secret. Also, let those outsiders know that I've successfully become a saint." "Yes." Very quickly, news of Zichen's return as a saint spread throughout the Sky Martial continent. It was unknown whether it was because Zichen's reputation was too great, but as soon as this news spread, the invading outsiders all retreated, no longer attempting to attack human cities. There was still no news of the Azure Dragon Saint and the others. The time capsule shouldn't have been condensed yet. The first person to come wasn't the family heads of those aristocratic families, but a mysterious guest. This person's entire body was covered in a wide black robe, only revealing a pair of eyes. He didn't emit any aura. If someone saw him at night, they would definitely mistake him for a ghost. When his subordinate came to report, Zichen was a bit surprised. However, he immediately smiled. "Greetings, Lord Zichen." This person respectfully bowed to Zichen, only revealing a pair of eyes. When he saw the sphere of light in the hall, he hid his shock very well. Chapter 2256. The black-robed figure came from the mysterious and ancient Heavenly Kill Alliance. Moreover, this person had a special identity. It was the first time in many years that he had entered a force so brazenly. If it had been in the past, he would have been hacked to death and his corpse would have been hung high on the city wall. In recent years, the assassins of the Heavenly Kill Alliance had suddenly changed and began to assassinate foreign races. They had assassinated many Heavenly Realm experts of foreign races, and even heaven-defying experts had been killed. This had caused the world's attitude towards them to change. All the forces had accepted them. Over the years, they had accumulated a lot of popularity. Although everyone still respected them, they were no longer the object of disdain and disgust. When Zichen returned this time, Su Mengyaro had told him about the Heavenly Kill Alliance's behavior over the years. This was also the reason why Zichen was willing to meet him. "I already know about what happened to you guys. You did well," Zichen praised. The highest steward from the Heavenly Kill Alliance bowed and then said in a deep voice, "Thank you for your affirmation, sir. This time, I am." Before the other party could finish, Zichen waved his hand and interrupted him. He said, "I know very well why you are here. Isn't it because of the deal between you and me? Since it's my promise, I will naturally fulfill it. Saint crystals can't help people break through, or rather, it can only help people become false saints. Once you become a false saint, you will never be able to reach the saint realm." The other party raised his head. His eyes were full of doubts. Although the Heavenly Kill Alliance had deep roots in the Tianwu continent and the Zhonwu continent and was known as the most mysterious force, such a force was not worth mentioning in the vast sea of stars. They knew nothing about the secrets of the star path. The laws contained in the saint crystals are very heterogeneous. If you can't comprehend the same laws as your own, you can only stop at the false saint realm in the future. Zichen said, "I have a lot of saint crystals here and some separated law crystal chips. If you want to exchange them, I can give them to you now. If you are not in a hurry, I will hold a meeting here in a few days. That meeting will give people a chance to become saints." Zichen clearly had no intention of deliberately explaining for the other party. The other party clearly knew what to do. After he excused himself from the hall, he stayed in this place for a while. During this time, Zichen inquired about Zhong Haotian's situation, but the other party expressed that he was not sure either. The Netherthorn trial was unusual, and not just any assassin could participate in it. As for him, the alliance leader, he had only passed the first stage before being defeated. It was said that Zhong Haotian had passed the third stage and was still alive. 2 days later, all the patriarchs of those forces had gathered. Unlike the previous meeting, the patriarchs who came this time were all in the heaven realm. Those whom Zichen invited were the top aristocratic families with heaven realm cultivators. Because there weren't many people in this meeting, it was held in a side hall. The area here wasn't small and was enough to accommodate the heaven realm family heads. As Zichen walked into the hall, the discussions in the surroundings came to an abrupt end. Everyone's gazes fell on Chen, their expressions filled with respect and reverence. There were too many legends about Chen to count. As Chen sat down at the head seat, everyone bowed in unison, just like how the ministers of the secular world would bow to the emperor. Everyone, I have gathered everyone here today because I have a few orders. Chen waved his hand, indicating that everyone need not be so courteous. First of all, within 3 months, we need to drive out all the foreign races. Once these words were spoken, it immediately caused an uproar. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Although in the Sky Martial continent, due to the methods of Su Mengyaro and the others, the foreign races had yet to gain any advantage, and had even suffered heavy losses, the foreign races were after all formed from the vast starry sky. There would be an unending stream of reinforcements coming. Under normal circumstances, this battle would continue until the lightning divine hall appeared. As the battle continued, as the older generation figures appeared one after another, the matter of the lightning divine hall was no longer a secret. Practically all the large families knew that the foreign race's ultimate goal in invading this world was not to kill the heaven-defying experts, but because of the lightning divine hall. This battle had already been going on for over a dozen years in the Zhonwu continent. This was a truly chaotic era, and the war had only just begun. However, to drive everyone out within 3 months, was that possible? I will personally arrange this matter. When I need your assistance, I will send someone to inform you. The second thing is to select some powerful Heaven Realm experts and let them enter the Saint Realm first. As expected, the surroundings were once again in an uproar, this time even louder than before. This time, Chen explained in detail the difference between the Heaven Realm and the Saint Realm on the Star Road, as well as what was the true meaning of entering the Saint Realm. Hearing the division of realms, everyone fell into silence. The shock in their hearts was undoubtedly very great. Among them, there were some families that had saints, but their whereabouts were still unknown. There had once been Heaven Realm experts who had entered the Star Road, but it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. From the beginning to the end, it seemed that not a single person had successfully entered the Saint Realm and returned alive from the Star Road. Therefore, they did not understand the Star Road. Just like how Chen had once described Yi Chen, everyone was like a frog at the bottom of a well, naively thinking that the world was only the size of this well, and that this was all they had. In the entire meeting, no one spoke. Only Chen was speaking. He talked about some of his experiences on the Star Road, some of his opportunities on the Star Road, as well as the cruel disputes on the Star Road. Hearing this, the family heads of the various powers all revealed complicated expressions. As for the black-robed man who stayed in the corner and deliberately kept a distance from the others, his eyes became brighter and brighter after hearing what Chen said. It was like a curious frog meeting a bird that came to drink water from the well. The bird told him about another sky, and he was full of yearning for that unknown world, unlike the other frogs who were full of fear of the unfamiliar world. Go, make the arrangements. I only want the strongest. Chen waved his hand. This 4-hour speech was over. He did not care whether these people had digested today's content or not. Everyone left, except for the black-robed man. As the leader of the Heavenly Assassins Alliance and the spokesperson of an ancient and mysterious power, he naturally would not allow a false saint to appear. Since they wanted to enter the Star Road to take a look, they would enter the Star Road with the strongest posture, and let the entire world know of the existence of the Heavenly Assassins Alliance. Sir, please show us the way. He saluted Chen without hesitation. His attitude was very respectful. Only after stepping on the Star Road did he realize the vastness of this world, and how ridiculous the battles in the past were. Now, the leader's vision had been broadened. He finally understood that it was not a big deal to be the king of this world. Only by dominating the entire Star Road could he truly be the king of this world. Therefore, he needed to form an alliance with Chen, or let Chen give him a way out. If you trust me, ask some disciples with potential to come here. After I've sensed their principles, I will refine the sacred crystal for them to help them enter the Saint Realm. However, there is one condition. From now on, you are not allowed to attack the cultivators on this life star, said Chen in a low-pitched voice. Sir, please don't worry about this. After we reached an agreement, Not only the people of the Sky Marshal continent, but also the people of the Zhonwu continent did not attack the natives, the leader of the Heavenly Assassins Alliance said immediately. As for the issue of trust, he did not think much about it. Zichen had the blessing of the entire Life Star. Everything he did was to strengthen the overall strength of the Life Star. Naturally, he could be trusted. Moreover, even if Zichen knew their cultivation method and the rules they had comprehended, so what? Could it be that they could not kill Zichen? The answer was that they could not kill Zichen. This was something that had been proven for thousands of years. It did not matter whether he knew their background or not. 7 days later, our people will come. At that time, we will have to trouble you, sir. Then, the leader respectfully left. Seeing the leader of the Heavenly Assassins Alliance leave, Zichen relaxed a little. This ancient alliance was truly powerful. Perhaps he was not afraid of it, but how many people in the world were like him? It was obviously impossible to subdue this power, but Zichen did not plan to subdue them. It was fine as long as both sides were bound by benefits. From today onwards, the Heavenly Assassins Alliance would not attack the practitioners on the Life Star. This undoubtedly turned an enemy into a true ally. Next, it would be the people of the Star Road who would have a headache. He believed that these assassins would give them a headache for a long time if they were at the same level. Just as the forces of the Sky Marshal continent were carefully selecting Heaven Realm practitioners to enter the Saint Realm, Zichen finally received the Azure Dragon Saint's transmission. Thus, he walked toward the Azure Dragon Palace. This was the Azure Dragon Saint's time castle. This time, he had refined it again. The time acceleration within it was also useful for saints. Zichen, with our current strength, this castle can only accelerate time 100 times for saints. Thus, you have 10,000 years to prepare. I hope you can create more saints for the Life Star, said the Azure Dragon Saint. Thinking about how he would have to spend the next 10,000 years refining saint crystals, Zichen couldn't help shuddering. Fortunately, he still had his doppelganger, but when he thought about how he wouldn't be able to use his strongest doppelganger for the next 10,000 years, he couldn't help feeling sad. However, looking at these exhausted saints, what else could Zichen say? He could only nod and agree. What's with the aura on your body? Suddenly, a voice rang out. What aura? Zichen was startled as he looked at Fairy Ling Shuang. Fairy Ling Shuang's beautiful eyes stared at Zichen's chest. She said, I can sense a mysterious aura on your body. This aura is constantly circulating, absorbing the surrounding energy on its own. Hearing Fairy Ling Shuang's words, the other saints also sensed Zichen's abnormality. In their senses, Zichen was like a whirlpool, absorbing the surrounding energy. Zichen could only admit, it's the rainbow sacred tree, he exclaimed in his heart about the sharp senses of these saints. Then, he saw the eyes of these saints light up. They were like hungry wolves that had seen their prey. Chapter 2257. What did you say? The rainbow holy tree? You actually have the rainbow holy tree. The thunder sacred beast stared at Zichen with a burning gaze, as if he was about to devour Zichen as a delicacy. Seeing the change in expression of these saints, Zichen took a step back and nodded to show that he admitted it. You little brat, why didn't you offer up the rainbow holy tree earlier? Do you know that the rainbow holy tree can speed up our recovery? The thunder sacred beast glared. Zichen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take it out. Such a forceful attitude made Zichen very surprised, but he still consciously took out the rainbow holy tree. Then, the thunder sacred beast took it with a smile and said, You're quite lucky, kid. You can even get a rare treasure like the rainbow holy tree. I didn't hear you mention it before, so it seems that you're on guard against us. Speak, what other good things do you have? While speaking, the thunder sacred beast bluntly merged the rainbow holy tree into his body. Zichen shook his head like a rattledrum and said, No, there's really nothing this time. Looking at Zichen's pitiful appearance, the Azure Dragon Saint said with a smile, Zichen, don't mind it. This thing is indeed very useful to us, and once we recover a little, it can even speed up the flow of time in the time castle. For this world, it's also a good thing. Zichen curled his lips. Even if it wasn't a good thing, they had already taken it away. Could he still get it back? The answer was definitely no. If Zichen dared to ask for it, they would dare to fight Zichen to the death. Since they were going to condense the Saint Crystal, the first batch to benefit were naturally the Heaven Realm experts from the Everlasting Sect. Thus, Zichen let his clone enter the time castle that sped up time by 100 times. In the following time, as long as the Saint Crystal wasn't completely consumed, this clone would continue to condense. The Rainbow Holy Tree could only help one person, so the other saints had other arrangements. During this time, Zichen also explained in detail about the alliance with the Jiatu family. After hearing the other party's request, the Azure Dragon Saint smiled indifferently, saying that this matter would not cause any losses to them. It was true that the Life Star had displayed its intimidating competence, but it also had a big loss. Of course, the outsiders didn't know about this. If the other side agreed to trade, they would give them the quota when the time came. Then, Zichen mentioned his idea of clearing out all the foreign races within 3 months, which was also approved by the saints. Seeing as they were certain that no foreign saints would be able to enter within the next 100 years, there was no need to deliberately guard against them, so it was indeed time to chase these foreign cultivators out. At the very least, it would allow this world to have 100 years of peace. It was not a difficult thing for a saint to drive away these foreign races. As long as a saint appeared and threatened them, it would be enough. Faced with the threat of a saint, under the situation where their own saint would not appear, these heavenly realms could only retreat. Zichen had said that it would take 3 months, but in truth, it only took 2 months for all the foreign races to retreat. After chasing away these foreign races, the saints did not remain idle. They began to think of a way to go to the other planets that belonged to this Life Star, trying to open up the channels that had once collapsed. Then they would be able to reconnect the entire Life Star. Just as the foreign races were retreating, a Heaven Realm expert came to the Everlasting Sect, saying that he wanted to see Zichen. Zichen had already become a saint and was a true major figure on the Martial Heaven continent. How could he be so casually seen? Just as the disciples guarding the gate were about to refuse, a voice rang out. "Let him in." Hearing this dignified voice, the disciples first bowed to the person behind them and then courteously led this foreign Heaven Realm expert into the Everlasting Sect. Under the guidance of layers upon layers of cultivators, this foreign Heaven Realm expert finally arrived at Zichen's residence. "Greetings, Lord Zichen." This foreign Heaven Realm expert respectfully bowed when he saw Zichen. Zichen nodded, looking at this foreign Heaven Realm expert without saying anything. A bright jade pendant appeared in the hand of this foreign race being. He held the jade pendant with both hands as he walked in front of Zichen and said respectfully, "This is what Miss Yichen asked me to give to you." Zichen received the jade pendant and carefully examined it. This was a jade pendant with coordinates. It could lead Zichen to a specific place. Now that the foreign races had all retreated, Zichen did not have the exact coordinates to go to Yichen's world. This jade pendant had come at the right time. This foreign Heaven Realm expert did not stay for long. After leaving behind the jade pendant, he bid farewell and left the Everlasting Sect. LV Peng and the rest were still in seclusion, and Zichen had nothing to do for the time being. Thinking that it wasn't easy for him to come back, Zichen brought Lin Shui, Shangguan Yue, and Wang Xiana out to travel. The direction of this trip was some minor worlds that they had never entered before. Some of them had restrictions on their strength, so the 4 of them suppressed their cultivation bases. During this trip, they saw some strange plants. Zichen would carefully collect them. Seeing this, the 3 girls felt strange. They had never discovered Zichen's hobby in this area. Zichen did not hide this and said that he had brought it to a distant friend. The 4 of them traveled in some minor worlds. Almost every 1 or 2 days, they could sense a rule with the aura of a saint appearing in the sky above the Everlasting Sect. This was a sign that a saint crystal was forming. It meant that a Heaven Realm expert was about to enter the saint realm. 2 months later, in the Everlasting Palace, rays of light appeared on the planet. These rays of light turned into human figures and landed in the palace. Powerful saint aura surged around them. They were the monk and the others who had entered earlier. However, LV Peng had not appeared yet. Arriving at the palace and looking at the planet, the monk's face was still filled with shock. LV Peng's comprehension was not very high. This time, he did not break through at the moment of the heavenly Tao's advancement. However, after coming to this planet, his comprehension had improved by leaps and bounds. Although he had not entered the Saint Realm yet, it was only a matter of time. Creating a Saint Realm expert out of thin air was simply a miracle. "Where's Zi Chen?" Seeing that it was Chen Feng and not Zi Chen, the good and evil monk asked. "Master and the 3 mastresses have gone out," said Chen Feng. Although Zi Chen and the 4 girls did not hold a grand wedding, in the hearts of all the disciples of the everlasting sect, they were already Zi Chen's women. "LV Peng is still inside. Continue to guard him," said the monk. Tyrant instructed. Then, these people left the Wuji Palace and headed to the outside world. Zi Chen had said that after becoming a Saint Realm expert, he would have other things to tell them. The monk who had walked out of the palace said, "I'll go take a look at the Buddhist sect first." The fortune teller, who had become familiar with everyone, also left the everlasting sect. He wanted to return to Hupping City and see if the outsiders had left. In just 2 months, he had become a Saint Realm expert. Apart from feeling excited, he also wanted to share his joy with his companions. Su Mengyaro also left. Without the outsiders invading, there was no need for her to stay here. She went to find Zi Chen. The demon ape and the others had nowhere to go. They could only continue to stay in the everlasting sect in a daze and protect LV Peng on the planet for Chen Feng. Sometimes, the thunder spirit would deliberately anger Chen Feng for fun. It was worth mentioning that this time, when using saint crystals to become a Saint Realm expert, those with great potential had to rely on their own power to break through. This was something Zi Chen had clearly stated. For example, Zi Chen's eldest disciple had an extreme yin body. Although her comprehension was not very high, Zi Chen forbade her from using saint crystals to break through. After all, saint crystals were not obtained through one's own comprehension. It would affect her becoming a saint king in the future. Another example was the 3rd disciple, Chen Feng. His aptitude was not very good, and his potential was not very high. However, he had a strong physical body. Back then, he had cultivated the perfect body. Zi Chen did not arrange for him to use saint crystals to become a Saint Realm expert. Instead, he assigned him the Rainbow Holy Tree. When these saints recovered from their injuries under the time acceleration, Chen Feng would be the first to use the Rainbow Holy Tree to become a Saint Realm expert. Therefore, Chen Feng did not care about his second senior brother's amusement. Now that he had reached the Heaven Realm, he knew very well what kind of talent he had back then. To be able to be accepted by Zi Chen as his disciple was truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Su Mengyaro found Zi Chen, and the traveling group grew by 1 more person. Perhaps this would be the only time they would be traveling in the coming years. Therefore, everyone treasured it very much. All the unhappy things were cast aside. They did not care about the future development of the Life Star. They did not think about the invasion of the saints in 100 years, nor did they think about when the Thunder God Temple would appear. They were simply having fun, looking at the mountains, the water, and the scenery. "Zi Chen, look, it's the fallen butterfly." Lin Shui pointed at a large field of beautiful spirit flowers in front of them and called out happily. Then, she walked with light steps towards the field of spirit flowers. Wherever she passed, a light wind blew. The field of spirit flowers began to sway. From the stamens of the flowers, colorful butterflies flew up and danced in the sky. It was like a sea of butterflies. The 3 women followed closely behind, dancing in the sea of butterflies. Moving sounds of laughter could be heard continuously. Looking at this picturesque scene, Zi Chen could not help but be mesmerized. This is the fallen butterfly. Every plant will nurture a spirit butterfly. The spirit butterfly is one with the plant, sharing life. It can be used to refine spirit medicines, and can also be used for viewing. Su Mengyao's voice sounded in Zi Chen's mind. Zi Chen really did not want to destroy this beautiful scene, so he took the Butterfly King with him. Without the Butterfly King, the spirit flowers here seemed to have withered and lost their luster. However, A new butterfly king would soon appear and reappear in this sea of butterflies. While traveling, time always passed too quickly. A year later, Zichen received news that Lu Peng had become a saint. Looking at the everlasting sect, where a new saint crystal had formed, Zichen muttered, "Looks like we have to go." Chapter 2258. A year in the outside world was equivalent to 100 years in the time castle. In the past 100 years, the clone had refined a lot of saint crystals. The consumption of the saint power crystal was also great, and Zichen needed to replenish his saint power crystal. Thus, the 5 of them ended their trip and returned to the Wuji sect. The monk and the fortune teller had already heard the news and returned to the Wuji sect first. The devil ape, thunder spirit, and Torvosaurus were already waiting here. LV Peng was still sensing his realm. Try to comprehend it as soon as possible. Zichen gave the part about the formation he had obtained from the Jiatu family to LV Peng. After LV Peng received it, he merged his soul into it. Then, his body swayed as if he was drunk, swaying left and right. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise, secretly guessing what Zichen had given LV Peng. After about 5 breaths, LV Peng stabilized his body and opened his eyes. There was still a hint of fear in his eyes. What a complicated formation. Can you comprehend it? Zichen asked. If I was in the heaven realm, I definitely wouldn't be able to. But now, it's really a piece of cake. There is no formation in the world that I, LV Peng, can't comprehend. LV Peng smiled proudly. Try to comprehend it as soon as possible. Next, we will open a teleportation formation between star fields on our own. LV Peng nodded, indicating that he understood. This time, Zichen would lead the 7 people who had entered the saint realm on the star path. Lin Shui and the others came to send them off. They hadn't entered the saint realm yet, so Zichen didn't plan to take them on an adventure on the star path. Everyone, take care. Zichen looked at everyone and said in a deep voice. Hey, everyone, this Zung is going to the star path to fight a special battle. One day, you will all be able to hear about this Zung's brave deeds here. The monk laughed very proudly, dispelling a lot of the sorrow of parting. Zichen crushed the jade pendant. A light flashed, and everyone's figures disappeared. The jade pendant recorded a coordinate. It was the coordinate of the world where Yi Qian was, and also the coordinate of everyone's return. Light flashed, and Zichen and the others appeared in this world. This was a teleportation platform, and there were outsiders guarding it. When they saw Zichen's group appear, they didn't panic. One of them bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Lord Zichen." The other foreign beings all bowed respectfully as well. This person was the Heaven Realm expert who had given Zichen the jade pendant. It was clear that he had been here ever since he returned. The surrounding people were all arranged by Yi Qian to avoid unnecessary trouble. Seeing Yi Qian's intentions, Zichen nodded at her and used his saint energy to conceal himself. He then flew towards Yi Qian's direction. Normal Heaven Realm experts would not be able to detect such a concealment method, just like how Gang Lan had concealed herself in front of Zichen and Luo Fei. When he arrived at the Yellow Desert again, it was still a desolate place. There was only some vegetation beside Qian Mu's residence. This place is filled with resentment. Did your friend offend someone? Living here for a long time will have a great impact on the soul. In the end, it might completely corrode the soul, Tyrant said with a frown as he looked at the Yellow Desert. Can it be dissolved? Zichen asked. Yes, but it's very time-consuming. From afar, Zichen saw Yi Qian trimming the vegetation with Qian Mu's help. After sensing the group's aura, Yi Qian turned around and saw Zichen and the others. A smile appeared on her face. On the other hand, Mother Qian only noticed them when they were close to her. Zichen greets Auntie. Zichen bowed respectfully to Qian Mu's mother. Child, you are still so polite. Qian Mu looked at Zichen and smiled kindly. Then, she looked at Tyrant and the others. Finally, her eyes stopped on Su Mengyaro and said, Are these your friends? Yes, we are preparing to go to the star path this time, Zichen said truthfully. While they were talking, Zichen took out the special plants he had collected over the past year and said, Auntie, these are the plants I found over the past year. They can grow in any environment. Especially the fallen butterfly king. It can produce a large number of fallen butterfly flowers. I hope Auntie will like it. I like it, of course I like it. Chen Mu was very happy to receive Zi Chen's gift. She wanted to invite Zi Chen and the others to stay for a few days. Zi Chen refused with a smile on his face. Before coming, Zi Chen also learned some planting techniques. In particular, there were some special plants that needed to be planted with special methods. The group waited outside. Zi Chen, Su Mengyaro, Yi Chen, and Chen Mu entered the room. After explaining some special places, Zi Chen said tentatively, "Auntie, my monk friend found something strange here. He said he wants to take a closer look. I live here alone. There is nothing to see. You are shouldering a mission." "Auntie can't waste your time," Chen Mu said. She obviously refused. Zi Chen understood the other party's intentions and did not say anything else. "Mother, I'm leaving." After a long time, Yi Chen reluctantly said, "Go. Business is more important. Mother is very busy here." You see, Zi Chen brought so many plants for Mother. Some of them need to be carefully planted. "I don't have time to accompany you," Chen Mu said with a smile. Yi Chen's eyes turned red, and she threw herself into her mother's arms. Zi Chen and Su Mengyaro tactfully walked out of the room. Su Mengyaro quietly transmitted her voice. "At first, they all guessed that you would look for plants for a beautiful woman. They guessed many possibilities, but they didn't guess that it was for a beautiful woman's mother." Su Mengyaro deliberately made fun of him. Zi Chen pretended not to hear and walked forward. After a while, Yi Chen and Chen Mu came out and said goodbye. Chen Mu stood outside the room and waved at everyone until they completely disappeared from the transmission array. In the Jiatu clan, on the teleportation platform guarded by saints, the teleportation array lit up with rays of light, and Zi Chen and the others appeared from within. Jiatu Huang, who received the news, was already waiting under the transmission array. Seeing so many people appear this time, a look of astonishment flashed across his face. Then, he didn't forget to salute Yi Chen. Hearing the title of goddess, everyone except LV Peng was taken aback. As for LV Peng, he didn't have any expression. That was because all his attention was on the array under his feet. He originally thought that everything Zi Chen gave him about the array was obtained from some ruins. He didn't expect that someone could really build such a transmission array. Brother Zi Chen really has good luck with women. After saluting, Jiatu Huang looked at Zi Chen and said with a smile. He was naturally referring to Su Mengyaro. She was an existence not inferior to brilliant light and bright moon in terms of appearance and temperament. Zi Chen smiled, walked down the transmission array, and introduced them to Jiatu Huang one by one. Originally, because he had become a saint, the monk was slightly arrogant. After walking out of the room and seeing so many saints along the way, the arrogance in his heart disappeared bit by bit. Because every single person in his line of sight was a saint. In the Tianwu continent, saints were still a rare term. The monk was one of the few who had become a saint and was very proud. But in this place, saints were really everywhere. What was there to be proud of? The only thing the monk could feel proud of was that he was stronger than most of the saints here. Has the transmission array been built? Zi Chen, who was walking side by side with Jiatu Huang, asked. How can it be so fast? It'll take a long time. Jiatu Huang smiled bitterly. Oh, then Zi Chen has a presumptuous request. I'll have to trouble Brother Huang to discuss it with the patriarch. If you have anything to say, just say it. Zi Chen looked at LV Peng and said, I want LV Peng to be my assistant. Recalling Zi Chen's request for the array diagram, Jiatu Huang looked at LV Peng. Obviously, the other party was the array master who carried Zi Chen's hopes. Although his realm was enough, he didn't know how much his understanding of array formations was. This matter could be considered a big deal because it involved the core of the Jiatu family's array master. It could be considered a real technical job. Jiatu Huang didn't have the authority to agree, so he could only ask the patriarch. Zi Chen apologized again. In fact, he knew very well that as long as Yi Chen said something, this wouldn't be a problem at all. However, Yi Qian obviously didn't want to have too much to do with the god race, so Zichen couldn't abuse Yi Qian's identity. On the same day, Jiatu Huang sent a message to Zichen, saying that the patriarch had agreed and could observe. After Zichen thanked him again, he asked LV Peng to stay. After that, he and the others left through the passage. When they sat in the aircraft and left, everyone also saw the vortexes in the void space one after another. Things like saint crystals kept appearing from the vortexes, leaving Tyrant and the others dumbfounded and shocked. Fortunately, this time, they didn't see the birth of a planet. Otherwise, with Tyrant's greedy personality, he would probably not be able to control himself and directly go forward to snatch it. After sending Zichen and the others out of the starfield, Jiatu Huang cupped his fists at Zichen and said, "Brother Zichen, take care." Zichen and the others cupped their fists in return, then left the starfield. Under normal circumstances, Jiatu Huang would follow Yi Qian. It was said that he was there to protect Yi Qian's safety, but this time, he didn't follow, which made Zichen a little puzzled. However, he didn't care too much. In the starfield where Saint Kings didn't appear, it seemed that no one could threaten Yi Qian. After walking out of the starfield and looking back again, everyone couldn't see those people just now, nor the Jiatu starfield. It was as if there was a mysterious energy completely enveloping the entire starfield. Next, if he wanted to enter the Jiatu starfield, there was no other way except for an invitation from the Jiatu family. Unless, he could find the coordinates of the Jiatu starfield. Standing in the void, the fortune teller suddenly closed his eyes, and the unique energy that belonged to him surged around his body. After about 9 breaths, he opened his eyes and looked at a certain place, saying, "There seems to be something there." Chapter 2259. Destiny Teller pointed somewhere in front of them. The others turned their heads, but they couldn't see anything. It was an empty space, and they couldn't see anything. Just as everyone looked at Destiny Teller in confusion, waiting for him to explain, Su Mengyao's voice suddenly sounded, "There seems to be a space passage." Everyone looked at each other in dismay. "Is there?" Zichen was puzzled. Everyone had their own specialties, and he obviously didn't know everything. Although his perception was very sharp, his comprehension of space was really not considered profound. "I can't see it, but I can deduce it. There must be a passage here." Destiny Teller walked toward the place he just pointed at. His tone was very sure. The Book of Destiny appeared out of thin air, and as the pages opened, a ray of light fell from it. This ray of light fell in front of Destiny Teller, and the space there began to twist and distort. Then, a space passage appeared. When they saw the passage appear, everyone's faces were filled with doubt. Destiny Teller turned back and looked at Zichen, asking if he wanted to go in and investigate. It should be a secret force in this starfield. Yi Qian looked at the passage and said, "Jiatu Huangtu once said that the outer forces, although attached to the Jiatu family, have their own secrets. Those are the secrets of the aristocratic families of inheritance, and even the Jiatu family doesn't know. I'll go take a look first." Zichen came to the front of the passage and walked in first, while the others stayed outside and waited quietly. But after waiting for 10 breaths, Zichen still didn't come out, so Monk walked in. After entering the passage, Monk saw Zichen at the other end. At this moment, Zichen was looking up at the sky with a shocked expression. Following Zichen's line of sight, Monk saw a huge vortex, and in that vortex, there were constantly things like holy crystals flying out. These holy crystals flew out and rotated in the void. There were so many of them that it was enough to make them envious. In addition to this huge whirlpool, there are also 2 very large planets outside the whirlpool's range. Those planets were much bigger than the one Zichen brought back, and they exuded an ancient aura. Other than that, they didn't see anyone else. Demon Ape and the others walked in and looked at the scene in front of them in shock. "Go." Taking a deep breath, Zichen snapped out of his daze and walked toward the tunnel. "You don't want so many good things?" Tyrant asked in confusion. However, when he saw that Zichen had no intention of stopping, he unwillingly struck out with his palm. A palm print appeared in the sky and grabbed a large number of saint crystals before returning to the monk's side. This was a greedy monk. Since he was already here, he couldn't possibly return empty-handed. Devil Ape and the rest retreated. Just as Tyrant was about to leave, a furious roar came from the 2 planets in the distance. What's going on? The fortune teller, who had been maintaining the passage to the outside world, asked after hearing the angry roar. Let's leave this place first, Zichen said in a deep voice. He then took out the aircraft given to him by Jiatu and Huangtu. The group entered the aircraft and flew toward the void in the distance. What are you afraid of? We have so many people. Sitting in the aircraft, Tyrant looked at the Saint crystals in his hand and recalled how he had lost so many Saint crystals. This place is under the jurisdiction of the Jiatu family. It's not kind to attack the people of our allies. Besides, they are all neutral parties. They won't be a threat to us. Zichen looked back at Tyrant and said, you should change your greedy ways. You can't just rob everything you see. Devil Ape and the others grinned. The people in the passage didn't chase after them. They seemed to recognize the unique symbol on the aircraft as it came from the Jiatu family. On the way, Yi Qian asked curiously, it is said that the hiding places of those forces are very secretive. Even those big families can't sense them. How did you sense them? Zichen was also curious about this question. He thought that his perfect spiritual sense was stronger than everyone present, but he couldn't sense anything just now. It's not sensed, it's deduced. Through the deduction of the heavenly Tao, we can deduce some abnormal situations in the surroundings, Su Mengyaro said. Speaking of the heavenly Tao, it was obviously too profound. Almost everyone present didn't understand it. Zichen frowned slightly and said, doesn't that mean that through the heavenly Tao, we can sense all the abnormalities in the void? You can even deduce the location of those hidden passageways? Su Mengyaro nodded and said, in theory, yes, but the premise is that it's not far from there. Once it's too far away, it can't be deduced. This void was too big. No one knew which direction there was a special passage. Zichen, who had some other thoughts in his mind, had to dispel this idea of relying on luck. They moved forward from the void and then left the starfields controlled by the Jiatu family according to the guidance of the star chart. After all, the 2 sides were allies. It was always bad to attack the people of their allies. When they came to the starfields controlled by the other 2 forces, they didn't have so many considerations and acted much more relaxed. If a war broke out and the forces of the star passages were needed to participate, the cultivators in the starfields controlled by the 2 families would become enemies in an instant. Therefore, in this situation where they knew that they were enemies, it was also possible to get rid of some potential enemies in advance. The Jiatu family's aircraft was too eye-catching. Zichen put it away and took out the sacred level aircraft he obtained in the Nephas starfield. The group abandoned the planetary teleportation and deliberately moved forward in the void. Their purpose was to have some gains before returning. Zichen had been to these places before, so he was familiar with them. During this period, Su Mengyaro and Fortune Teller left the aircraft several times to deduce in the void to see if they could find a mysterious passage similar to the last time. If they found it this time, then they wouldn't hesitate to plunder it. Unfortunately, this kind of thing that required too much luck didn't happen again. Seeing that they were only a few starfields away from the Nephas starfield and still didn't find anything, Zichen was a little disappointed. That direction. 2 days later, Su Mengyaro and Fortune Teller sensed an abnormality at the same time. Where? The monk immediately became spirited and quickly came forward. Fortune Teller pointed to the depths of the void and said, it's still very far away. It's not a passage. It should be something similar to the descent of something. It's a planet. There's a planet descending in that direction. Su Mengyaro added. A planet? Zichen was startled at first, but then he came to a realization. Wasn't a planet that could descend the resource they needed to break through to the sacred level? He didn't expect that Su Mengyaro could even sense the birth of such a planet. A smile appeared on his face and he said, let's go quickly. That's an opportunity. The group no longer hesitated and directly moved forward. Hundreds of thousands of miles away in the void, there was a huge vortex. In the middle of the vortex, an ancient planet was slowly falling. The descent of the planet caused a great commotion, which naturally attracted many cultivators in this starfield. According to common sense, when these cultivators saw a planet descending, their expressions should be very expectant and nervous. However, not only did they not have any feelings of expectation, but they were also full of frustration and disappointment. It was as if they had suffered some kind of anger and didn't dare to speak out. Their eyes occasionally looked in a certain direction, revealing an extremely complicated expression. In that direction, there was a very empty area, and a young man stood there. Beside him, there were 4 beautiful heavenly realm women. They leaned on the young man like water snakes, their charming eyes like silk, and said some flattering words, which made the young man laugh. Around them, there were 5 saints standing there, acting as guards. Beauties, don't worry. Follow me, Huotei, and I promise to make you a saint. But the premise is that you have to listen to me obediently. The young man named Huotuelin stroked a girl's tender face and smiled. If you serve the young master well, he'll help you even if you're a saint king, not to mention a saint realm expert. Hee, I'm only a saint now, but that's because I don't want to return to the family. Once I return to the Huotei family, I'll become a sacred king in no time. When the 4 women heard this, they giggled. One of them hugged Huotei's neck and wanted to stick her whole body to Huotei's body. She said in a soft voice, "When we come out from this planet, we'll play as you like." The other 3 women also stepped forward, not to be outdone. They used various postures to tease the young master who claimed to be from the Huotei family, ignoring the disgusted and angry gazes around them. It was originally their opportunity, but these people came and wanted to take it away. However, everyone showed no disrespect to the token that could be thrown to their faces at any time. Seeing that the planet was about to completely descend, they didn't dare to take half a step forward. Huotei glanced at the planet, raised the token in his hand high, and said, "Before I come out, no one can enter. Otherwise, I'll destroy your family. The security of this place will be maintained by your families. When the time comes, if someone comes, I'll..." Before the young master finished speaking, there were exclamations in the distance. It was several figures, like flowing light, heading straight for the planet. No one was kind enough to stop these people from going on a rampage. "How dare you!" Huotei shouted angrily. The token in his hand, which he had thrown out many times and was respectfully returned every time, appeared again. Then, he held the token and threw it in that direction. His face was full of pride, because in a few breaths, that person would come to him with the token, kneel in front of him, and admit his mistake. However, the smug look on his face soon froze. The leader of the group caught the token, and then, there was no more then. He took the token and entered the planet under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Chapter 2260. The smug look on Huotei's face froze. The others around him were also stunned. They all turned their heads to look at Huotei. He seemed to be the first person who dared to look down on the supervisor order. Huotei's face became ugly, especially when he was stared at by so many people. He felt like he was losing face. However, he still held his head high and said indifferently, "It won't be long before they have to kneel in front of me and admit their mistake." The others didn't refute this point. Perhaps those people didn't notice what was in their hands, but when they saw it clearly, they would definitely break out in a cold sweat. The others didn't dare to go in and could only wait outside. Time passed little by little. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 5 breaths. Soon, 10 breaths had passed. The people who went in before still didn't come out. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. In this world, was there really a force that didn't put the Huotei in their eyes? Could it be that those people were from the Doff family? Before entering the planet, Zichen received something. It seemed to be a token, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He had seen the fierce battle on the planet with his own eyes. In a few breaths of time, this place would be full of filth, so the faster the better. He didn't have time to think about the meaning of this token. After putting it away, he entered the planet. Suddenly, a very pure aura hit him in the face, making Zichen feel that his soul was penetrated. Because he was the first to come in, this feeling was even stronger. It was as if he had seen the essence of this planet in an instant. The energy in his body trembled, and his soul, body, and energy were growing stronger with each breath. This feeling was very magical, and Zichen couldn't help but immerse himself in it. However, his soul still remained clear. He knew that now wasn't the time to carefully perceive it. Too many people could come in at any time, so he should quickly collect the planet's origin liquid. Leaving some of his soul to perceive the mystery of this aura, Zichen released his perfect spiritual sense and began to investigate the situation of this planet. The speed at which his spiritual senses extended was very tyrannical. Wherever it passed, it left traces on the pure planet. These traces caused the planet to become impure. However, in the end, it was not something that belonged to him, so Zichen did not care about that. He started to collect the origin liquid that he saw. As he continued to collect, he found that no one had entered. This made Zichen feel a bit strange, and he wondered if it was because of that command medallion. Regardless of whether this was the reason or not, Zichen would not look at the token. Young master. In the outside world, the four women were obviously getting impatient. One of them called out flirtatiously, "Mph, reckless fool. The few of you, follow me in." Huoteiwei snorted coldly. His expression turned gloomy as he signaled for the 5 saints to follow him. The group of 10 people entered the planet and saw flashing lights. They were moving from one side of the planet's origin liquid to the other. "Who let you in?" Huoteiwei said with a cold face. His words were cold and his voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. However, everyone present knew that these were real treasures. They also knew that these things would turn from treasures to scraps after a long time, so they could not be bothered with Huoteiwei. Even the monk, who had never been at a disadvantage, acted as if he had not heard this provocative remark. Huoteiwei was furious that he had been ignored by these people. However, the 4 beautiful women beside him were anxious. These resources were decreasing bit by bit. However, the 4 of them did not dare snatch them, as the people who had ignored Huoteiwei were all saints. "Damned things, did you hear what I said? Believe it or not, with just a word from this young master, I can annihilate your family in an instant." Huoteiwei raised his voice again, and his voice was loud enough to make everyone's ears buzz. The 5 saints who had followed him stood in a straight line and looked ahead cautiously. In their perception, these saints who disregarded Huoteiwei all gave off a dangerous feeling. "Destroy your family." A light voice was heard. Yi Qian suddenly appeared in the air and stared at Huoteiwei. Huoteiwei also saw Yi Qian. She was wearing a red dress. She stood in the air. She was tall and slender with long legs. Her red dress fluttered in the air. Her beautiful face gave people a breathtaking feeling. Huoteiwei was stunned when he saw Yi Qian. Compared to her, the 4 women beside him were undoubtedly inferior. In addition to the difference in appearance, the difference in temperament between the 2 sides was even more obvious. Huoteiwei's anger dissipated completely in an instant. He looked at Yi Qian and said with a smile, "Are these people your friends?" Yi Qian nodded and remained silent. The smile on Huoteiwei's face grew even brighter. He was thinking about how to get this beauty and ravage her. He was not good at judging men, but he was very accurate when it came to women. He could tell at a glance that she was a top-grade beauty. He would definitely enjoy her. He wanted to blurt out, "What's the harm in giving this planet to you if you follow me?" However, he felt that it was inappropriate, so he smiled and said, "What's the point of fighting for these resources? Follow me back to the Huoti family. I will help you become a holy king. Although this planet is good, it can't help you become a holy king." As he spoke, his eyes wandered over Yi Qian's body. In his opinion, the Huoti family was enough to intimidate her. No matter how bad it was, it could scare the others. However, his words did not scare anyone. Zichen and the others were still doing what they were supposed to do. Yi Qian was still silent, as if she was thinking. "Young master." Seeing that the resources here were getting less and less, one of the women beside him was anxious. She called out softly again. She was so seductive that she could not wait to get close to him. Get lost for this young master." Huotuelin slapped the other party and sent him flying. He seemed very impatient. Compared to the person in front of him, these 4 people who took the initiative to send themselves to him were too vulgar. The 4 women were frightened. They retreated a distance, their bodies trembling. However, when their eyes fell on Yi Qian, a trace of hatred flashed in their eyes. It was obvious that this guy who only had beauty in his mind had taken a liking to her and wanted to kick the four of them away. Have you thought it through? Huotei smiled and said, what's the point of being with them? You're so anxious for these resources. Follow me back to the Huoti family. I can give you a complete planet and help you become a holy king. At this moment, Su Mengyao's figure flashed and came to Yi Qian's side. Then, she pulled Yi Qian back. When he saw the woman in white fluttering clothes and looked at her beautiful face, Huotei's eyes widened. He secretly exclaimed that he had hit the jackpot. He actually met two top-grade beauties. If he could get both of them at the same time, he would really die under the peonies. He would be a romantic ghost. Since you're together, I'll give you 2 planets. Don't worry, I, Huotei, am a man of my word. As long as you follow me, I guarantee that you will become holy kings. If you can satisfy me, it won't be difficult for you to become great holy kings, Huotei said anxiously as he looked at the two who were retreating further and further. Can you really return to the Huoti family? A voice sounded. A black-robed figure walked over from afar. He was playing with a token in his hand. It was the token that Huotei had thrown out earlier. Looking at the two beauties and seeing this man, Huotei felt irritated for no reason. He said coldly, Scram, what right do you have to talk to this young master? Do you believe that this young master can exterminate your family with a single word? Playing with the token in his hand, Zichen chuckled and said, It seems that there are spoiled brats everywhere. However, a spoiled brat like you who wants to exterminate a family is definitely not a core disciple of an aristocratic family. That's because they mostly rely on themselves and not on forces. What do you mean? Can't you see the token in your hand? That's a supervisory token. Looking at the other party's calm eyes, Huotei didn't know why, but he suddenly lost confidence. I know that this is a supervisory token, and I know that you're from the Huoti family. However, I'm not sure if what you just said is true. Can you really return to the Huoti family? Zichen narrowed his eyes and looked at the other party. The 5 saints stepped forward. They sensed a dangerous aura from Zichen. Nonsense, that's my home. How can I not go back? If you know what's good for you, quickly leave and leave the two beauties to me. Then, I'll forget about today's matter. Otherwise, Huotei threatened again, but this time, his words were less confident than before. Zichen shook his head and said, Forget it. Whether what you said is true or not, since we've met, it's fate. We should at least take a look. Huotei didn't understand the other party's words, but in the next moment, he saw the other party move. That speed was definitely something he had never seen before. Like a ray of light, he instantly broke through the defense of the 5 saints and arrived beside Huotei. He grabbed the other party's neck and brought him away. Damn it, put him down. The other party's speed shocked the 5 saints, but they couldn't let anything happen to this domineering young master, so they all chased after him. Bang! A loud shout came from the sky, and a long black staff appeared out of thin air. It descended from the sky with a powerful aura and went straight for one of the saints. Amitabha. At the same time, a Buddhist chant resounded through the heavens and earth. A monk with golden light around him sat cross-legged in the air. He looked solemn and dignified as he blocked the second saint. A bolt of lightning flashed and turned into a human figure, blocking the third saint. A dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. A green dragon appeared out of thin air and blocked the 4th saint. As for the 5th saint, he was blocked by a young man with a thick book floating above his head. Chapter 2261. Huoti Wei Lin was taken away in an instant, and the 5 saints were stopped by the monks' group. Looking at the flashing figures in the sky, the 4 women's faces were completely pale. It was obvious that after a long period of arrogance, they finally met someone who wasn't afraid of the Huoti clan. Furthermore, the appearances of these people were simply too strange. Of course, what shocked them even more was that they saw a true dragon. Although they were already in the heaven realm, it was rare to see such a powerful creature. Moreover, this wasn't an ordinary true dragon, but a saint dragon. Boom! The demonic ape smashed down with the black rod in its hand. The aura it carried was so terrifying that the saints couldn't move. The powerful force tore through the space and went straight for the saints. With a loud bang, the saints who were defending with all their might had their defenses shattered. With a grunt, they were sent flying. Amitabha. The monk chanted the name of Buddha. His body flashed with Buddhist light, and he looked solemn. A swastika appeared, emitting a dazzling golden light. It landed on the saint in front of him and imprinted on his chest. Boom! The swastika exploded, and the saint was sent flying while coughing up blood. A dragon's roar resounded through the sky as a saint dragon's tail swept over. It was so fast that the saint didn't have time to dodge and was sent flying. The lightning spirit carried the will of lightning, and its attack was very violent. It was like a rolling thunder, exploding on the saint's chest. As soon as they clashed, 4 of the 5 saints were sent flying. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and the 4 women were terrified. Today's divination, injured. The fortune-teller's voice rang out as he pointed at the saint in front of him. The book of destiny above his head opened, and a ray of light landed on the saint. The saint's defense was completely ineffective. After being hit by the energy, he coughed up blood, and his expression was full of shock. Today's divination, heavily injured. The fortune-teller pointed again, and the book of destiny flipped to another page, and another ray of light fell. The saint coughed up blood again, and this time, the blood was accompanied by fragments of his organs. His body was almost torn apart from the inside. He had never seen such an attack that could ignore all defenses. While he was frightened, he also wanted to turn around and run. Today's 3 divinations, fall. The fortune-teller's 3rd finger descended. His face was somewhat pale, and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. In the sky, the book of destiny flipped open 2 pages and another ray of light chased after the saint. Buzz! The light fell on the escaping saint, and the latter's body suddenly burst out with a strong light. Then, the light dissipated in an instant. The saint's soul disappeared, and his corpse fell from the sky. Just as the 3 fingers of destiny ended the saint's life, the battles in other places also came to an end. The demonic ape swung its staff again and again until it completely destroyed the saints. Monks were also awe-inspiring, forcefully annihilating their enemies. Naturally, there was no need to say much about Torvosaurus and Lightning Spirit. The 2 of them were not benevolent people. Using the life stars with the highest potentials to fight against the saints of the star passages was like bullying the weak. The 4 Heaven Realm women had curled up together, leaning on each other like a meatball. In the blink of an eye, 5 saints had died. This was far beyond the range they could accept. It was already a great thing that they didn't faint on the spot. As for Hua Teiwei's situation, they really didn't have the mood to care about it. At this moment, so what if he had become a saint? Wasn't he killed in an instant? They just wanted to live. There are still some opportunities here. Try to comprehend them and see if you can break through. Just as the 4 of them were frightened, a light voice came. It was Yi Qian, who had a grudge against them because they were fighting for favor. Now, she had given them a clear path. Looking at the 4 frightened women, Yi Qian said faintly, "You don't have much time." The 4 women nodded. After expressing their gratitude to Yi Qian, they released their spiritual senses and flew toward the origin liquid of the nearby planet. At this moment, Zi Chen was searching their souls. The perfect spiritual senses might have a weak understanding of the Great Path, but it was still very useful for searching souls. At the same level, the perfect spiritual senses could search souls very fast. Moreover, under the suppression of this kind of spiritual senses, it was almost impossible for Hua Teiwei to resist. The perfect spiritual senses could search souls very fast. After Zi Chen got everything he wanted to know, he was ready to leave. On the other side, the battle had ended. Let's wait for a while. As soon as Zi Chen turned around, Yi Qian said. Next to her, Su Mengyaro was also looking at Zi Chen. The battle was over, and they had gained a lot. It seemed that it was time to leave. However, Zi Chen's spiritual senses spread out. After sensing the 4 women's situation, he guessed their intentions and kept silent. In this star passage, it's not easy for them to live. Their situation isn't good, Yi Qian said. As Heaven Realm cultivators, women might have some advantages, but they had to pay a big price for it. If they didn't meet, it would be fine. But since they met, they would help if they could. However, Yi Qian's help was limited. The 4 women were very tactful. After collecting some resources, they came to the front of the group. Zi Chen didn't have a good impression of this kind of women, but he didn't sympathize with them. If the 2 women hadn't insisted, he would have left immediately. Instead of sympathizing with them, it was better to sympathize with the people outside. The group turned and left. During this time, the monk, the demon ape, and the others were whispering, looking very excited. The star passage was indeed full of opportunities. It hadn't been long since they came here, but they could encounter such an opportunity. Zi Chen and the others rushed out, causing a series of exclamations. They didn't stop and flew straight into the distance. As for the 4 women, they also followed closely. After following them for a while, they tactfully left. The resources they received were obviously not enough for all 4 of them to break through. Whether or not the 4 of them would kill each other to compete for resources was not a problem for everyone to consider. Outside the planet, exclamations sounded one after another. Everyone stared blankly at Zi Chen and the others who left, not understanding what had happened. What about the people from the Hueti family? Why did they let them out? After pausing for a long time, some cultivators carefully flew toward the planet. After that, they carefully entered the planet. The planet was a mess, and the traces of battle were very obvious. Everyone scanned the entire planet with their spiritual senses, but they didn't find any trace of Hueti Wei. Even the 5 saints were nowhere to be found. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. Looking at the traces of battle, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and an unimaginable thought rose in their minds. Those people killed Hueti Wei and the 5 saints who acted as temporary guards. On this star passage, there were actually people who didn't fear the supervisory order. However, after a short moment of shock, a battle broke out again. This was because there were resources here, and with resources, there would be battles. The heavenly Tao law's special function in the star passage surprised everyone. It was an unexpected surprise. Therefore, in the process of the Nephers star field, everyone had been moving forward in the void. During this time, Fortune Teller and Su Mengyaro tried to sense in the void to see if they could find another planet. However, this was known as the biggest opportunity in the star passage, and it was obviously something that could only be found by chance. Everyone crossed star regions, but they didn't see a planet descending. In the aircraft, Zi Chen fell into deep thought. There were still 100 years left on the life star, and after that, the foreign tribe saints would invade. In order to make the life star stronger, too many people had to become saints. During this period, the consumption of saint power crystal was naturally an astronomical figure. Now, Zi Chen was worried about how to get more saint power crystal. The Jiatu family should have a lot, but Zi Chen really couldn't find a reason to ask them. Even if he wanted to exchange, he didn't have the same amount of resources. In this star passage, there were only 2 ways to get saint crystals. One was to wait outside the void vortex and wait for the saint crystals to fly out one by one. This method was very effective and didn't cost anything, but it was too slow. The second method was naturally to rob. This method was naturally fast, but it was also very dangerous. Did you find anything? Yi Qian came to Zi Chen's side and looked at Zi Chen, who was lost in thought. Zi Chen came back to his senses and said, "I did find something, but it's too dangerous." Yi Qian was asking if she could find something useful from Hueti Wei's soul, such as the exact coordinates of the Hueti family. This family hadn't been born yet, and she believed that they must have accumulated a lot of resources over the years. It was possible to rob them once. However, the risk factor was unprecedentedly high. Zi Chen wouldn't consider it unless it was a critical moment. Now, Zi Chen had a simple idea on how to get more saint power crystal. Once this idea was implemented, he would be able to create more saints for the life star. When they arrived at the Chengde star zone, Zi Chen and the others didn't find anything else. After that, they went directly to the Sin star zone. In the saint-level aircraft, Zi Chen urged it to move forward at full speed. When Monk and the others heard about the force that Zi Chen had created, they were all very curious about this star zone. Because the overlord force hadn't appeared yet, this star zone was still very peaceful. Zichen went directly to the Sin star. On the Sin star, Zichen saw several saints from the Bexi family. When they saw Zichen, they were very surprised and pleasantly surprised. "Where's Xingchen?" When he walked into the hall and didn't see Xingchen and the others, Zichen asked in confusion. Chapter 2262. Guarding the Void. Is there an enemy invasion? Zichen asked in confusion. There is no enemy. It's just that a vortex suddenly appeared in this void. From that vortex, there are things like saint crystals flying out from time to time. Last time, a planet appeared with a lot of resources in it, Basai Heiju said. What? Zichen was shocked when he heard the news. Even Yi Qian, who came with him, had a change of expression. The two of them knew very well about this star field. The opportunities in the star path had nothing to do with this place because this place was too far away from the core secret of the star path. Let's go. Take me there, Zichen said in a deep voice as he got up. Basai Heiju led the group out of the hall and stepped on the teleportation formation to the void. It is said that this is a place that Master Shuntian accidentally discovered when he went out. After that, Master stayed there for a while and found a falling planet. Basai Heiju explained the origin of the matter as they moved forward. Zichen heard another layer of meaning from the other party's words. He asked, "You followed the heavenly Tao and became a saint?" "Yes, Master and Master Man shall have both become saints." Basai Heiju praised, although the two of them have just become saints, their battle strength is very strong. Oh, and the people that Master arranged the saints to escort back have also become saints one after another. When Zichen left, he took his doppelganger with him, so he did not condense saints for Manshur, Shuntian, and the others. According to his original plan, he wanted to condense saints for them after returning to the Life Star. He did not expect that the two of them would break through first. As for the others that Basai Heiju mentioned, he should be referring to Black Dragon and Dark Rock. Standing in the aircraft, Zichen saw a huge vortex in the depths of the void from afar. The vortex was constantly rotating, and lightning flashed from time to time. It was exactly the same as the planets that Zichen saw in the depths of the void. Outside the vortex, there were many cultivators guarding it. They formed a tight circle. These people belonged to Zichen's side, and there were dozens of saints among them. Back then, Huoteiwei's token alone was enough to stop all the cultivators in their tracks. Now, it required so many experts to complete the task. The aircraft flew directly to the vortex, and Zichen walked out of it. When they saw Zichen walking out, everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, their faces were filled with surprise. Xingchen and the others came forward with smiles on their faces. Hei Long and An Peng hesitated for a moment before walking forward. Among them, Mansha's expression was the most astonished, because not only did he recognize Zichen, he also recognized the people around Zichen. One had to know that back then, they had fought side by side in Misty City, so they knew that these people were all ferocious. Moreover, seeing these people, Mansha guessed that Zichen had returned to the Life Star and brought these people back. However, what puzzled him was how these people had entered the Saint Realm. Xingchen and the others walked toward Zichen, and so did Zichen's people. Among the two sides, the ones who attracted the most attention were naturally Su Mengyaro, Yi Qian, Mingyu, and Brilliant. They were all top-notch beauties with different temperaments. They were all peerless beauties, and they were all saints. The four women received even more attention than Zichen, who was the leader in name. "Why did you come back so quickly?" "I was still waiting for your news," said Xingchen as he walked forward and cupped his fists toward Devil Ape and the others. Both sides' auras belonged to the Life Star. Even if they didn't know each other, they would naturally feel close to each other when they met on this strange star path. Mingyu and Brilliant both knew Yi Qian, and both sides were quite familiar with each other. At this moment, they nodded, and then their eyes fell on Su Mengyao. It was undeniable that this white-clothed woman had a unique aura, which could naturally attract people's attention. While the two women were observing Su Mengyao, she was also observing them. She had to admit that these two women were all stunning beauties with unique auras. One of them gave her a feeling similar to Shangguan Yu. Out of politeness, She gently nodded to the two women and smiled. The two women also responded politely. From a distance, people could see the four women standing together as if they were competing with each other for beauty. There's no danger over there, so I came here first. Let me introduce you to some friends. Evil good monk, devil ape, savage dragon, fortune teller, Su Mengyaro, and this is Lei Ling, my disciple. Then, Zi Chen introduced them one by one. Of course, he also introduced Xing Chen's group to Monk and the others. Su Mengyaro, who obviously came with some other mission, paid attention to these two beauties. After hearing their names, she guessed their background and nodded kindly. Her heart, which was not very nervous, also relaxed. Among Zi Chen's close female friends, Su Mengyaro should be the one who understood Zi Chen the most. Therefore, she could see many unanswered questions from Zi Chen's eyes. For example, the way Zi Chen looked at her was obviously different from the way the three women beside her looked at her. There was a mutual affection between them. Ming Yu and Brilliant also looked at Zi Chen calmly as if they were looking at a friend. They believed that there was nothing between them. As for Yi Qian, Su Mengyaro could not understand her gaze, but it was obviously not to the extent that she and Zi Chen were at. At this moment, Zi Chen was talking with Xing Chen, but he did not know that Su Mengyaro had seen through the three women beside him. You'll understand when you come here. Xing Chen pointed at the center of the vortex and said. The group followed, looking very curious. Wherever they passed, all the cultivators scattered to the sides with respectful expressions. When they came to the edge of the vortex, Zi Chen looked down and saw a person sitting cross-legged in the center. After seeing that person, Zi Chen's expression changed slightly and he cried out, "That's Shan Tiandao? Why is he there?" Zi Chen could not be blamed for losing his composure at this moment, because everyone knew that the area within the vortex was a forbidden area. Even a saint would be seriously injured if they were to be at the edge. But at this moment, Shan Tiandao was sitting cross-legged in the center, and he was unscathed. It should be because of the rules he mastered. Xing Chen said, the appearance of such a vortex here has a lot to do with him. Just as they were talking, a light flashed in the center of the vortex, and a few pieces of saint crystals flew out, turning into streams of light, and went straight for Shan Tiandao. The speed of the saint crystals was very fast. Zi Chen had once seen a heaven realm expert being pierced between the eyebrows with his own eyes. Shan Tiandao did not seem to notice the appearance of the saint crystals. Just as the saint crystals were about to hit his body, the heavenly Dao law around him flashed. The saint crystals that were flying rapidly suddenly turned around him, and after circling around him, they flew into the distance. The people around seemed to be used to this. Immediately, some heaven realm experts separated and chased after the saint crystals. His rules can affect this space, and he can sense some very special things. Xing Chen paused for a moment and said, he can even sense some planets and make them land in this direction. There's such a thing. Zi Chen was shocked when he heard this. The monk also said in surprise, if that's the case, as long as Shan Tiandao stays here, the chances of a planet landing here will be greatly increased. Yes. Xing Chen nodded and said. In the entire star path, this was the biggest secret. It was completely uncontrollable, and there was no chance of it happening. Even the overlord forces did not know when a planet would land. Now, everyone's knowledge was limited to the spatial vortex in the depths. The chances of a planet appearing were very high, but they were all occupied by the overlord forces. No one had ever heard of someone being able to affect the landing of a planet. This was undoubtedly equivalent to cheating. This place is indeed a little strange. At this moment, Fortune Teller, who had been looking at the vortex above, suddenly spoke. Energy surged around his body, and then he turned into a stream of light, rushing toward the vortex amidst everyone's exclamations. There was naturally a reason for everyone's exclamations. In this place, besides Shan Tiandao, no one dared to enter the vortex's range. Even the recognized expert, Xing Chen, did not dare to. However, this newcomer saint rushed in just like that. Just when everyone thought that the other party was being too rash, they were all shocked to discover that the irresistible power within the whirlpool did not obliterate the other party. Instead, he easily entered the vortex's range, then landed beside Shan Tiandao and sat down cross-legged. Xing Chen looked at fortune teller in shock. After a while, he turned to look at Zi Chen and said, "Did he also comprehend the heavenly Tao?" "Not really, but he can deduce the heavenly Tao. It's normal for him to have some special means," Zi Chen said. "I can sense that a planet is approaching. If we don't seize the opportunity, we may miss it." Su Mengyao's voice sounded without warning. Then, she tapped her feet lightly and went straight into the vortex. Her white clothes fluttered, making her look like a fairy. That powerful force did not destroy the peerless beauty in front of them this time. She landed in a position closer to the two of them. After sitting down cross-legged, a mysterious energy light surged from her body. That energy light belonged to Su Mengyao's unique ethereal energy. After it appeared around Su Mengyao, it went toward the vortex above her head. Before the crowd's gazes, that burst of energy entered the vortex. At the same time, a stream of light rushed out from Shun Tian Dao and fortune teller. Then, the light from Su Mengyao's body went straight into the vortex. After a while, a rumbling sound came from the vortex, like thousands of thunder roaring. A planet emitting a strong light was pulled into the vortex by 3 streams of energy. Chapter 2263. Seeing the planet being pulled by the 3 beams of energy, everybody was dumbfounded. What was this? Was it forcefully dragging a planet? They had never heard of such a thing in the star path. Wasn't it too fierce? Not to mention these people, even Zi Chen and the others were shocked to the point of speechlessness. Especially Xing Chen. He had a certain understanding of this world. He knew that the scene in front of him was absolutely earth-shaking. Once this news spread out, the entire star path would be shaken. Yes, this should be the unique advantage of a life star. Without a harmonious spirit master, they can use this method to increase the chance of becoming a saint. Xing Chen was shocked, mumbling to himself. The beams of energy from the 3 of them were shrinking. The planet was sinking at a speed faster than normal. Zi Chen pulled himself together from the shock. He looked at Xing Chen and said, "Have you found a candidate to break through?" Xing Chen nodded. Apparently, he had thought about this before. "Let them prepare," Zi Chen said. Then, he gazed at the sinking planet. This scene is too shocking. Even if the overlord forces see it, their jaws will drop. Yi Qian stepped forward, walking to Zi Chen's side and said, "This scene can't be known to the world. As far as I know, the forces with a strong foundation will hide the whirlpool in their star field where the probability of a planet appearing is the highest. They will use it as a base to develop. Just like the one we saw by accident. As for the overlord forces, they have hidden the entire star field." Zi Chen understood the reminder in Yi Qian's words. He nodded silently. The special situation of the 3 of them really needed to be hidden. Otherwise, it would cause chaos in the star path. Zi Chen didn't think that they could resist the forces of the entire star path with just the few of them. After the planet descends, signal the 3 of them to come back. Next, we just need to send some saints to guard this place. We don't need to guard it. Remember to keep what happened today a secret. Sealing off this place was definitely not something that could be done overnight. Before that, they had to wait for LV Peng to return. Without a powerful array master, it was obviously not possible to hide an entire star field. Without looking at the planet, Zi Chen turned around and returned. Tyrant and the others followed closely behind. They currently had these mysterious methods, but they had no way to use them. The inadequacies of the forces that had been established in a short few decades were also revealed at this moment. Saint-grade array masters? Where can I find so many saint-grade array masters? In the aircraft, Zi Chen muttered to himself. Although there was a Lu Peng, relatively speaking, the number of array masters was still too few. Moreover, if LV Peng wanted to create a space passage to return to the Life Star alone, how long would it take him to hide the entire void? There was less than 100 years left for Zi Chen. Looking at Zi Chen's worried face and muttering to himself from time to time, Tyrant snorted discontentedly and said, "What's there to worry about? Didn't you say that the Star Road doesn't have many things except experts? Since we can't find them, can't we snatch them?" Tyrant said with a fierce face, "Snatch. Snatch everywhere. We'll snatch whatever we lack." You only know how to snatch. Can you guarantee the loyalty of the people you snatch? If snatching can solve the problem, then I. Zichen glared at Tyrant and said angrily. However, before he could finish, Zichen's eyes lit up. He said, "This is a good suggestion. Loyalty is not a problem we need to consider. What we need to consider is the talents we lack." Tyrant's words completely awakened Zichen. After returning to the Sin Star, Zichen came to ask these people to discuss a meeting. This meeting was held by the saints from the Life Star. The people of the Bexi family did not participate. Wu Xing, Hei Long, and An Peng, who had already entered the Saint Realm, were also present. Luo Yarrow, who was at the False Saint Realm, was not present. Of course, Yi Qian was also present. There was no need to hide this matter from the other party. "Everyone, I've gathered you here today to discuss something with you." Zichen looked at the crowd and paused for a moment before saying, "This time, I came back with the intention of opening a transmission channel to the Qianwu continent. I didn't expect a spatial whirlpool to appear in our star field and such an opportunity. In this way, not only do we need to open the channel, we also need to hide this spatial whirlpool. In this way, we need a lot of array masters. Especially saint-level array masters. In addition to array masters, we need more saint power crystal chips, more saint crystals, and more planet. It's too difficult to get these resources step by step. Moreover, we have less than 100 years. In special times, we need to do special things. So, I only have one goal now, and that is to snatch." Hearing Zichen's words, everyone was stunned. Snatch. Snatch all the things we need. But we can't just snatch openly. That will cause public anger. We need to snatch slowly, one family at a time. Not only do we need to snatch resources, but we also need to snatch people. Brilliant, who had been silent, suddenly said, "You don't mean to just snatch, right?" "That's right. Our main goal is to control. Next, our target is the entire starfield controlled by the Hua family. So, before that, everyone needs to learn the soul control technique to control the people we need." Zichen looked at Brilliant and said, "As for the Bexi family, their interests are completely tied to ours. There's no need to continue controlling them. Now that the cultivators from the Life Star had completely integrated into this place, continuing to control these saints would only be a waste of Brilliant's quota." Brilliant nodded and released their souls. The saints of the Bexi family, who were busy with other things, suddenly changed their expressions. Then, they all looked in a certain direction and were stunned. During the years when their souls were controlled, they did not lose consciousness. They knew what they had done. After a long time, they sighed and smiled bitterly. Just as Zichen said, both sides were tied to their interests. It did not matter whether their souls were controlled or not. Although they had regained their freedom, they could not get rid of Zichen and his people. They could not cut off their relationship with them. After sighing, they could only continue with their work. They only had 10 saints, but Zichen's side had dozens of saints. Even without these saints, just Zichen alone was enough to sweep them all away. Although it did not matter whether their souls were controlled or not, the feeling of regaining their freedom was still very good. Now that their goal was clear, the next step was to act. After leaving some people to continue guarding this starfield, Zichen and his people left the Nephas starfield and set foot on the Chengda starfield. Almost all the saints in this starfield had been killed by Zichen. There were not many left. Next, Zichen found these saints one by one. However, he did not control their souls. Instead, he asked them to exchange saint power chips for their lives. To put it bluntly, it was just a robbery. As for soul control, these people were obviously not qualified. Moreover, Zichen's reputation had long spread in this starfield. He was someone who had almost killed a saint king. In this starfield, it was relatively easy to obtain some saint power crystal chips. The group did not stay in this starfield for long and set foot on the next starfield. Jiatu and Huangtu had brought him to this starfield before. There were already secrets of the star path here. In this starfield, the biggest family was the Carlo family. Zichen led his people directly to the Carlo family. As for whether the saints of this family would meet Zichen did not need to worry at all. He only needed to throw the token in his hand at the face of the person in front of him and put on a very arrogant look. Soon, he would be able to meet the upper echelons of this family. The patriarch of the Carlo family was called Carlo Coro. He was an old man. Naturally, he was also a saint who controlled the entire Carlo family. When he heard that the supervisor had come, he was shocked. In this star path, who could ignore the supervisor? After indicating that the supervisor was first arranged in the hall, he hurriedly tidied up his clothes and followed the person to the hall. Carlo Coro greets the supervisor. I did not know that the supervisor was coming. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. Before entering the hall, Carlo Coro's voice sounded. Then, he entered the hall in fear and trepidation. Zichen's aura surged as he indifferently looked at Carlo Coro and coldly said, Patriarch Carlo, do you know your crime? The Carlo family's patriarch was shocked. Looking at Zichen, he cautiously asked, Dare I ask the supervisor, what crime did Carlo commit? At the same time, he quietly waved his hand, indicating that everyone should leave. All the servants left and the door was closed. Zichen looked at Carlo Coro and sneered, You really don't know what crime you committed? I hope the supervisor can enlighten me. Carlo Coro cupped his fists and said respectfully, If you don't know, then forget it. Zichen smiled faintly and retracted his cold aura. In his hand, there was a small cauldron. This is. Looking at this small cauldron, the Carlo family's patriarch had a puzzled look on his face. He did not understand the supervisor's intention. At this time, the small cauldron shone and a light enveloped the entire hall. The Carlo family's patriarch's expression became a lot more serious, but he was not too vigilant. He merely thought that this Lord Supervisor had something important to instruct him. On this star path, no one would suspect the supervisor. But in the end, he did not hear the important matter. Instead, he saw saints appear one after another. Each of these saints exuded a powerful aura. Then, under Carlo Coro's horrified expression, the aura of these saints pressed down on him. When Carlo Coro was unable to move under the pressure of this aura, a spiritual thought went straight to his sea of consciousness. Chapter 2264. When Carlo Kuluo woke up, he saw Brilliant beside him and respectfully called him Master. Then, he turned to Zichen and respectfully called him Lord. Call the other saints of your family here one by one. Tell them that the supervisor envoy has something to ask them, ordered Zichen. Yes. Carlo Kuluo respectfully bowed and then left the hall. Even though he knew what was going to happen next, he could not disobey the soul contract. In the depths of his heart, he had already decided to be loyal to his master. As for the so-called family, it was naturally not as important as his master at this moment. Just like that, the saints of the Carlo family were brought to the hall one by one and then left one by one. During this time, there were no abnormalities. However, all the saints who came to this hall had their souls controlled. It was worth mentioning that this family actually had a saint-grade array master, which was a pleasant surprise. Use all your strength to obtain the Saint Power Crystal. Zichen had given the order after he'd taken control of all the saints in the clan. Then, he led his people and left for the second family. These families were under the jurisdiction of the Huati family. Once the war started, they would be the enemies of the Life Star. However, after controlling their souls, these people would not listen to the Huati family's arrangements. Once the war started, not only would the two sides not be enemies, but they would also become staunch allies. This was also part of Zichen's plan. He wanted to slowly use the unique soul control method on the Life Star to control the star fields one by one and make them his right-hand men. Since the establishment of the Star Road, there had never been an incident where a saint of a power was controlled. This was unprecedented in history, so no power would guard against it. Moreover, because of the way the Star Road had always been, just a supervisor token was enough to save Zichen a lot of trouble. On the Star Road, all the powers only recognized tokens, not people. During the process of soul control, Zichen obtained the first batch of Saint Power Crystal. This was the accumulation of these powers over many years. It was a huge number. After obtaining these Saint Power Crystal, Zichen was thinking about how to send these Saint Power Crystal back to the Qianwu continent. One had to know that in the world where his clone resided, time flowed at a rate of 1 to 100. A year here was equivalent to 100 years there. In the past 100 years, the clone must have consumed too many Saint Power crystal chips. Currently, the passageway has not been completely opened. During this period, they need to rely on the Jiatu family's teleportation array. 3 months later, Zi Chen had taken control of a galaxy and collected a lot of Saint Power crystal chips. There were also some Saint crystals, the principles of which had already been extracted by Zi Chen. Next, it was time to send someone to deliver the Saint Power crystal. This place required Zi Chen's presence, and he obviously could not leave. And in the Jiatu family, the others also couldn't say anything. After thinking it over, they could only trouble Yi Qian to personally make a trip. Because of the rules, Yi Qian couldn't go to the Sky Marshal continent. Thus, she needed the others from the Life Star to follow her. Thus, Zi Chen arranged for the Devil Ape to go with Xing Chen to the Jiatu family. From there, they would enter the Sky Marshal continent. In addition, Xing Chen also took away the Universal Origin Cauldron. This time, he returned to the Sky Marshal continent with other missions. For example, he brought all the Array Masters trained in the Everlasting Sect over the years and tried to make them break through to the Saint Realm. Yi Qian and the other two embarked on the journey to the Jiatu family. As for Zi Chen and the others, they went to the next galaxy. With the supervising envoy token in his hand, coupled with the unique aura of a foreign race on his body, Zi Chen could enter any place he wanted to go without any hindrance. Looking at the teleportation array that was gradually dimming, the Jiatu family master walked out from behind. Seeing the family master come in person, Jiatu Emperor bowed respectfully. That little guy really doesn't treat himself as an outsider. The Jiatu family master muttered and said to Jiatu Emperor, "Let those people speed up and open the teleportation channel as soon as possible. Let the goddess lead the way. Zi Chen doesn't have to worry about it, but we can't afford to provoke this trouble." "Yes," Jiatu Emperor said. "Let all the Array Masters in the family go. This matter concerns the goddess. Such a matter can't be delayed." The Jiatu family master sighed and said, "The ignorant are really fearless. The goddess is such a noble existence. How can she be ordered around like this?" With the Jiatu family master's instructions, the speed of opening the teleportation array was much faster. These saints no longer cared about how much LV Peng could comprehend and began to open the teleportation channel wholeheartedly. The existence of the goddess was extraordinary. They couldn't afford to provoke such trouble. If things went wrong, the entire Jiatu family would be implicated. Zi Chen was still leading people deeper. During this time, the soul control went very smoothly. No accidents happened. This time, he led a group of people with the most potential in the Sky Marshal realm and the War Marshal realm. There was no problem in dealing with these unprepared saints. If this continues, the entire star path will be under our control. After walking out of another family, the monk smiled proudly. The idea is beautiful, but it's not realistic at all. Zi Chen shook his head and said, "Every one of them knew how to control souls and their fighting strength was very strong. However, the number of souls they could control was limited. Take Guang Yarou for example. Although his realm had increased a lot, the number of saints he could control was only 20. In the depths of the star field, any family could casually take out 20 saints. Zi Chen's perfect spiritual sense was a little stronger. Now, he could control 30 saints. However, as his strength increased, there was still some room for growth. Su Mengyaro was not much different from Guang Yarou and Mingyu. The monk's soul was very special. It seemed that because of his cultivation method, he could control the number of saints. It was almost the same as Zi Chen. The Devil Ape and the Torvosaurus were relatively less in terms of the number of souls they could control. The Black Dragon, the Dark Rock, and the 3 of the 5 elements could not control many souls. However, the number of souls Tian Ming and Shun Tian Dao could control surprised Zi Chen. In this way, the total number of souls they could control was only a few hundred. In this vast star field, a few hundred saints was really nothing. There are still a few saints we can't control. Should we go over? Tian Ming walked to Zi Chen and asked. Zi Chen shook his head and said, It's just a small family. Let's not waste the quota on them. Let's go to the next starfield. The next starfield was called Aogu Starfield. The family with the greatest power was the Aogu family. This family was Zi Chen's target this time. Our quota is indeed limited. However, if we go back and call the others, we should be able to control more saints, right? The monk said again. The others he was referring to were the former great saints. Those were all experts. Their soul power was much stronger than the rest. It was believed that any one of them could control as many saints as the sum of these people. The Life Star still needs them. They can't leave for the time being. Even if they can leave, after controlling the saints here, who can guarantee that the soul connection between them will still be there when they return to the Life Star? Zi Chen smiled bitterly and said, the most important thing now is to open a passage to the Life Star. Only by opening the passage can we decide everything. When they arrived at Aogu Starfield, Zi Chen was the only one left. The others had entered a special space. In Aogu Starfield, it was not difficult to find the Aogu family. They controlled the largest planet in this starfield. Moreover, this planet was not open to the public. Only people from the Aogu family could enter. On this planet, there was no teleportation formation to the outside world. One could only rely on aircraft to move forward. In fact, in those starfields with opportunities, aircraft were the main means of transportation. Outside the planet, there were aircrafts constantly patrolling around the planet. Each aircraft had one or several false saints guarding it. After all, they were not a big family like the Jiao family. Although the number of saints was large, it was still limited. They could not be used to patrol at will. An aircraft that tried to approach Aogu Star was blocked by other patrolling aircraft. One of the false saints walked out. One of them said indifferently, "Who are you? Don't you know where this is?" At this moment, a token was thrown out from the aircraft. When the false saint received the token and looked at it, his face changed instantly. "I didn't know it was the supervisor. Sorry for offending you." While speaking, the false saint waved his hand, indicating the other aircraft to disperse. After that, these aircraft escorted the aircraft with the Hort family's symbol to Aogu Star. Entering Aogu Starfield, the head of the Aogu family and other saints had already heard the news and were waiting here. Of course, the one who walked out of the aircraft was Zi Chen. His face was cold and arrogant. He glanced at the head of the Aogu family and said, "Find me a quiet place. I have something to discuss with you." Yes. The head of the Aogu family, who didn't have time to introduce himself, could only respectfully nod and follow Zi Chen into the Aogu family. The other saints saw this and shook their heads. They didn't dare to say a word about the supervisor's arrogance. After entering the Aogu family, they stopped at the largest reception hall. Some of the servants were dismissed. Even the saints who had been following them were not allowed to step into this place and could only disperse. Zi Chen sat on his seat. Without saying a word, he began to form seals with both of his hands. Along with the surge of energy that belonged to a foreign race, a restriction that could only be set up by a harmonious spirit master appeared, enveloping the entire hall. "My lord is actually a harmonious spirit master." The head of the Aogu family's expression became more respectful. A harmonious spirit master was an existence worthy of respect. Then, Tyrant, Brilliant, and Su Mengyaro appeared and joined forces with Zi Chen's group. Under the shocked expression of the head of the Aogu family, they forcibly controlled his soul. Aogu family greets the master and the lord. After the soul control, the head of the Aogu family respectfully saluted the four. "Go, signal the other saints to come in one by one. I have something to discuss." Zi Chen ordered. Yes. The head of the Aogu family nodded and then respectfully retreated. After a quarter of an hour, the head of the Aogu family still hadn't returned. Even the other saints didn't come out. Zi Chen's expression changed. The thing he was most worried about had finally happened. Chapter 2265. Ogiust walked out of the room and headed back to his mansion without any abnormalities. Along the way, when he met cultivators from the family who saluted him, he would nod as usual. He walked into his own mansion, walked into his room, and expressionlessly pointed at a space beside his bed. The space began to vibrate, and restrictions appeared one by one. It was a restriction with a spatial lock. After the spatial lock appeared, his hands began to form seals, and waves of energy fell on the spatial lock like water waves. After that, the spatial lock opened, and a huge space appeared in front of Ogiast. He stepped into this space and opened another space lock. This time, there was only a single light sphere inside. He took out the light ball without hesitation and crushed it. The light ball shattered, and the light inside shrouded his body like a shield protecting him. Ogiast, who had been expressionless, revealed a cold smile at this moment. "Humph, you want to control me? Dream on." His whole body was shrouded in the light of energy as he stood in the space. The expressions of the saints in other places of Augu changed almost at the same time. A badge appeared in each of their hands. This was the token of the Augu family, and also the holy token that only saints were qualified to have. At this moment, the holy token was shining, which meant that the family head was summoning them, and that something big had happened. They knew that a supervisor had come today, and they all guessed that this matter was related to him. All the saints put down the things in their hands and went to the family head's mansion. After that, they entered the room, but it was empty. "I'm here." Ogiast's voice came from the bedroom. The group of saints entered the bedroom and saw the family head standing in another space, glowing all over. One of them, a burly man with a beard, asked in confusion, "Family head, what is the meaning of this? My soul is controlled by that supervisor, so I can't go out now." Ogiast said coldly, "What, your soul is controlled? Why is that? Is the Huati family going to deal with us?" The other saints were shocked when they heard this. Ogiast shook his head and said, "That's impossible. His identity as a supervisor should be fake. Didn't you hear that someone killed the supervisor last time? I suspect his goal is to control our Aogu clan. Damn it, how dare you come here to deceive us? Daring to set his sights on our Aogu family, this is simply courting death. I'm going to kill him now." All the saints were enraged and agitated. They declared that they were going to kill the fake supervisor envoy immediately. "Be careful. He's not alone. There are others following him. The auras of those people belonged to the life stars. They should be the experts of this life star. Then, we'll call the others back. Everyone, attack with all your might, and kill them in one fell swoop." Ogiast said coldly. It was related to his fate. Of course, he couldn't joke around. He had to use his full strength. Furthermore, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long if he were to use this method to resist the rules. Once the light around him disappeared, he would die. These saints all retreated and went to deploy. Ogiast closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, waiting for the news. "We're in trouble." Before Ogiast and the other saints appeared, Zichen opened his eyes and released everyone. "What trouble?" The tyrant and the others were bewildered when they reappeared. "They might have some method that can suppress my soul control temporarily. Get ready to fight." Entering the territory of an aristocratic family was a dangerous thing. What was more dangerous was that this aristocratic family would soon become their enemy. The soul contract was the most reliable contract in this world. There was no doubt about it. However, in this world, there were always some strange things that could have strange effects. It wasn't impossible to suppress the soul contract temporarily. Moreover, this was a powerful aristocratic family, which was much stronger than any other family on this life star. It wasn't strange for such an aristocratic family to have such a thing. Everyone was on guard against this, and naturally, they were prepared for it. Hearing Zichen, they all took out their weapons, preparing for the upcoming battle. Barbarian Long, the tyrant, Lei Ling, and Mansha had cold light in their eyes. They looked strangely excited. 5 elements, Black Dragon, Dark Rock, Shun Tian Dao, and Fortune Teller were also ready to take action. They were more or less nervous as they were going to fight against the strongest aristocratic family in this star area. Su Mengyaro, brilliant, and Mingyu stood by Zichen. Light sparkled around them as they were also ready for the battle. These people were the heavens favorites of this life star. They were the ones with the highest potential. All of them had reached the saint realm. They were going to join hands to fight against an aristocratic family in the Star Passage. Outside the hall, all the Heavenly Realm and False Sage Realm guards had received the order and quietly retreated. They didn't know what was going on, but they could feel something unusual from this tense atmosphere. Almost all of the saints in the clan who were rarely seen on normal days had appeared today and surrounded the main hall. All the saints of the family were dispatched, their faces solemn as if they were facing a big enemy. In a short period of time, all the saints who could return had rushed back and surrounded the hall. Ogiast closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged in that space. The light around him was still abundant as he quietly waited for the news of victory. The saints of the family surrounded the hall. The energy around them surged. The space around them became chaotic. Waves of energy rippled, spreading everywhere. "It's time to take action." In the hall, Zichen said, looking at the sky. As his voice fell, the hall began to tremble, and then it exploded with a loud bang. The shattered palace instantly turned into dust when it came into contact with the chaotic energy in the surroundings. Zichen and the others appeared. There were more than 10 saints amongst them, and such a scene shocked the saints in the surroundings. However, they didn't stop there. Their accumulated attacks were instantly launched. Beams of energy appeared, carrying powerful auras as they went straight down. "Kill!" With a cold shout, a beam of golden light shot out first. It was Evil Good Monk. He had the strongest defense around him, resisting 2 saints' attacks as he approached the saints in front of him. Swoosh! 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 Beams of light flashed. There was the light of the 5 elements, the light of lightning, black light, and bright light. They charged forward at a speed second only to the monk. "Today, you're severely injured." As the lights flashed, a cold voice suddenly sounded. A book emitting golden light suddenly appeared in the sky. 2 pages of the book instantly opened. A beam of energy fell from it, heading straight for a saint. "Summon the Heavenly Path Precept." In another direction, Obedient Way bowed to the void. The void cracked open and a pure Heavenly Path Precepts appeared, locking onto a saint. The people that Zichen had brought with him all made their moves and displayed their absolute strength. During this time, Zichen also attacked decisively. A black scabbard appeared in his hand. He unsheathed his sword without hesitation. A bright beam of sword light broke through the space and shot forward. Wherever the blade light passed, the attacks of those saints were directly slashed apart. The sword light's momentum did not decrease. After breaking through many attacks, it landed on 2 saints. The sword light swept past their bodies. Their expressions froze, and their vitality dissipated. Destroying the enemy. This battle was against the entire aristocratic family, so they could not be careless. Once the battle started, they had to end it quickly. Amitabha. The monk's Buddhist light shone around him. He reached the saints, and several of them cried out in alarm as they were sent flying. 5 elements and the rest arrived and started to attack. The Heavenly Path Precepts attack caused a saint to fly backward and cough up blood. He was severely injured. The Heavenly Path Precepts summoned by Obedient Way Precepts almost killed that saint. Boom! Energy surged. 2 saints flew backward while coughing up blood beside Brilliant. Su Mengyaro shot out a beam of energy, extinguishing the life force of a saint. Bright Moon was like a fairy walking in the mortal world. Every time she waved her hand, a beam of bright moonlight energy would hit a saint with unimaginable power. Zichen sheathed his sword and rushed forward. He destroyed the Heavenly Path Precepts attack with a punch. At the same time, he rushed in front of the saint and punched him in the chest. The saint's body curled up like a shrimp and flew backwards. His face was full of horror. Swoosh! Zichen's figure flashed again. With an unimaginable speed, he arrived behind his opponent. Immediately after, he sent out another kick. The saint's curled-up body stretched out fully, forming a large character in the sky. The crisp sound of bones breaking continuously rang out. The energy contained in the 2 attacks destroyed the life force of the saint's soul. In the distance, watching this one-sided battle, all the cultivators of the Augu family were so shocked that they could not say a word. In their eyes, These people were too strong. They either had extreme speed, unimaginable defense, or attacks that could ignore defense. Usually, one of these people would be very terrifying, but now there was a group of them. Each of them was like a wolf or a tiger. In their eyes, the weakest of these saints could take on two people at once. This kind of battle was almost equivalent to a massacre. No matter how tenacious the experts on their side were, they could not resist these terrifying existences. As for the false saints and heaven realm experts, they did not dare to go forward. Just the energy shockwaves alone could destroy them. The battle happened very quickly and ended just as quickly. After the battle ended, a huge light shield enveloped the entire battlefield. No one knew what happened in the light shield. In short, after the light shield reappeared, the corpses on the battlefield disappeared. The two sides also became more amiable. Ogiast, who was still waiting for the good news, heard footsteps. He opened his eyes and saw Zichen in front of him. His face instantly turned pale. P.S. Today is New Year's Eve. I wish everyone a happy holiday. Chapter 2266. Looking at the glowing Ogiast hiding in the void, Zichen, whose robes were as clean as new, without the slightest trace of battle, smiled and said, "That's a good idea." Ogiast looked at Zichen, his eyes wide and filled with disbelief. He was trembling with fear. Originally, you had the chance to see the rise of the Aogu family, but unfortunately, you made the wrong choice. Looking at Ogiast, Zichen shook his head in disappointment and issued a command in his knowledge sea. With the two sides so close, no matter how special the method, it was impossible to prevent the execution of the soul contract. Ogiast's surging vitality disappeared in just a blink of an eye. Sitting cross-legged in the void, he died with his eyes wide open. Taking Ogiast out of the void, Zichen walked into it. This should be the place where Ogiast hid his treasures. The void was dotted with bright saint crystals, illuminating it. On this star path, saint crystals were the most common currency. In addition, there were some artifact refining materials, all of which were materials for refining saint artifacts. But even such a powerful family with dozens of saints still did not have the ability to condense a saint artifact. In this battle, the Aogu family lost as many as 11 saints, and the rest were all soul-controlled. Yang Kai believed that these people did not have the means to temporarily avoid the soul contract. After cleaning up the battlefield, Zichen personally went to the Aogu family's treasury and took away 80% of the Saint Force crystal chips and saint crystals before leaving with the others. Under the personal escort of the saints, Zichen, who left the Aogu family, could not help but sigh. This method was dangerous after all. This time, everyone relied on their powerful combat power to resolve the crisis, but what about next time? The deeper they went, the stronger the family's strength. This time, they had been careless and did not use the spirit array, otherwise, even if Zichen's side could win, they would have to pay a heavy price. Moreover, the forces in the depths of the starfield all had their own hidden void worlds. Although there were many resources there, the dangers were too great. And once they alerted the enemy, they would have to face the forces of the entire starfield. Next, Zichen led the others and continued to control the saints of those forces in this starfield. However, they did not continue to move on to the next starfield. After controlling the entire starfield, Xing Chen returned with the first batch of array masters. After meeting up with Zichen, they returned to the domain of sin. Their plan to go deeper into the domain of sin had come to an end. Next, they had to wait. They had to wait for LV Peng and the others to open up the passageway. About 10 years later, the passageway that spanned across several starfields was forcibly opened by the joint efforts of dozens of Saint-level array masters. Seeing the Saint-grade array master walking out of the transmission array, Zichen was taken aback. Their attainments in array formations were practically on par with LV Peng. Some were even higher than LV Peng. However, it took them a full 10 years to pass through the teleportation formation. Comparatively speaking, opening a transportation formation from the nefarious starfield to the martial heaven continent was much more difficult. If LV Peng were to rely on himself, he would not be able to complete it even after spending several hundred years. During this time, Zichen asked LV Peng, The latter said that the difficulty was indeed great unless these people were willing to help. Even so, it would take several decades. During this period, the amount of energy and resources that needed to be consumed was also a number that could not be underestimated. Even Zi-Chen, who now controlled several star fields, was unable to gather these resources in a short period of time. The difficulty of the matter far exceeded Zi-Chen's expectations. And if he wanted to act according to the plan, he had no choice but to ask for help from the Jiatu family. After gesturing for the array masters to rest for a while, he and Yi Qian stepped onto the newly built interdomain transfer array. The exit of this transmission array was on a planet called Qi Lu Planet. This planet was not considered bustling, and it was only managed by a small tribe. And this tribe was one of the secret guards in this star field, under the jurisdiction of the Jiatu family. After the two of them appeared, they did not attract too much attention. They left the planet and flew in the direction of the Jiatu family. Without the exact coordinates and the permission of the Jiatu family, no one could enter the star field where the Jiatu family was located. Looking from a distance, there was nothing there, and nothing could be seen. Yi Qian naturally knew the exact coordinates and took Zi-Chen into the star field where the Jiatu family was located. As soon as the two of them appeared in the void, an aircraft flew over from the planet in the middle. A moment later, the aircraft arrived. The one who walked out of the aircraft was Jiatu Huangtu. He still saluted Yi Qian first, and then cupped his fists at Zi-Chen and said, "Brother Zi-Chen, long time no see." Zi-Chen cupped his fists and said, "Brother Huangtu." Zi-Chen still had a good impression of Jiatu Huangtu. The other party's temperament was not bad, and he had once explained many secrets of the star path to him. Jiatu Huangtu did not ask why Zi-Chen had come, but only motioned for the two to board the aircraft. On the way, they would occasionally talk about some interesting things to ease the slightly silent atmosphere. With the Jiatu family's attitude towards Yi Qian, as long as the other party opened his mouth, there was nothing that could not be done. However, because the other party was too polite to Yi Qian could not open her mouth. After pondering for a moment, Zi-Chen decided to get some information from Jiatu Huangtu. "I wonder if the family head is still in the house? The family head has nothing to do recently. Why, is brother Zi-Chen looking for the family head?" Jiatu Huang asked doubtfully. "To be honest, this time I came to the Jiatu family to borrow some people." "Borrow people? Who do you want to borrow?" "I want to borrow those formation masters. They have opened the transmission channel. However, I want them to help us open a channel to the Life Star." Zi-Chen told the truth, not hiding anything. "Is that so?" Jiatu Huangtu was startled, falling into contemplation. "Do you think the family head will agree?" Zi-Chen asked. Although these formation masters have no other tasks recently, it's hard to say whether the family head will agree or not. Jiatu Huang paused and said, "However, we are already allies. I believe the family head will not refuse this request, and this is not a big deal." Zi-Chen nodded. He was also thinking about how he should explain this to the patriarch. Jiatu Huangtu looked at Zi-Chen, who was deep in thought, and then looked at the silent goddess beside him. Recalling the conversation he had with the family head, he said, "Why don't you stay at my place for a few days, and I'll go and find out what the family head thinks." "Is that appropriate?" "What's not appropriate? Aren't we friends?" Jiatu Huangtu smiled. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Zi-Chen was very grateful that Jiatu Huangtu was willing to help him. As soon as they returned to the family, Jiatu Huangtu went to the family head's residence. "He came here this time to ask for a favor, right?" The family head didn't wait for Jiatu Huangtu to speak. Nodding, Jiatu Huangtu said, "He wants to borrow those formation masters to help him open a channel. The reason I'm here is because I promised Zi-Chen that I would help him ask about the clan head's attitude." The family head didn't answer this question. Instead, he looked at Jiatu Huangtu and said, "What do you think of this matter?" Jiatu Huangtu didn't even think about it and said directly, "Borrow it. Isn't it just a few dozen formation masters? It shouldn't be a big deal to us. There will be no danger during this period, and it won't be a loss to us. They will be back in 100 years at most." The family head smiled and said, What you mean is that there is no loss to us and we can help others. Why not? That's what I mean. Isn't Zichen our ally? There's nothing wrong with helping an ally, right? The family head said, of course there's nothing wrong, but we don't have to help with everything. Allies are mutual. Up until now, we have been the ones paying the price, and we have paid a lot. We have been losing. Jiatu Huangtu fell silent. In fact, in his opinion, those losses were nothing. Wasn't it just borrowing a channel and giving away a planet? In any case, the family had many planets. The two sides formed an alliance because of benefits, and these benefits are mutual. Although this matter is just a small matter for us, it is a big deal for Zichen. Even to the entire Lifestar, it's a very important event. The family head smiled and said, we should look at this problem from Zichen's point of view. He must be very anxious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come in person. Since it's a small matter for us, it's a big matter for Zichen. If we help him, he will definitely thank us. Moreover, the goddess is on his side. I think we should help, said Jiatu Huangtu. The family head shook his head and smiled. These are two different things. Although Zichen brought the goddess with him, and indeed has the intention of borrowing her power, this is not the goddess's intention after all. If it is the goddess's order, we will naturally obey, but this is just Zichen's idea. Of course, since Zichen brought the goddess and made this request, we will still agree. Jiatu Huangtu didn't relax because the family head still had something to say, which was the most important part. However, we can't help for free. We need to get something because this is a deal, which involves the benefits of both sides. But Zichen doesn't have anything he can give, right? The so-called take it out here naturally meant that it could catch the family head's eye. Of the things that Zichen had, there was really nothing that the family head would covet. The family head smiled mysteriously. He pointed at a direction in the void and said, that place is about to open, isn't it? We have to go there and fight for it. The heaven-defying warrior of the Lifestar is a good candidate. I believe he will agree. You go and tell him that he can borrow people. I can even provide the resources he needs for free. However, he needs to go there and bring me a sacred weapon. Chapter 2267. Holy Weapon. When Jiatu Huangtu heard what the patriarch said, he was obviously shocked. If it was just letting Zichen in, it would be nothing. It was just a matter of a spot. But he wanted a holy weapon. Didn't that mean that Zichen had to pay the price of a holy weapon for this help? A holy weapon was even more important than a holy king. If Zichen agreed to this deal, no matter how one looked at it, he would be suspected of asking for too much. He wasn't feeling indignant for Zichen, but he felt that it was inconceivable and not worth this price. You should look at things from both sides. If you think about it from Zichen's point of view, you won't think that this price is outrageous. In fact, you will feel that it is very reasonable. Not to mention one holy weapon, even if I want 2 or 3, as long as Zichen has it, he will definitely give it to me. This is called a rare commodity, and in the entire star path, no one except Jiatu can help him, and no one has the ability to help him. Looking at Jiatu Huangtu, who still couldn't understand, the patriarch waved his hand and said, go, convey my intentions to him. I believe he will definitely agree. Jiatu Huangtu bowed and turned to leave. He naturally had reservations about this matter. He always felt that it wasn't appropriate to do so. Unfortunately, when many elders and the patriarch were still alive, his opinion was useless. When Jiatu Huangtu returned to his residence, he saw Zichen. This young man, who had always been very calm, looked very nervous at this moment. Perhaps it was just as the patriarch had said, this was a very important matter in his heart. It was also because of this that the patriarch asked for too much. Yi Qian was still expressionless, as if she didn't care about this matter. Although she didn't speak, she wasn't stupid. She knew that the Jiatu clan would definitely agree to this matter, but they would definitely make a request. The patriarch has already agreed, but... Jiatu Huangtu looked at Zichen and said hesitantly, I don't know what the patriarch wants, but as long as I can do it, I will do my best to do it, Zichen said, and his hanging heart was relieved. Do you still remember the pattern of the star path that I described to you last time? The one where our three forces were located? Jiao asked. Zichen nodded and said, I remember. Last time, you said that the star field your three families are in is equivalent to 3 planets, surrounding the planet in the middle. That place is a bit special. I hid part of the matter from you last time. Actually, that place would open up once in a while for the saints of our 3 clans to enter to search for fortuitous encounters. Of course, it was said to be looking for opportunities, but it was actually very dangerous. The head of the family means that we can agree to your conditions, but you need to go there on our behalf, Jiao Huangtu said to Zichen. Is this the requirement? What's going on inside? Zichen asked curiously. The patriarch also said that if you promise to bring out a holy weapon from inside, then the resources needed this time will be provided by the Jiao family. When will that place be opened? Zichen asked, not immediately agreeing. The exact time is uncertain, but judging from the fluctuations last time, it's estimated to be about 100 years. Jiao Huangtu said, of course, you can only agree to the former, and, without waiting for Jiao Huangtu to finish, Zichen said, no, I choose the latter. Zichen, you. Jiao Huangtu looked at Zichen in confusion. Zichen smiled and said, thank you for your kindness. I know what to choose. By the way, what's the situation there? I don't know the specific situation because I haven't been in there. There is information about that place in the family, but it's all absolutely confidential. Those who are not qualified to enter have no right to know. Even I don't know now. However, it's said that there are fortuitous encounters inside. The holy weapon that you fought with last time was brought out from there. This is not false at all. As for the specific information, we can only know when we're about to enter. Jiao Huangtu said so much in one breath. He didn't know anything else, but he was sure that there would be fortuitous encounters there. If you want to get something, you have to pay. Before coming, Zichen had already made this plan. What he was more worried about was that he didn't have a bargaining chip to trade with the other party. Now that the other party had a request, he could agree to this matter. It seemed that he had suffered a loss in exchanging holy weapons for resources. If that place was opened now, Zichen would definitely hesitate again and again. However, that place would not be opened for the time being, and opening the passage was an urgent matter that couldn't be delayed for a moment. It was equivalent to Zichen using a promise in exchange for everything he wanted. At least for now, Zichen didn't suffer any losses. Instead, he made a lot of money. After deliberately staying in the Jiao clan for a day, Jiao Huangtu prepared the resources needed to open the passage for Zichen. Carrying these resources, Zichen and Yi Qian returned to the Nephas starfield. This time, Jiao Huangtu went with them, and he wanted to convey new orders to these array masters. After Zichen left, several elders of the Jiao clan gathered together again to express their opinions on this matter. Dozens of saints for decades, as well as some useless resources placed in the clan, could be exchanged for a holy weapon. This was undoubtedly a big deal. As for whether Zichen could obtain a holy weapon, they didn't have to worry. As long as this heaven-defying person could come out alive, he would definitely be able to bring back a holy weapon. After a short time, Zichen returned to the Nephas starfield, and Jiao Huangtu began to assign tasks to the saint-grade array masters. As for Zichen, he called Lu Peng over and motioned for him to lead the other array masters to seal off a certain space in this starfield. The next sealed place would be their core residence, and it would be their biggest secret. As for the sealed space, it was very far away from the vortex. Since the vortex had already appeared, there was no need to hide it anymore. Moreover, according to Su Mengyao, as long as she was given a period of time, the laws she controlled would be able to open up a new spatial vortex, from which they could perceive the landing of a new planet. While everyone was busy, Zichen and Yi Qian once again set off for the Jiao clan. This time, Zichen brought the universe origin cauldron and a lot of resources that he had prepared for his doppelganger. After passing through the Jiao clan, they arrived at Yi Qian's world. After that, Yi Qian stayed here, while Zichen bid farewell to her mother and returned to the Zhanwu continent. After arriving at the Zhanwu continent, Zichen immediately went to the first continent, where he saw great sage Yin Zhong and Qing Feng, who already had signs of entering the saint grade. I've been waiting for you to come back, and I've already prepared the people for you. After seeing Zichen, Qing Feng said with a smile before the other party could speak. 10 years ago, when Xing Chen and the Devil Ape returned, they had come to find great sage Yin Zhong and asked him to gather all the heavenly realms in the Zhanwu continent who had comprehended the heavenly laws or had a connection with the heavenly laws. Zichen would take these people to the star path and amplify their perception to specifically sense the planets in the vortex. Because of Zichen, this world had advanced once again. Those who had comprehended the heavenly laws would break through faster. Therefore, in 10 years, the entire Zhanwu continent had provided Zichen with over 1,000 heavenly realms who had comprehended the heavenly laws. Many of them came from the floating mist sect, which Zichen had once caused a ruckus. Of course, these were all grudges from a long time ago, and no one would bother with them during the chaotic times of war. After staying here for a day, Zichen took these people and headed to the Tianwu continent. In the Tianwu continent, there were also those who had comprehended the heavenly laws. They had already gathered at the Wuji sect, and Zichen directly returned to the Wuji sect. In the perception of his spiritual sense, Zichen sensed the auras of many saints. Clearly, in these years, his clone had condensed many saint crystals. Furthermore, under the acceleration of time, many people had become saints. After returning to the Wuji sect, Zichen didn't go to see the others. He first went to find his clone. The place where his clone condensed saint crystals was a separate space that had been opened up in the time castle. Outside that space, there were 5 saints in charge of distributing saint power crystals. There were also 5 saints in charge of finding suitable heavenly realms according to the amount of saint power they had. After handing over all his gains to these saints, Zichen walked to the place where his clone was condensing saint crystals. After waiting for half a day to condense saint crystals, he fused with his clone and comprehended the insights his clone had gained from condensing saint crystals. After the fusion, Zichen continued to leave his clone behind and returned to the Wuji sect. Due to the many resources that had been sent over, the Azure Dragon Saint and the others had recovered most of their strength. Their overall combat power had increased greatly. The Tree of Life had been obtained by Chen Feng, and he was working hard to break through to the Saint Realm. After staying in the Wuji sect for 3 days, Zichen led these people who had comprehended the heavenly laws to the Star Path. When they heard that they were going to the Star Path, these cultivators were all very excited. Looking at these excited people, Zichen suddenly recalled the lightning ancestors' words. Without the efforts of their predecessors, the future generations would have no choice. In the past, everyone had revered the Star Path. Now, everyone had another choice. Perhaps in the future, there would be even more choices. After leaving the Tianwu continent, Zichen met up with Yi Qian. After bidding farewell to Yi Qian's mother, he went to the Jiatu clan and then entered the sinful starfield. Now, everything on the Star Path had stabilized. Having made up his mind, Zichen left the sinful starfield and went to the Dei starfield with Ming Yu. The Dei starfield was now completely under the control of the Zambu clan. As soon as Zichen appeared, Zambu Haoming received the news and personally came to meet with Zichen. Because of his relationship with Zambu Haolin, he knew a lot about Zichen's current situation. He knew that Zichen's current power was growing bigger and bigger. Zichen went directly to Moon City. Next, he would fuse with the Universe Origin Cauldron and take the most important step on the Star Path. P.S. There will be another update at midnight. Chapter 2268. The Universal Origin Cauldron had been split into 2 parts in the battle back then. The Everlasting Sect had kept one part, while the Everlasting Sect had brought the other part into the Star Path. In the end, it was placed in Moon City to guard this city. In the past, when Zichen came here, he didn't have the strength to take it away. Now, Zichen, who had entered the Saint Realm, had the strength to do so. After arriving at Moon City, at the core of the formation, Zichen looked at the burning furnace in front of him. The half of the Universal Origin Cauldron in his hand was trembling slightly. There was a sense of excitement that was clearly conveyed through his voice. This time, Zichen didn't stop him. Instead, he let go of the Universal Origin Cauldron in his hand. Boom! As the Universal Origin Cauldron was released, the surrounding space began to tremble. The furnace in front of him let out a loud boom. The flames inside were like boiling magma, expanding and spreading. With the furnace as the foundation, the formation that had protected Moon City for countless years exploded. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread and spread in all directions above Moon City. Countless buildings were destroyed by this energy. This city was almost completely empty. Only a few older generation figures were left to guard it. They were all outside the city. Seeing that the city was almost half destroyed, they didn't have the slightest bit of nostalgia. Although they had lived here for a long time, this wasn't their home. Their home was on the Life Star. A Moonrace youth looked at the raging energy in the sky and the city that was being destroyed. He asked worriedly, "Lady Moon Maiden, is Lord Zichen in danger?" The Moon Maiden shook her head gently and looked forward. Today, Zichen was about to merge with the Universal Origin Cauldron. Once merged, it would become a sacred weapon that could strengthen Zichen's combat strength and increase the overall combat strength of the Life Star. All sacred weapons had spirits, let alone this sacred weapon that had been passed down since ancient times. Even if it hurt people, it would definitely not hurt Zichen, the only heaven-defying person on the Life Star. While the city was being destroyed, a raging fire suddenly erupted from the center of the city. It was like an erupting volcano, but it wasn't magma that was spewing out, but flames. The raging fire instantly spread and enveloped the entire Moon City. Amidst the flames, the entire Moon City vanished. The flames persisted for a long time, like a sea of fire that was constantly churning. From time to time, ancient roars of beasts could be heard coming from the depths of the flames. In their line of sight, Moon City was no longer in sight. All that was left was the sea of fire that never extinguished. Everyone waited outside the flames for an entire month, but Zichen did not appear. During this time, the Moon Maiden was slightly worried as she walked into the sea of flames. In the center of the sea of flames, she saw Zichen sitting cross-legged. In front of Zichen, there was an ancient cauldron that was constantly spitting out flames. Even she felt that the high temperature in that place was very troublesome. She did not disturb him and turned to leave. After that, she led the others toward the nefarious starfield. According to Zichen's instructions, if they took too long to fuse with the cauldron, they were to leave first. If he hadn't come out by the time the space passage opened, they would let the others who wanted to return to the Life Star go back first. Everyone withdrew, no longer paying attention to the situation here. Zambu Haoming issued an order to make this place a forbidden area, forbidding everyone in this star field from entering. After a long time, everyone knew that there was a sea of flames in this forbidden area, and they suspected that there was a great treasure in that sea of flames. Time flew. Soon, a year had passed. During this year, the sea of flames was still the same. Inside the sea of flames, Zichen remained motionless as if he was cultivating in seclusion. However, after being burned by the fire, the energy in his body had become purer and more abundant. His body and soul were also strengthened. The Universe Origin Cauldron was still fusing, and Zichen was still growing. Year after year, several years after that, Zichen did not move at all. Compared to the motionless Zichen, the entire nefarious starfield was changing rapidly. Every day, cultivators from the Life Star would enter the starfield that led to the Jiatu family's territory to train. Since there were more and more cultivators and experts coming from the Life Star, the alien tribes living here no longer had the deep-rooted hatred. They could get along well with these people. When the 10th year came, under LV Peng's leadership and the cooperation of many formation masters, this starfield was completely sealed. As the final seal fell, the entire void began to distort. It was directly isolated and then disappeared. At this moment, people outside couldn't see LV Peng inside the barrier. Moreover, this place didn't have anything strange. People could go through it. They were in the same place, but they were in different spaces. This place would be the foundation of Zichen's force. After this place was established, Su Mengyaro, Shun Tiandao, and Fortune Teller entered this space. Then, they sat cross-legged and started to comprehend the Great Path's principles. 3 years later, a beam of energy appeared on each of them. It looked like a rope that pierced the sky. Another 3 years later, the space above Su Mengyao's head began to distort. A vortex appeared. The vortex continued to expand, growing larger and larger, erupting with rumbling sounds. After the vortex was formed, a planet appeared from the vortex. It was guided by a beam of energy and fell into this space. This is the real advantage of the life star. It's stealing the opportunities of the great path. Xing Chen was still astounded when he saw this. The star path had appeared for so many years. Almost no one had discovered this secret. However, Shun Tiandao had found it by accident. After that, it was out of control. The first planet that appeared would be their base in this sealed area. It would be their base camp. After spending 10 years to seal this space, it was big enough. After the first planet was pulled out, Su Mengyao left this place and went to the next space to continue her comprehension. The vortex that had appeared earlier was surrounded by hundreds of Heaven Realm cultivators, who were still comprehending the heavenly Tao laws. They were slowly comprehending them. Once they entered the Saint Realm, they could stand under that vortex and not die. However, they couldn't do that for now. 2 years later, another vortex appeared above Shun Tiandao's head. A planet emerged from that vortex. Half a year later, Shun Tiandao also opened a space vortex and summoned a planet. 20 years passed quickly. It was less than 70 years before the invasion of the other race saints. Zi Chen still hadn't made a move. The Sea of Fire was still there. The entire Nephas starfield was still operating in an orderly manner according to Zi Chen's original arrangements. Soon, another 10 years had passed. Saints who had comprehended the Great Path's principles began to show up. They continued to comprehend the principles in that mysterious space so that they could steal more planets. Now, there were 7 space vortexes in that space. There were 15 saints who could comprehend the principles in those vortexes. After another 10 years, the number of saints had increased to 40, and the number of spatial whirlpools had increased to 10. After that, the space vortexes stopped increasing. Many cultivators who had broken through started to steal more planets in the process of comprehending the principles. Over the past few decades, the number of saint crystals he had obtained was extremely high. During this time, the demon ape took these saint crystals and the saint force crystals it had obtained from the other starfields and returned to the martial heaven continent to deliver resources to Zi Chen's avatar. When the 5th decade came, dozens of sacred level array masters finally connected the teleport formation to the outer area of the life star. Because of the protection of the life star's principles, the other saints could only stop there. The next transportation formation to the Tianwu continent would be completed by LV Peng and other array masters from the life star. Although the next step was to wrap up, it was relatively time-consuming. In the Sea of Fire that had existed for dozens of years, there was a sudden tremor. The flames that had burned all year long disappeared. A quaint cauldron appeared in the deepest part of the flames. Zi Chen, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the cauldron, opened his eyes for the first time and looked at the cauldron that had completely merged. At this moment, the cauldron looked simple and unadorned. It was extraordinary. Zi Chen, who was closely connected with the cauldron through his spiritual senses, could truly sense the extraordinariness of this cauldron. Everything in the universe was inside the cauldron. Rather than calling it a cauldron, it would be better to call it a world that contained everything in the universe. It was also a saint weapon, a very ancient saint weapon. Just as Zi Chen opened his eyes, a bright radiance erupted from the cauldron. A vast aura erupted and saint might surged between heaven and earth. A middle-aged man was standing on top of the cauldron. His appearance was very similar to the cauldron spirit. It was the middle-aged cauldron spirit. Greetings, Senior. Zi Chen stood up and bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man, even though the cauldron belonged to him. It has finally merged. Although I can't unleash its full power for the time being, it can still be used as a saint weapon. I have taught you the method to control it. Zi Chen, you will be in charge of controlling it. I still need to sleep and merge with it, Cauldron Spirit said to Zi Chen. Many thanks, Senior. Zi Chen expressed his gratitude and bowed again. Cauldron Spirit above him disappeared. With one thought, the universal origin cauldron began to shrink. The method to control it had not changed. With the universal origin cauldron in his possession, It was equivalent to having a powerful saint weapon to protect himself. It was time for Zichen to carry out the matter that he had been pondering over. The Hort family, huh? I hope you won't disappoint me. After putting away the universal origin cauldron, Zichen turned and left for the city of Sin. Previously, when he searched Hort's soul, he found a set of coordinates. Those coordinates were very likely to lead him back to the Hort family. The Hort family had been in seclusion for a very long time. He believed that there must be a lot of resources in the starfield they were in. For the sake of these resources, Zichen decided to give it his all. After returning to the Star of Sin, Zichen summoned everyone. P.S. I have received everyone's blessings. Thank you very much. In the new year, I wish everyone a happy and harmonious family. Chapter 2269. After knowing that Zichen had returned, everyone immediately walked out of the area that was hidden by the array. In a flash of light, everyone appeared in the teleportation array on the Star of Sin. When they entered the room, Zichen was already waiting for them. After not seeing each other for decades, everyone's aura had become much stronger. It was obvious that they had improved a lot over the years. Among those from the Tianwu continent, except for LV Peng and Zhong Haotian, almost everyone was present. Wang Xian Sun Ling, Chen Feng, and the others had also broken through to the saint level in the past 50 years. They were brought over by the devil ape when it returned last time. Zichen's development on the Star Road was good. The first to benefit were those from the Wuji sect who had been following him. There were less than 40 years before the invasion of the foreign race saints. Everyone was ready for battle. They believed that the invasion of the foreign race saints would definitely surprise them. However, this kind of preparation was obviously not enough to deal with the saints on the Star Road. How's the construction of the teleportation channel going? Looking at these people, Zichen asked. According to LV Peng's estimation, it will be completed within 10 years, Xingchen said. Zichen nodded and said, that's good. After the channel is opened, let's inform those old seniors to come to the Star Road. Didn't you say that there will be something big after you come out of seclusion? What kind of big move is it? Tyrant asked impatiently. We're going to the Huoti clan. Monk opened his eyes wide and said, are you going to the Huoti clan to snatch resources? He had been on the Star Road for decades and had interacted with Jiao Tu and Huang Tu naturally. He knew the three overlords on the Star Road. However, such an exaggerated expression was not because he was nervous, but because he was excited. This monk was not afraid of anything. It seemed that snatching was his favorite. We found a coordinate last time. That will be our breakthrough point this time. By the way, where's Yi Qian? Realizing that Yi Qian was not in the crowd, Zichen asked curiously. She left with Jiao Tu and Huang Tu. I heard that something happened, Su Mengyaro said. That's good. She can't participate in this matter. This time, we can't send too many people. Monk, Mengyaro, and the devil ape, come with me. Xing Chen, you three will come with me. This time, only the 7 of us will go. Those who could go naturally nodded, while those who couldn't had looks of confusion and dissatisfaction on their faces. Why can't I go? Amongst them, Lei Ling was the most dissatisfied. After all, he was the first person in the martial sky continent to break through to the saint realm. Although no one was ranked because of their own comprehension, with the existence of the monk, he naturally shamelessly classified himself as the most talented person. Under the influence of the monk, the thunder spirit also believed that it was blessed by the heavens. In fact, it was even more blessed than the monk. It's dangerous if there are too many people, Zichen said. I'm not afraid of danger, The thunder spirit was naturally unconvinced. He was once an extraordinary existence, but he had been tricked by Zichen, so he wasn't afraid of Zichen. This is an order. Zichen's tone turned cold. Once these words were spoken, the other people who were unwilling to accept this all lowered their heads. Even Thunder Spirit remained silent. This was Zichen. Normally, everything was easy to talk about, but when it came to a critical moment, everyone had to obey his orders. You haven't gone to our encampment yet, right? Do you want me to take you there? Seeing that Zichen was about to leave, Lin Shui, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. Has it been built? It's been built for decades, and it's already on a scale. Then let's go take a look. Zichen gestured for the others to make preparations and make arrangements for what was to come next before he headed for the core area. Naturally, the 4 women were the only ones traveling with him. The others tactfully retreated. Speaking of which, the time they could reunite was truly too short. After walking into the void with the 4 women, Zichen, who saw the scene before him, revealed a shocked expression in his eyes. Looking around, he saw 10 huge whirlpools. Below each whirlpool, there were nearly 100 cultivators sitting cross-legged. Not only were they saints, but they were also saints who had comprehended the laws of the heavenly Tao. In addition to these whirlpools, there was a huge planet further away. Around that planet, there would be aircraft flying past from time to time. Perhaps it was because of these saints, but holy crystals were constantly flying out of those whirlpools. There were a total of 10 whirlpools, and on average, a holy crystal would fly out of them every minute. Over the years, we've produced hundreds of saints. Great Sage Green Dragon said that it's enough to deal with those foreign tribes, but it's still not enough to fight against the entire Star Road. Wang Xiana stood beside Zichen and said, "This time, we'll give it our all. I believe that the Huati clan should have a lot of resources. They won't let us down." Zichen nodded and said, "Then we'll have to be careful," Wang Xiana said. Everyone was ready. Zichen returned with the 4 women, then met up with Tyrant and the rest, and headed towards the depths of the Star Road. This time, Zichen had no intention of hiding his whereabouts. Tyrant and the rest did not even conceal their aura. The group was almost in a straight line as they headed towards the depths of the starfield. When they passed by the star fields that were not controlled, they would attract the attention of other forces. However, as if they felt that these people were not to be trifled with, no forces came to stop the 7 of them. In the deepest part of the starfield, there was a special space. In this space, there was only one independent planet. This planet was not big, with a radius of only a few dozen miles. However, the planet contained very rich spiritual energy. On this planet, there were hundreds of cultivators. Among them, there were only 9 male cultivators. The rest were all female cultivators, and their figures and looks were the best. These people would live here for 1,000 years and would not be able to take a step out of this place. Under the situation where their cultivation could not improve and they could not go out, the people living here naturally enjoyed the most primitive human impulses and led a chaotic life. These 9 saints had the surname and bloodline of the Huati clan. Like emperors in the mortal world, they would choose different female cultivators to serve them every day. Life here was extravagant, chaotic, and unbearable. Every year, the saints in the 9 places on this planet would gather together and tell each other about their lives in the past year. It's so boring. 1,000 years, but only 300 years have passed. There are still 700 years to go. I really miss the life outside. I miss the women outside. One of the saints, with his hands behind his head, laid on the ground and looked at the sun condensed from energy in the sky. He lamented. Immediately after, the others beside him all sighed. Every 1,000 years, there would be a round of guarding. This was the rule. After 1,000 years, they would not be able to go out. After that, they would be free for 1,000 years. In the last 1,000 years, the 9 of them had been traveling in the star path. Relying on the supervisor's token, they had been able to do whatever they wanted outside for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, they brought their only gain, women. They returned here and lived 1,000 years like a prison. Fortunately, they brought back hundreds of women, so they would not be too lonely. Sometimes, they could even exchange with each other for a change of taste. Every year, the gathering was actually meant to be held in this regard. Last time, I sensed that someone had broken through. Wei, is it someone from your side? One of the saints, who was looking up at the sky with his hands behind his head, spoke again. It's 15. The saint named Wei said. Is it 15? The saint's eyes lit up and said, I have an impression of 15. Since he has become a saint, shouldn't he also contribute? That's right. Let's do it according to the old rules, the other saint said. This was the only thing they cared about in the past 1,000 years. Other than that, There was nothing else they could care about. As for guarding this place, not to mention that no one knew the coordinates of this place, even if they did, who would have the guts to come here and cause trouble? After all, this was the entrance to the Huoti clan. Even though they did not know where the entrance was, they were challenging the Huoti clan. However, coming here was equivalent to challenging the authority of the Huoti family. On this star road, no one had the guts to do so. The 9 saints, who were still discussing the exchange, did not know that at this moment, a team of 7 people had passed through many star domains and arrived outside the sealed void. Can you find the entrance here? Zi Chen asked Su Mengyao when they arrived near the coordinates in Huoti Wei's memory. Su Mengyao's body flashed with a mysterious light of energy. After a while, she stretched out her slender hand and pointed in a certain direction and said, "Here." A beam of energy shot out from her finger and landed on a certain space, causing the space to tremble. After a while, a space passage appeared. They walked into this space and saw a pitifully small planet in this space. "Looks like it's here. Let's go." The group of people flashed again and quickly flew toward this planet. There were no restrictions around this planet, so the 7 of them successfully arrived on this planet. The 7 of them stood in the air and spread out their spiritual senses to see everything here. After that, their faces were filled with astonishment. There were only 9 male cultivators and the rest were all women. In the investigation of their spiritual senses, there were some naked female cultivators who were posing in various positions as if they were practicing. Su Mengyao, Guang Yaro, and Mingyu's faces turned red in an instant. The monk retracted his spiritual senses and put his palms together. He chanted the name of Buddha and said, "Don't look at indecent things." The devil ape spat on the ground in disgust. Xing Chen shook his head. He had some of the star ancestors' memories, so of course he knew what was going on. Zi Chen, on the other hand, remained silent. Only the tips of his ears were slightly red, and he pretended to be very serious. The abnormality in the sky could not escape their perception. The 9 of them raised their heads and looked at a certain spot in the sky. In their subconsciousness, men were completely ignored and only women could attract their attention. Coincidentally, there were 3 women in the sky. Furthermore, they were all peerless beauties who could topple cities. In an instant, the 9 of them froze and were stunned. Soon, they were filled with disbelief and exclaimed, "It was hard to find such beautiful women in the world. Beauties, you came at the right time. Do you know where this is? Who are we?" One of the saints tidied his clothes and said with his head held high. Just as the other party was thinking about how to greet the beauty, the 8 people beside him instantly took out the supervisory envoy's token and threw it at Tianqiong and the others in a rush. P.S. New Year's Day, a new year. I wish you all good health and success in your studies and career. I won't start a new chapter in the new year. I'll just say some words here. 2015 has a lot of emotions, good and bad, happy and sad. I won't complain anymore. Everything is over. If nothing goes wrong, Lei Wu will finish the book in a few months. Here, I still want to thank the readers who have been supporting Lei Wu. It is because of your support that Lei Wu can come to where he is today. I can see everyone's messages on QQ. I'm sorry that I can't reply to them one by one. I'd like to thank you again. Unfortunately, I caught a cold yesterday. It's quite serious. I drank medicine yesterday, but it didn't work. According to the custom, you can't drink medicine on the first day of the new year. It has a bad meaning, so I'm resisting it today. I wish everyone a good time. I'll continue to update and add chapters. Chapter 2270. The moment they met, they threw out the tokens without saying a word. It was a very bad habit. Moreover, they threw out the tokens with great force, as if they wanted to smash them in their faces. It was not a good habit, but it became a habit for the 9 of them. In the 1,000 years 300 years ago, it was something they were very used to doing. Even after cultivating here for 300 years, they still did not change this habit. They did not guess why these people appeared here. Was it a coincidence? Was it deliberate? They did not consider it, nor had they ever considered it. As an overlord force, they had the entire star path under their feet. All the living beings on the star path were like their servants. Just taking out a token like this was enough to settle everything. In their hearts, the three peerless beauties in front of them were also their belongings. As long as the tokens were taken out, the beauties would obediently be in their hands. In the 1,000 years of the past, this scene had never failed. Soon, the three beauties would receive the tokens, and their beautiful faces would be filled with shock. Then, they would respectfully come in front of them, kneel on the ground, and offer the tokens with both hands. However, the scene in front of them seemed to be very different from what they had expected. The tokens whistling through the air suddenly stopped in front of the three beauties. The tokens that had stopped emitted a strong light, and then exploded with a bang. The tokens exploded. They turned into dust and disappeared. On the star path, only tokens were recognized, not people. Now that the token had exploded, they had lost their trump card to abuse their power. For a moment, their expressions changed, and anger appeared on their faces. Only then did they notice that there were 4 extremely ugly monsters following beside the 3 peerless beauties. That was right, that was how they felt about Zi Chen and the others. "Who are you? Do you know what you just did?" One of the young saints shouted coldly. "3 beauties, step aside. I want to see what kind of tricks the people who dare to behave atrociously in the Hueti clan have. Consider yourself unlucky. Of all places, you dare to behave atrociously here." The other saints spoke. Their words were cold, and their eyes surged with killing intent. In other places, the female cultivators also heard the commotion and saw the people in the sky. As spectators, they could clearly sense the killing intent from these people. They were very surprised and shocked. Clearly, these people knew where they were, but they still carried killing intent. Clearly, they had come prepared. Moreover, their auras were different from theirs, which meant they were from the life star. The cultivators there had always been mortal enemies with the cultivators here. Among the female cultivators, there were many saints. They had all entered the saint realm by exchanging their bodies for resources from the 9 people. However, at this moment, after sensing the killing intent from these outsiders, they had no intention of helping them. Only after coming here did they understand what these people meant by the Hort family. Rather than saying that the 9 of them were members of the Hueti family, it would be more accurate to say that they were abandoned children. In the eyes of outsiders, they were the high and mighty supervising emissaries. However, when they followed these emissaries here, they knew that they were all good-for-nothings who relied on their tokens to swindle others. They didn't have any resources to become a saint at all. They were only relying on their tokens to occupy places. As for the promise of becoming a saint ruler, it was even more unrealistic. This was because they couldn't go back at all. If they couldn't break through themselves, how could they help them break through? They were brought here. Other than providing them with entertainment, they couldn't get any benefits. Moreover, they didn't want to stay here for 1,000 years. Therefore, after sensing the killing intent from those people in the sky, their expressions didn't change at all. They also didn't intend to help. In fact, they even silently hoped that something else would happen. In the sky, Zi Chen stood indifferently. There was really nothing to talk about with these people. Moreover, the content of the conversation was very likely to be untrue. Moreover, Zi Chen didn't like their expressions. Therefore, Zi Chen waved his hand. The 7 of them directly rushed down toward the 9 saints. "You're courting death. How dare you disrespect the Hueti family? We'll destroy your entire family. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. We'll let bygones be bygones. You can leave, but the women must stay. Why are you still watching the show? Why don't you come and help? Don't tell me that my resources are given to you for free." In the face of Zi Chen's 7 people rushing down, these people had different reactions. Zi Chen was the fastest. In an instant, he was in front of a saint and punched him in the head. This punch was fast and ruthless. The saint's expression changed drastically. He couldn't even react in time. Bang! The punch hit the saint's head, but it didn't explode. The saint's body swung backwards, and a ball of light appeared behind his head. There was a small person in the ball of light. The small person was the saint's soul. At this moment, his face was filled with horror. The saint's soul was blasted out by the punch. After that, Zichen grabbed the soul. The saint's soul struggled in Zichen's hand. He was clearly terrified. The saint's physical body's expression froze. His eyes were lifeless as his body fell backward. All this happened in a single punch. Before the monk and the rest arrived, one of the 9 saints was already missing. In a flash, Zichen came to the side of the second saint and punched out again. A powerful force fell on the saint's body and blasted his soul out again. The second saint fell. He didn't have any injuries on his body, but he lost his soul. All the vitality in his body dissipated. This scene made the other saints beside him tremble in fear. They shouted one after another. Some belatedly realized that these people might not have appeared here unintentionally. They must have come here on purpose. The monk, demon ape, Xing Chen, and the rest followed. In a one-on-one situation, no one in the entire star path dared to say that they could completely defeat these people. Even the true direct descendant of the Jiatu family, Jiatu Huangtu, who had a saint-level physical body, could only fight to a draw with Xing Chen. At that time, Xing Chen had just become a saint, but Jiatu Huangtu had been in this realm for many years. In this battle, the female cultivators in the distance who had been brought here willingly, coerced, or lured here, saw the saints fall one by one. Although they knew that these people weren't the true direct descendants and could even be said to be abandoned, they still had the surname Huoti and came from the Huoti family. They knew many secret techniques of the Huoti family and had very powerful means. But in front of these people, their means were useless. And the battle ended as soon as it started. 9 saints fell. 9 souls were left behind, trembling and begging for mercy in fear. Soul search. Zichen ordered indifferently. The female cultivators in the distance didn't run away, perhaps because they were too frightened. Instead, they stood there in a daze. The soul search ended quickly, and the souls of the 9 saints dissipated. In their minds, except for all kinds of dazzling knowledge of royal maidens, there were very few records of other things. Even the heavenly path techniques they had mastered only accounted for a small part. These people were sent out after the Huoti family was completely sealed. Without the supply of resources, it was impossible for them to become saint kings, and their strength wouldn't even improve. Under such circumstances, they began to enjoy the beauty of the world, enjoying the most primitive impulse, and their combat skills were constantly deteriorating. All these years, because of the token, they had never fought with anyone, and even rarely used their energy. How sad. Xing Chen sighed softly. These people also didn't know where to go back, as if they were abandoned by the Huoti family. However, they were sure that the entrance was on this planet, because they appeared from here, and their purpose was to guard this place. After the soul search, the monk cleaned up the battlefield. Zichen stood in the air, looked down at the female cultivators, and said, "You can go now." These female cultivators were stunned at first, but then some of them showed surprise on their faces. There were also some who appeared to be at a loss. The ones who showed surprise were the saint-level female cultivators. Although they didn't have much weight in the depths of the star path, as long as they reached the edge of the star path, they were real big shots. Knowing that there was no hope of becoming a saint king, they had always wanted to leave. As for those female cultivators who didn't get any benefits, or didn't get enough to become a saint, they had nowhere to go. There will be a big battle here soon. If you continue to stay here, your lives will be in danger. Zichen stopped persuading them and said directly, "If you want to leave, you can leave now. If you don't want to leave, it's fine to stay here." Obviously, Zichen meant that if they stayed here, they couldn't blame others if they died. After hesitating for a while, these female cultivators decided to leave. Staying here could only wait for death, and there was still a way out. Moreover, the purpose of these people's visit was very obvious. It involved a real overlord force, and it wasn't something they could participate in. What Zichen did not expect was that after these people left today, they would actually establish a force that was as famous as thunder many years later. The demon ape sent these people out of the planet and opened the passage. After watching all these people leave, it turned around and returned. Su Mengyaro sat down cross-legged and began to use the laws of ethereal inaction to deduce the abnormalities of this planet. This planet didn't look big, But it wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time if one wanted to deduce all the places on this planet. This deduction took 2 years, and Zichen and the others sat cross-legged to guard her. Just as Su Mengyaro opened her eyes, a transportation formation lit up on the Tianwu continent, and LV Peng appeared in the everlasting sect. The transportation formation was finally completed. P.S. Happy New Year. Chapter 2271. The moment LV Peng appeared in the Wuji sect, he announced the completion of the teleportation portal. Dozens of saint-level array masters worked together and spent a lot of resources. After more than 50 years, they finally completed this significant teleportation portal. All the cultivators who came from the Life Star did not need to go through the long star path. They could directly reach the sinful star domain and explore the star path, seeking opportunities on it. When the teleportation portal was completed and LV Peng appeared, the Azure Dragon Grand Sage and the others also appeared. Looking at the bright teleportation portal, they were very excited. This step was something that none of the heaven-defying cultivators in history could complete. This was an unprecedented feat, and it was extremely significant to the Life Star. Without the sacrifices of the predecessors, there would be no choices for the future generations. This time, Zichen used the promise of a sacred weapon in exchange for a teleportation portal that was significant to the Life Star but not to him. Just like Lei Dong's choice in the past, this was a sacrifice. After the teleportation portal was completed, Wang Xian and the others also appeared in the Wuji sect. Under normal circumstances, this was something that could not be completed even after countless years. However, at this moment, they only needed an extremely short period of time to return. Where's Zichen? Looking at these familiar faces, the Azure Dragon Grand Sage did not find any trace of Zichen, and asked. Zichen went to the depths of the star path. He said that if the teleportation portal is completed in advance, all the great sages are to go to the sinful star. Wang Xian said, however, Zichen said that if all the great sages have fully recovered their strength, they cannot enter the star path. It is said that once a great sage appears on the star path, some special beings will sense it. We are still lacking some things to recover from our injuries. We are only sacred kings now, the Azure Dragon Grand Sage said with a smile. Sacred kings can travel on the star path. If all the great sages have nothing else to do, you can enter the sinful star domain now. Before Zichen left, he still has some arrangements that he needs all the great sages to complete. All right, let's go. On the same day, a group of ancient and famous beings stepped onto the star path. At the moment they had entered Sin's star area, the fighting competence of the Life Stars had rocketed. With these experts keeping watch, other than the 3 overlords in the Star Road, the other forces would not be able to contend with them. After the Azure Dragon Grand Sage and the rest arrived, they quickly understood the layout of the Star Road. Holding the token that Zichen had left behind, the Azure Dragon Grand Sage said, "Let's go. Let's finish the path that the little guy didn't finish." The other saints nodded in agreement. Among the saints, there was the Thunder Sage Beast, the Inzhong Grand Sage, Rosefinch, the Xuanwu Grand Sage, the White Tiger Grand Sage, Fairy Lingshuang, the saint who forged the heavenly weapon for Zichen, and other older generation saints. These people were much more powerful than Zichen and the others when they ventured deeper, both in terms of realm and combat power. Su Mengyaro opened her eyes and looked at the dense forest in front of her. Is it in that direction? Zichen followed Su Mengyao's gaze and asked. It's beside that tree. Su Mengyaro pointed at the ancient tree in front of her. Then, she clasped her hands together and made a few hand signs. Her unique energy appeared in front of her and started to condense. Usually, when one needed to open up a space, Su Mengyao only needed to point her finger. However, her expression was very serious now. She even needed to make hand signs and accumulate energy. It was clear that this place was not only difficult to deduce, but its defense was also unprecedentedly strong. After 3 breaths, Su Mengyao released the light of energy in front of her. The light landed beside the ancient tree and caused the space around it to tremble. Then, a ripple of energy appeared and spread in all directions. This ripple carried a very strong offensive power. Wherever it passed, All the ancient trees were instantly turned into dust and disappeared. The energy quickly came to the side of Zichen and the rest. Energy shields appeared around them. Under the vibration of the ripple, the shields trembled continuously. It was equivalent to the attack of a powerful saint. This kind of vibrating energy lasted for a full 15 minutes. After a quarter of an hour, there was nothing left on the planet. Everything had been reduced to dust. If it had been an ordinary saint, they would have perished under this constant barrage of attacks for 15 minutes. After the vibration of energy disappeared, a spatial passage appeared in front of everyone. The spatial passage looked very unstable. From time to time, waves of pure energy would spurt out from it. There was no energy in the void. The situation in front of them was a little special. After waiting for another 15 minutes outside the spatial passage, not only did the spatial passage not stabilize, but it became more and more unstable. It was as if there was a sea of energy on the other side of the space. After a gap opened, the energy kept pouring in. "We can't go on like this. We should go and take a look," Monk said in a deep voice. Zichen nodded and said, "Send a clone over first." Zichen's clone was still in the Wuji sect, so the clone he condensed would be far less powerful than his real body. It would be greatly restricted. Buddhist light flashed on Monk's body. The authentic Buddhist golden body was activated. After this clone of Monk appeared, it directly flew toward the energy passage in front of them. He was very fast. Buddhist light surged around his body. The strongest defense appeared on the surface of his body as he entered the passage. Everyone stared at the passage until Monk's clone disappeared. Then, they turned back to look at Monk. After a while, Monk's eyes flashed with bright light. He said, "There's no danger inside, but it will definitely surprise you." As he spoke, he was the first to walk into the passage. "You'd better hurry up. If you're late, this passage might be destroyed." Zichen and the others followed closely behind. Their bodies were covered with a defensive light shield, allowing the energy storm to wreak havoc. Then, they passed through the passage. After passing through the passage, they came to another star field. When they saw the scene in front of them, everyone's faces were filled with shock. The void, which was supposed to be empty, was now like a frozen world. The energy between heaven and earth had completely solidified and formed into crystals. At a glance, it was almost impossible to distinguish which were saint crystals and which were energy crystals. The entire void was filled with colorful and solidified energy light. It was very beautiful. At this moment, because of the passage that had forcibly appeared behind them, some changes had occurred in this fixed energy world. The solid energy was attracted. Some saint crystals were rotating at high speed and flew toward them. This beautiful world began to move. Amitabha. These people are too wasteful. There are so many resources, but they don't use them. They are completely wasted here. Looking at the scene in front of him, Monk couldn't help but exclaim. This void was supposed to be empty, but at this moment, it was filled with solid energy. Moreover, there was no lack of huge planets in it. It should be that after it was sealed, it hasn't been collected. There are indeed a lot of resources. It can create a lot of powerhouses. Looking at this world full of energy, Zichen could also imagine that this should be the accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years. Similarly, in these years, the Jiatu family must have obtained so many resources. Who knew how many powerhouses they had cultivated? Meng Yao, seal the passage first. Otherwise, with so much energy rioting, the passage will be blown up. Zichen ordered. If there was no passage, they couldn't get out. There are so many resources, can you take them all? Monk asked worriedly, but while talking, he didn't stay idle. Instead, he began to look for saint crystals in this solid energy with his clone, and then put them into his space. Seeing this scene, Zichen couldn't help but tease, "What are you collecting these saint crystals for? The most precious resources here are those planets. Look at how many there are here. I'm afraid there are thousands of them. You can go and collect them." Listening to Zichen's teasing, Monk said with some annoyance, "Do you think I don't want to? But if I want to collect these planets, it will take too much energy. It's better to collect these saint crystals." Everyone looked at each other and smiled. They have known Monk for a long time and know how greedy this guy is. Everyone, don't stay idle. Collect as many as you can. Chen took out the universe origin cauldron, and an ancient saint aura began to spread. Those who were about to leave, after sensing this aura, turned their heads and looked at Chen's hand. Is this the universe origin cauldron? Chen asked. Chen nodded and said, yes, but it's not in its strongest state. However, it's much stronger than an ordinary saint weapon. In Chen's hand, the universe origin cauldron trembled slightly, forming a ripple that spread out. Wherever the ripple passed, the solidified energy in the surroundings disappeared. The universe origin cauldron left Chen's hand and flew forward. As it moved forward, the universe origin cauldron rotated, and the roars of beasts rang out. The universe origin cauldron began to expand. Looking at the expanding universe origin cauldron, Monk's eyes lit up. He stared at it without blinking, and suddenly asked, there are so many resources. Can you collect them all? Chen replied, if there's enough time, I can collect them even if there are 100 times more. Monk heard this and stopped collecting the saint crystals. He said directly, since it's such a good thing, why don't you let me try to control it? Go play by the side. How could Chen not know what Monk was thinking? He sneered and rushed forward. The solidified energy crystals here were the purest form of energy. They were true resources. Perhaps they were useless to saints like them, but to those heavenly states, they were good stuff. While controlling the universal origin cauldron to move forward, Chen opened up his mind and used his spiritual senses to explore his own world before opening it up. P.S. Cold is very uncomfortable. In the end, I still drank the medicine. Good customs must be continued, but one must act according to one's ability. In the new year, I wish everyone good health. I really hope that I can have 1/10,000th of Chen's body. I don't ask for strength, just not to fall sick. Chapter 2272. In this star road, even a heaven-defying cultivator like him would be suppressed and unable to let living creatures such as physical bodies enter. However, these pure energies could be collected. Hence, Chen opened up his mind and turned himself into a black hole, absorbing the surrounding solid energy crystals. Boom! The universal origin cauldron was still expanding. However, as it expanded, there was a huge suction force coming from it, as if a door to another world had opened. Under this violent suction force, the surrounding resources disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, due to the huge commotion, the universal origin cauldron that was absorbing resources was constantly rumbling. Chen and the others didn't stay idle either. They went straight to those planets. These planets represented resources. Although it would take some time to collect them, they could still collect as much as they could. You bald bastard, we are making too much of a ruckus. We will definitely alarm the people of the Huati family. Hurry up and collect the planets for me. Chen couldn't help but curse as he looked at the monk who was still collecting saint crystals. Why don't you go? The monk looked at Chen in dissatisfaction. Can't you see that my 2 clones have already gone? The 2 clones represented extreme yin and extreme yang. They didn't have a world in their bodies, so they couldn't use it to collect energy. They could only seal the planets. Lord Zeng's clones have also gone. Can't you see? The monk couldn't help but sneer. The devil ape went to refine the planets. As he was moving forward, his body suddenly flashed and thousands of devil apes appeared. The combat strength of these devil apes might not be strong, but in this place, they didn't need much combat strength. With so many devil apes working together, it would be hundreds to thousands of saint crystals. This scene left the monk dumbfounded. He was filled with envy. Swoosh! At this moment, Chen's body flashed and many Chen appeared. They also went straight to those planets. HMPH, Arhat clones. Do you think Lord Zeng doesn't have any? The monk snorted and summoned dozens of clones. These clones had strong combat strength, but unfortunately, the efficiency of collecting saint crystals wasn't high. I miscalculated. If I had known this would happen, I would have brought everyone here. While collecting the surrounding solid energy, Chen felt a sense of regret. If he could bring all the cultivators in the nefarious starfield here, It would be a piece of cake for him to claim the resources. However, such considerations were obviously unrealistic. For the resources in front of them, the speed at which they collected them was too slow. Moreover, the most important resources could not be collected in a short period of time. Zichen no longer controlled his own world. He had turned into a black hole and allowed the world to absorb the energy around him. All of his spiritual senses were focused on the universal origin cauldron. Now, he could only rely on this sacred weapon to collect as many resources as possible. Especially those planets that could create too many saints, they had to be taken away. Expand. With a thought, Zichen's soul began to frantically pour into the universal origin cauldron. The beastly roars coming from the cauldron grew louder and louder, and the surface of the cauldron began to burn with raging flames. At the same time, the cauldron began to expand. 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet, and it was still expanding. With such a large cauldron opening, it began to devour the surrounding resources. The commotion became even greater. Avatars, come and help me, Zichen shouted in a low voice. His two avatars, Zenith Yin and Zenith Yang, returned and sat cross-legged beside Zichen. The three of them worked together to control the cauldron. The cauldron continued to expand and soon reached 10,000 feet in size. The energy reserves in Zichen's body, which were as vast as the ocean, were rapidly depleting. This was the price he had to pay to fully control the sacred weapon. At the same time, his perfect soul was also rapidly depleting. Although the amount of resources entering the world of Pill Cauldron with every breath was immeasurable, Zichen could not bear such consumption. Elder, help me. Such an opportunity only came once in his life. If he missed it, it would be gone forever. Therefore, Zichen called out to the cauldron spirit who was still fusing with his soul. The cauldron spirit soon woke up. When it saw the scene before its eyes, it was astonished. So many resources. Where is this place? The House of Hort. We don't have much time. Let's try to collect those planets before they discover us. This was Zichen's objective. Collecting sacred crystals and other resources was really nothing. What was truly important was those planets. The saints created from those planets had much higher potential than those created from sacred crystals. Boom. The awakened cauldron spirit no longer spoke. It worked together with Zichen to control the cauldron. In an instant, the cauldron expanded to 20,000 feet in size. Immediately after, it expanded at a speed of 10,000 feet. My soul has yet to reach its peak. If it were at its peak, collecting these things would be a piece of cake. While the cauldron was expanding rapidly, the cauldron spirit's somewhat regretful voice sounded. However, the speed at which the cauldron was expanding had already astonished Zichen and the others. Just imagine the scene of such a huge cauldron devouring the surrounding resources with all its might. At this moment, the mouth of the cauldron had turned into a vortex. The resources in the void revolved around the vortex before being sucked into the cauldron. The universal origin cauldron expanded to 100,000 feet in size. It continued to expand until it could envelop an entire planet. Soon after, the universal origin cauldron began to move. It arrived below a planet and exerted a powerful suction force on the planet. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the planet began to tremble and slowly descend. This method was undoubtedly much faster than the others condensing the planets. Moreover, during the process of the planet's descent, the boundless solid energies and sacred crystals in the surroundings were constantly being sucked into the cauldron. Rumbling sounds could be heard throughout the void. All kinds of radiances flashed unceasingly. While the universal origin cauldron was collecting the planets, the others were not idling around. They were all condensing the planets. The so-called condensing here was not refining. Instead, they were standing outside of the planet and releasing streams of energy onto the planet to seal the planet with their great transcendence energy. It was just like the sealed planet that Jiao Tu and Huang Tu had given to Zichen. Naturally, everyone knew how to seal a planet. However, LV Peng, a formation master, was much faster at sealing a planet. None of them were idling around. Moreover, as time passed, they became more and more nervous. After all, This situation was no different from a robbery. Moreover, they were right in front of someone else's door. Perhaps, in the next moment, powerful existences would appear and besiege them. Boom! The void trembled. Finally, an enormous void zone appeared in the sky. It was a planet that had been sucked into the universal origin cauldron. With the assistance of Zi-Chen and the cauldron spirit, it took them 15 minutes to do so. Immediately after, the universal origin cauldron moved again and landed below another planet. According to the calculation of collecting a planet in a quarter of an hour, if he wanted to collect all the planets in this void space, it would take him years to calculate. The number of planets that had accumulated in this space over the past hundreds of thousands of years was simply too many. Just think about it. A vast void that required aircraft to travel through was actually filled with energy. How many planets would be hidden in this energy? Rumble. The sky trembled again as another planet was sucked into the universal origin cauldron. Taking away 2 planets would allow them to create about 10 saints, but it was clearly far from their goal this time. Time was of the essence. No one knew when the Huati clan's cultivators would discover what was happening and come out to stop them. The atmosphere that was still rather relaxed became more and more tense. The party began to collect the planets with all their might. There was no more banter during this period. Every one of them used their most powerful techniques, without any intention of holding back. Rumbling noises reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Under the powerful cooperation of Zi-Chen and the cauldron spirit, the 3rd planet was sucked into the universal origin cauldron. Then, the 4th planet, the 5th planet, the 6th planet, the 10th planet. Obtaining 10 planets this time was undoubtedly a huge gain. For this trip, it was completely worth it. In the void, rainbow-colored lights flashed like lightning and thunder. Above Tyrant's head, the enormous planet finally began to shrink little by little under the enhancement of the seals. When the planet shrunk to the size of a palm, Tyrant smiled with satisfaction and kept the planet. During this period, Zi-Chen had collected as many as 20 planets using the universal origin cauldron. Then, the demonic ape, Xing-Chen, and the others also collected a planet each. The void that was originally a solid state of energy once again turned into a small area of nothingness after the disappearance of the 20 planets and a large amount of energy. However, compared to the entire void, the total amount of resources collected by Zi-Chen and the others was probably less than 1,000th of the total amount. While collecting resources, the universal origin cauldron was still expanding. In the end, Zi-Chen's speed also became faster and faster. Initially, the sound wasn't very loud. However, in the end, it carried obvious vibrations that caused the entire space to tremble. The tremors continued to spread to the depths of the void and eventually to a large planet nearby. There seemed to be a layer of restriction on the surface of the planet. The entire planet appeared to be in a petrified state. As the tremors grew louder and louder, the surface of the petrified planet gradually began to glow. After the petrified surface completely disappeared, the entire planet began to glow and release the aura of life. This planet that had been sealed for God knows how many tens of thousands of years once again glowed with new vitality. The space on the surface of the planet distorted and formed a space-time tunnel. A figure walked out of it. He had a relatively young face. When he came out and saw the scene before him, he was rather surprised. However, when he sensed the vibrations coming from all around him, the surprise on his face was quickly replaced by anger. P.S. I'm going to pay a New Year's visit on the 2nd day of the new year. This is one of the few manuscripts I have saved up. I've been unable to make ends meet for the past few days. Chapter 2273. The young man who walked out was a saint. Seeing that this place was completely filled with energy, he was very surprised, very surprised. There were many planets in his line of sight. These were truly great opportunities for the cultivators on the star path. For these resources, they would risk their lives for them. But these resources only surprised the other party for a moment. After that, the tremors made the other party show anger on his face. He shouted loudly, "Damn it, who is it?" His voice reverberated in the void, passing through the solid energy and spreading to even further places. But his words obviously did not get any response. In this void, The tremors that should have sounded did not weaken at all. In fact, they became even more intense. Damn it! A murderous intent flashed in the young man's eyes as he rushed forward. Around him, saint energy surged, forming ripples that spread out in all directions. Wherever the ripples passed, all the solid energy was instantly turned into dust. All the saint crystals were also destroyed in an instant, exploding and dissipating into the world. In the eyes of the world, resources were just obstacles in the other party's way. He did not feel any heartache for destroying these resources. Soon, a straight passageway appeared in this solid world. As if sensing that the tremors were still at the edge, the saint impatiently took out his aircraft, entered it, and began to move forward in a straight line. Along the way, except for the planets, everything else around him would be destroyed. Angry voices quickly spread to the outside world, announcing that this secret incident had been discovered. If they retreated now, they might be able to avoid a battle. But looking at the resources in front of them, looking at these planets that could produce so many saints, could they retreat so decisively? The answer was definitely no. Not to mention the greedy monk who refused to leave, even Zi Chen, who had maintained his rationality, would definitely fight for these resources. Only one person came, and his a saint. Su Mengyaro, who was not far away, spoke. Her words clearly showed her position and attitude. A mere saint is not worth mentioning. My clone will slap him to death. The monk's eyes revealed a fierce light, revealing his evil side. His clone went straight in. Since only one person came, don't be in a hurry to kill him. Try to buy as much time as possible. Zi Chen's heart moved, and he immediately said. The monk snorted, somewhat unwilling, but he did not refute. The others did not speak and continued to collect the planets. At this moment, each of them had collected 2 planets, and Zi Chen had used the universe origin cauldron to collect dozens of planets. Zi Chen's meaning was very clear. Even the smart monk naturally understood his meaning. His clone began to move quickly. There was no path in front of him, so his clone carefully created a path, collecting all the saint crystals it encountered along the way. In his mind, these things of course, he would not let them go to waste. Speaking, the monk's heart's heart. His clone, who was carefully advancing forward, almost exploded in anger when he saw the flying machine and the constantly dissipating energy and saint crystals. Of Buddha's asterisk of the monk, of the saint. The monk quickly moved forward, his body shining with Buddhist light. He used a Buddhist sound wave ability, and a golden ripple spread forward. Wherever the ripple passed, the solid energy shattered, but the saint crystals remained intact. It was obvious that even an angry monk would still think that these things were his and should not be destroyed. The saint in the aircraft was a little dizzy from this sound wave. In addition, he could also hear a strong sense of anger in this sound wave. His figure flashed, and he walked out of the aircraft. He stood in front of the monk, ready to scold him and say a few words like courting death. But before he could speak, the monk shouted first, "You little thief, do you know where this place is? Can't you see how many resources have been destroyed? Open your eyes wide and let me take a good look. What are these things around you? Don't you know how to be careful? You're a saint, but you don't even know this. You're infuriating me." The young saint, who was about to speak, was dumbfounded. He felt a little dazed by the monk's barrage of questions, and he did not know how to answer. These are clearly my things, okay? You're obviously a thief. What's wrong with me destroying things that belong to my family? But you're a thief. Not only do you not have the slightest awareness of a thief, you even dare to question me, the owner. Faced with the monk's questions, he did not know whether to answer or not to answer. You little thief, why don't you quickly withdraw your energy? Can't you see that you're still destroying things? The monk spoke again. His face, which was supposed to be benevolent, was now full of anger. These things belong to my family. Seeing the monk, who was supposed to be a thief, speak so righteously, the young saint had to speak up. I know, but I can't waste them. Look at you, these. Before the monk could finish speaking, an even stronger energy wave surged out of the young saint's body. This wave swept across a radius of 1,000 meters, and all the energy within 1,000 meters disappeared in an instant. The saint crystals also turned to dust, and the place returned to the void. You damned thief, how dare you not listen to Lord Zeng's advice? You must die. Seeing the things that belonged to him being destroyed just like that, the monk felt as if his heart had been ruthlessly stabbed by a knife. His eyes turned red, and he rushed toward the young saint without hesitation. The monk, who was rushing forward, had a ferocious aura, like a golden beast. The aura that spread out was extremely oppressive, and it caused the young saint from the Huati clan to change his expression drastically. His expression became very solemn. It had to be said that this monk, who did not know his priorities, was the strongest opponent he had ever met. The monk was really angry, and the Buddhist light around him became very terrifying. He was going to kill him. He would never let anyone destroy his things. You bald thief, you should understand the situation before attacking. These things don't belong to your family. They belong to someone else. Seeing that the monk was about to rush in front of the young saint and kill him in an instant, Zichen's voice echoed in the monk's mind. That spiritual voice transmission, which even contained some deliberate attacks, woke up the monk, who had lost his mind due to the heartache. As he rushed forward, his powerful aura was quickly retracted. By the time he arrived in front of the young saint, it had already dissipated. Peng! There was a loud explosion, and the saint with a solemn expression was sent flying. The defense around his body did not shatter, and he only stopped when he smashed into his aircraft. The monk's attack did not affect him in the slightest, and it seemed like it was all bark and no bite. After seeing that there were no injuries on his body, the solemn young saint revealed a mocking expression. I thought you were strong, but you're just SOSO. Farther away, the people who had their spiritual senses landed here knew very well that if it had not been for Zichen's timely voice transmission, the greedy monk, who did not know his priorities, would have really killed the saint. H. Lord Zeng wants to tell you that you should know how to cherish things. Thief, it's shameful to waste things. The monk stood where the young saint had been standing and looked at him coldly. This belongs to my family. You're the thief. Although I don't know how you got here, since you're here, die. The young saint smiled coldly at the monk and began to rush forward. He seemed to have used some kind of secret technique, and his speed was very fast. In an instant, he was in front of the monk, and he threw a punch at the monk's face. The monk, who had already regained his senses, knew very well what he should do at this moment. Therefore, he decisively raised his hand slowly and blocked the attack before it could reach him. Bang! Energy vibrated, and the monk took 2 steps back. After stabilizing his body, he took the initiative to counterattack. This attack was very sharp, but he was a little slower than the other party. His palm brushed past the other party's face, and the other party took the opportunity to kick the monk in the chest. The powerful force caused the monk to retreat again. Thief, you're just SOSO? Sensing the other party's speed and strength, the young saint became more and more disdainful. That's what Lord Zeng wants to say. You're just SOSO, you thief. The monk smiled and rushed towards the other party again. As he rushed forward, the monk formed a seal with both hands and began to use the heavenly path technique. A dazzling golden swastika that was surging with Buddhist light appeared and headed straight for the young saint. Spirit Destruction Seal. Seeing the monk's attack, the young saint smiled coldly and also formed a seal with both hands. A spiritual seal emitting a dazzling light appeared in front of him. It contained a powerful aura and collided with the swastika. Boom! Terrifying energy surged, and the swastika exploded instantly. The spiritual seal continued to move forward for a while before exploding. Both parties were still evenly matched, and the young saint had a slight upper hand. Again, the monk sat cross-legged, and his body shone with Buddhist light. He was like a Buddha, and his appearance was solemn. The swastika appeared in front of him again. This time, whether it was the power or aura, it was much stronger than before. It was like an upgraded version of the attack. Spirit Destruction Seal, second style. The young saint shouted, and the seals in his hands also changed. Another seal that was stronger than before appeared. As he formed the seal, he was sneering in his heart. This idiot monk wanted to compete with him in heavenly path technique. He was simply asking for it. One must know that the Hort family had existed for so many years, and who knew how many heavenly path techniques they had collected. Moreover, they had specialized resources to comprehend them. He also knew several powerful heavenly path techniques. In the distance, the crowd was not interested in watching a battle of this level. They only hoped that this battle would last as long as possible. It would be best if it could last for a few decades and let them take away all the resources here. Chapter 2274. In the void, the two of them were having a great time fighting. Saint Force continued to spread out, destroying countless solid energies and saint crystals. The monk had woken up and knew that these things were not his. Fortunately, he no longer felt heartache and let loose. After all, they belonged to someone else. Since the other party did not care, he did not need to care either. Moreover, he could not take all of these things away. If he left them behind, it would allow the other party to create more saints. Therefore, it was better to destroy as much as possible. One had to admit that the monk's change in mentality was much faster than ordinary people. In a battle, the monk was always weaker than the other party. Obviously, this was an act, but the other party was not a fool. In the void far away, rumbling sounds kept resounding. Colorful lights flashed in the sky like lightning. Such a scene was enough to show that there were other people around, and they were collecting the resources here. To be honest, the other party did not care about these resources. All these years, the people of the Huati family had not come out, so no one took care of the resources here. However, not caring and giving them to others were two completely different things. They could destroy these resources, but they would not give them away for free, let alone someone from the lifestar. The saint from the Huati family borrowed the force to retreat. He then took out something like a voice transmission talisman and was about to send a message to ask for help. Bang! Seeing this, the monk suddenly sped up. A golden light shot out from his fingertip, and the voice transmission talisman exploded instantly. You! The saint from the Huati family was obviously shocked by the monk's speed. He subconsciously retreated. I won't kill you for now, but I can't let you send a message. The aura around the monk suddenly became turbulent. Cold light flashed in his eyes, and he no longer showed any mercy. The saint looked a little flustered. He began to display his powerful techniques one by one. However, the heavenly path technique he thought was powerful was useless against the monk. Bang! With just a simple palm strike, the powerful heaven's path divine art would immediately dissipate. After a few simple moves, the young man was stopped by the monk. The monk forcibly extracted his soul and began to search his soul. During the soul search, the monk had to ensure that the other party's soul would not collapse because of it. A moment later, Tyrant finished his soul searching and his face turned ugly. Everyone, let's speed up. Perhaps it won't be long before the Sage King comes out of seclusion. Facing the fear of death, the saint's soul trembled and begged for mercy. But it was obviously useless. The monk would never let him go back. Furthermore, the current situation wouldn't last for long. After Zi Chen collected the 3 planets, the saints who hadn't waited for the young man to return walked out again. 3 people walked out of the spatial tunnel. The 3 of them were surprised when they saw the scene in front of them. However, their expressions did not change much as they boarded the aircraft and flew forward. There are 3 saints this time. Su Mengyao's voice rang out again as soon as the 3 of them appeared. Demon Ape, Xing Chen, you two go as well. Let's end this quickly, Zi Chen instructed. It was clearly different from before. The 3 of them were now on guard, so the battle had to end as quickly as possible. But this was on the premise that the 3 of them could not send a message, but they could not die either. The aircraft soon arrived in front of Tyrant. The 3 of them walked out. After seeing the obvious traces of battle, the leading saint looked at Tyrant and asked indifferently, "Where's Duo Li?" Tyrant raised the ball of soul light in his hand and said, "Here. You're courting death." A cold light flashed in the eyes of the 3 of them, and they rushed forward without saying anything. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, 2 rays of light appeared from both sides. It was Demon Ape and Xing Chen. One of them held a black staff, while the other held a Xing Chen spear. They attacked the 2 saints on both sides. Facing the sudden attack, the 3 of them did not panic. During this time, The saints on both sides charged at Demon Ape and Xing Chen, while the one at the front went straight for Tyrant. A long sword appeared in the saint's hand that was charging at Demon Ape. The tip of the sword surged with a cold aura as it pierced towards Demon Ape. Boom! The black staff landed forcefully with a powerful aura, shattering the long sword in one hit. Then, the powerful force landed on the saint's body, causing him to cough up blood and fly backward. Losing in one hit, the saint's face was filled with shock. He instinctively wanted to send a message for help. Suddenly, a black light flashed, and Demon Ape was already in front of him, slapping his forehead with a palm. Ha! In the face of danger, the saint could only defend himself first. With a loud shout, layers of defense appeared on the surface of his body. But it was useless. Demon Ape's palm was very powerful. It instantly destroyed the saint's defense and imprinted on the saint's forehead, causing his soul to be shaken out. Demon Ape had already succeeded. Opposite him, Xing Chen's spear had also pierced through his opponent's chest, ending the battle. Amitabha. The saint at the front was obviously the strongest of the three. He was not weak. When he charged forward, his killing intent had already locked onto Tyrant. But as Tyrant put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha, a swastika appeared and sent the saint flying. Then, Tyrant stepped forward and decisively took the saint's soul. Looking at the saint's frightened face in the soul that was taken away, Tyrant said disdainfully, "You are just small fries. Are you worthy of being Lord Zeng's opponent?" Lord Zeng is the most talented person on the Life Star. Hearing Tyrant's words and personally feeling Tyrant's power, the saint who only had his soul left had an ashen expression. If what Tyrant said was true, they were indeed no match for him, unless the top geniuses of their family were born. But now was not the time. Those top geniuses could not be born. In the Hort family, no one at the same level could be their opponent. Tyrant stopped searching the saint's soul. Looking at the straight passage ahead, he said, 1, 3. Will there be 5 next time? The third wave of saints appeared quickly. There were indeed 5 of them. Zi Chen signaled Bright Moon and Brilliant to attack. The 5 of them joined hands and decisively destroyed the enemy. During this period, Zi Chen took another 5 planets. Then, more than 10 saints appeared. With the appearance of these saints, they could no longer finish the battle quickly. Soon, news was sent back to the Hort family. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Zi Chen, who was still controlling the universe origin cauldron, said coldly. Thus, the soul power of the saint's soul that he had captured earlier was completely dispersed, leaving only the pure soul. Go to hell. Without the restriction, everyone's battle prowess had undoubtedly increased by a lot. The special black rod in the Demon Ape's hand continuously smashed at the saints. Strike after strike, strike after strike, each strike stronger than the one before. Every strike that came into contact with the black rod instantly crumbled. The saints who collided with the black stick were either killed or seriously injured. Brilliant stood in the sky. As his jade finger pointed forward, a saint would cough up blood and fall back. These saints from the Hort family all had extraordinary fighting strength. They could be considered the best among those at the same level. However, compared to Brilliant, Xing Chen, and the others, they were far inferior in terms of birth and origin. Xing Chen was needless to say. In the entire star race, there was only one son of Xing Chen. Bright Moon and Brilliant were the same. They were unique existences among their respective races. The monk was the combination of good and evil. He had mastered almost all the remarkable powers of the Buddhist sect. These remarkable powers were all famous. The devil ape belonged to the sky-rending battle ape bloodline. This bloodline adhered to battle, transforming and advancing in battle. Moreover, as one of the few existences who had broken through to the saint realm in the first wave, the devil ape's comprehension and battle strength were absolutely proportional. More importantly, the demon ape came from the saint burial ground. It was not an ordinary sky-splitting battle ape. There was no suspense in this battle. It ended with the elimination of all the enemies. Immediately after, the Hort family showed Zi Chen and the others their foundation. The saints of their family began to fly over in large batches. Their numbers were increasing. Meng Yao, Come back. After sensing that too many saints of the Hort family had come, Zichen sent a message to Su Mengyaro, asking her to come back. Su Mengyaro was not good at fighting. She would be at a disadvantage in such a chaotic battle. Su Mengyaro nodded and retreated. Her white dress fluttered. She knew her own strength and did not show off too much. Xing Chen, the demon ape, the monk, brilliant, and bright moon began to charge forward, fighting with the dozens of saints of the Hort family. This time, the Huoti clan had displayed their power. They seemed to have an endless supply of saints. Every time one was killed, more saints would appear. However, the monk and the other four showed them the special fighting strength of these special existences on the life star. There were only 5 of them, but each of them could fight a group of people alone. In the midst of this energy clash, more solid energies and saint crystals shattered, and more nothingness appeared. In the void, saint blood splashed. The 5 turned into flowing lights. Wherever they passed, saints fell and died. During this time, other than the monk, Xing Chen and the other 3 were still dodging, sometimes dodging one attack after another. However, the monk, who had the strongest defense, was completely rampaging. He was the most efficient at killing enemies. Among those of the same level, how could the saints who did not have saint weapons break through the monk's strongest defense? Zichen, who was still collecting resources, could not help but marvel at the monk's strong defense. It was so strong that it had surpassed Zichen's physical body. The saints of the Hort family came and died in large numbers. They came quickly and died quickly. These people could not do anything to the 5. After a battle, they suffered heavy casualties, but they did not cause any fatal injuries to the 5. Seeing that the death rate was increasing, these saints were afraid. They no longer fearlessly charged forward to die, but began to retreat. Such a sacrifice was obviously not worth it. Because very soon, even more powerful experts would be born. At this moment, an angry roar suddenly came from the depths. This roar carried a strong saint aura. Is it a great saint? Feeling the saint aura in this roar, the monk and the demon ape changed their expressions and looked into the depths. Chapter 2275. It's not a supreme saint, it's a sage ruler. Xing Chen walked over and fought alongside the 2 of them. He said in a low voice, "In this world, the probability of a great sage appearing is very low. Even such an aristocratic family can't possibly have a supreme saint." Xing Chen's words were very certain because this was another secret of the star path. Jiao Tu and Huang Tu were the ones who revealed this secret, so they had no reason to lie to them. This was also why Zichen dared to bring 6 people to an overlord aristocratic family. Is it a sage ruler? Su Mengyaro, who was beside Zichen, turned her head and asked. Zichen nodded and said, "It should be." In the previous battle, he had joined forces with Xing Chen and the others and almost killed a supreme saint. This time, there were more experts in their team and their combat strength was much stronger. He believed that they wouldn't be in such a sorry state when facing a sage ruler. The monk and the other 4 were there. Zichen continued to turn back and collect a new planet with all his might. This was a void, and the surrounding solid energy and saint crystals had all been shattered, leaving behind only a few stars floating in the void. The saints in the distance who had retreated in fear saw Zichen and Su Mengyaro, as well as the universal origin cauldron collecting the planets, but they didn't have the strength or the courage to stop it. The sage ruler's aura swept over from afar, bringing with it a strong oppressive aura. The retreating saints parted to the sides, and a middle-aged man appeared. Wherever he passed, all the saints bowed to him respectfully. The sage ruler's gaze swept across these saints and he snorted coldly. A group of saints couldn't even deal with 5 people. This was simply a disgrace to the Hort aristocratic family. That snort was like a heavy hammer that smashed into the hearts of all the saints. Some of the injured saints instantly paled and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Trash. The sage ruler's indifferent gaze swept past these saints before looking at the 5 people in front of him. A strange light flashed through the saint ruler's eyes when he saw that there were actually 2 beauties among the 5. But at his level, beauty was no longer everything to him. "I haven't come out for so many years. I didn't expect that the scoundrels on this life star have become so bold. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." The Holy King sneered at the 5 of them. Boom! Suddenly, a loud rumble came from afar as a huge planet shrank continuously before entering the cosmos origin cauldron. This scene attracted the attention of the sacred ruler. His gaze shifted to the universal origin cauldron in the distance. Immediately after, his pupils abruptly shrank. It was very obvious that he had already sensed the extraordinariness of the large cauldron. A wisp of greed flashed through the depths of his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Go and take that cauldron." The group of saints behind the Saint King looked at each other when they heard this. Previously, they were beaten back. They tried many times, but still couldn't break through, suffering great losses. "Trash, I'll deal with these guys." The Holy King snorted discontentedly as his aura began to surge. His pair of cold eyes locked onto the 5 of them. These saints heaved a sigh of relief as they purposely went around the 5 of them, intending to charge at Zi-Chen. Shua, 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 shua. At this moment, Xing-Chen, Demon Ape, Brilliant Light, and Ming-Yu turned into streams of light and dispersed as they charged at the saints. Seeing the 4 of them, the saints shuddered and retreated once again. "You're courting death." Seeing that there was only a bald man in front of him, the Holy King's eyes narrowed. The feeling of being looked down upon ignited the anger in his heart. His robe fluttered even though there was no wind. He raised his hand and waved his palm, preparing to attack. Amitabha. At this moment, a Buddhist chant resounded as Tyrant made the first move. A huge swastika print emitted a bright and dazzling Buddhist light as it charged at the Holy King. The swastika print enlarged as it moved forward, surging with a powerful aura. The Holy King raised his palm and struck the swastika print, causing the void to tremble. This swastika print that could obliterate a saint instantly shattered under the Holy King's attack. The Holy King's lips curled into a disdainful smile as though he wanted to scoff and say that Tyrant was overestimating himself. Swastika. After his attack failed, the Tyrant sat cross-legged in the void with his palms together. His body shone with Buddhist light as a light wheel appeared behind him like a Buddha. The first word of the 6-syllable mantra appeared. The void began to distort as the syllable reverberated in the void, bringing with it an inexplicable energy. The saints from before coughed up blood without warning as they retreated in horror. At this moment, with the Tyrant as the center, the sound of the swastika reverberated within a radius of 3,000 meters, filled with a destructive force. Faced with this energy, the Holy King remained expressionless as he took a step forward, the energy around him surging. The Tyrant's sound wave that expanded to a radius of 3,000 meters became distorted as though it was about to collapse. A second light wheel appeared behind the Tyrant along with the second syllable. Swastika. The distorted void stabilized once again. With the additional word of the mantra, the radius of 3,000 meters expanded to 5,000 meters. Within 5,000 meters, golden light filled the void as the Buddhist light shone brightly as the 2 syllables reverberated. The saints who had just retreated started coughing up blood as their eyes lost their focus. Their faces were filled with horror as though they had seen something extremely terrifying. The mantra of the Buddhist sect is just SOSO. The Holy King's indifferent voice rang out as the 2 syllables reverberated in the void. His voice was like a heavy hammer that reverberated in the void. After hearing the Holy King's voice, the horrified saints came to their senses and immediately retreated into the distance. Xing-Chen and the rest who were charging ahead also moved out of the range of the Tyrant's attack. This kind of attack was indiscriminate. As long as one was within the range, they would be attacked regardless of whether it was good or bad. The Tyrant's 2 syllables had no effect on the Holy King. He took another step forward and crossed a few hundred meters as his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Swastika. The Tyrant's 3rd syllable was heard as a 3rd light wheel appeared behind him. The original radius of 5,000 meters expanded to 7,000 meters at this moment. The Holy King was still sneering as he took another step forward. This step was nearly 200 meters away. At this moment, he was less than 300 meters away from the Tyrant. It was almost a 2-step distance. The Tyrant didn't seem to notice this as he looked at the Holy King with a benevolent smile. The 4th light wheel appeared behind him. After the 4th light wheel appeared, The fifth light wheel appeared immediately. Swastika. Swastika. The fourth and fifth syllables appeared almost at the same time. The tyrant's Buddhist light lingered within a radius of 10,000 meters. The energy formed by the 5 syllables was constantly vibrating, causing the space to start distorting on its own. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, the distorted space was extremely dangerous. However, when the people watching from afar saw this scene, they didn't sense any danger at all. There was even a kind of peaceful and benevolent feeling. If the distorted space was a dangerous, world-destroying beast, then the feeling that this beast gave off right now was that it had been tamed. Not only did it not have the slightest hint of ferocity, but it also seemed very obedient. It had to be said that this was a kind of perceptual illusion. Once one stepped into it, they would die instantly. This could be seen from the surging energy around the Holy King as well as the 2 steps he took. Under normal circumstances, the Holy King should have reached the tyrant after taking 2 steps. However, he was still 100 meters away from the tyrant. Moreover, his previously disdainful expression was gradually becoming serious. The 6 syllables. Still 1 syllable short. The Holy King roared as the energy on his body started to go berserk. With him as the center, a counterrotating vortex appeared and spread out in all directions. As the vortex spread, the power of the 5 syllables within the tyrant's range of control was rapidly vanishing. The battle in the distance hadn't started yet. Everyone was watching the battle between the Holy King and the Holy King. Even Zi Chen, who was in the distance, turned his head to look at the battlefield. The 6 syllables was known as one of the strongest superpowers of the Buddhist sect. It was a famous existence on the Life Star. It was also a superpower that Zi Chen had always wanted to obtain. Today, the saint-level tyrant would undoubtedly display the full power of the 6 syllables. Zi Chen was also looking forward to the power of the 6 syllables. On the battlefield, the saint ruler began to move forward, step by step. His pace had gone from a few hundred meters to 10 meters with each step. However, as long as he was in front of the tyrant, he was confident that he could destroy him. Although this superpower was powerful, the gap between their realms couldn't be bridged. A 6th light wheel appeared behind the tyrant. The last syllable of the 6 syllables was heard. After the last syllable, the energy within 10,000 meters started to go berserk. The void kept twisting as if it was being forcefully isolated, forming a new world. This world was shrouded in Buddhist light. It was peaceful and merciful. Just as this world was forming, the Holy King walked to the tyrant with difficulty. It was as if he was carrying a sacred mountain on his back. His 2 fingers formed a sword as he pointed with difficulty. A beam of sword energy pierced towards the tyrant's glabella. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and the shore is before it's too late. Benefactor, don't kill. The tyrant put his palms together as his merciful voice echoed in this world. At this moment, the tyrant bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. He was a true senior monk. In this world, the Holy King saw a peaceful land of freedom. There was no killing in this area. The sound of Buddhist chants reverberated in every place, making one's soul feel peaceful. Die. The Holy King shook his head to get rid of this feeling. He let out a furious roar as the sword energy that had reached the tyrant went straight for the tyrant's glabella. It was obviously impossible to control a Saint King's mind with this kind of spell. If I don't enter hell, who will? Amitabha. Benefactor, repent and be saved. The tyrant chanted again. He didn't have any intention of dodging the sword energy. His merciful expression made it seem as if he was willing to sacrifice himself to save the other party. Fart. The sword energy pierced through the tyrant's glabella and his body shattered.